Thanks once again, a very good morning on this Wednesday, January the 21st, 2015. Welcome to Laver Arena, welcome to day 3 of the Australian Open Championship. Minutes away from our opening match in the women's singles second round, and Katerina Makarova from Russia, who was our 10th seed, is meeting up with Roberta Vinci from Italy. We continue the theme with women's singles action with Alexandra Panova of Russia playing fellow Russian Maria Sharapova, our number 2 seed here in the championship of 2015. We close out our program with men's singles, Laver, Italy up against our second seed, Roger Federer of Switzerland. 29 degrees predicted today for Melbourne and environs. If you are on the sun, please keep your hat on. Plenty of sunscreen and rehydrate on a regular basis. Also, keep your phone on, but if you can switch it to silent, we'd like you to do Instagrams and those sorts of things on social media with the hashtag AO2015, and we could have your photo up here on the big screen throughout the day. We've got our fan cam running as well. So if you see yourself on the big screen, give yourself a wave. It won't be long. Roberta and Katerina will be leaving the locker room. They'll be joining us for our opening match on day 3 of the Australian Open. Ladies and gentlemen, for our opening match, day 3 of the championship, women's singles, would you welcome from Russia, 10th seed Katerina Makarova. Her opponent from Italy, Laver Da Vinci.
A good round of applause for Roberta Vinci as she makes her way out on court. This is the second round action, day 3 here at the Australian Open. It's Nolly with Peter Mercado, and we're going to bring you the action here. This one, and it's a tough one because Makarova is seeded 10 here. She's ranked 11. The weather conditions, very warm day, 26 degrees, perfect conditions in the first 3 days of the event, and it's going to get warmer as we go on. This is the Laver Arena as the ladies get ready, and Pete Makarova.
Also joining us on this very warm Wednesday morning, we have Nellie Walters with our chair.
Yeah, good morning, Fred. It's great to be here. And yeah, it is warm conditions. You would suspect that Makarova goes in as the favourite for this match, but looking at that head-to-head, as you say, they met twice, 3 times last year. Makarova won 2, Vinci won 1. It doesn't really give us a good guide, but they've split their hardcore meetings.
Yeah, no, this is a tough one, Grand Slam events, double points here.
Let's make Nellie Walters from the Broadway Tennis Club welcome from Broadway Arena.
Just making some announcements there with the players, and we're just about getting ready for the coin toss. Makarova, a lefty from Moscow, 26 years of age, against the veteran Roberta Vinci from Italy. She's at 31 years of age.
Roberta, Nelly, she's here with us for coin toss. But before we start, just have 2 things for you. We do have poker here, so please make a request for challenge in timely manner and verbally. And time violation rule is a little bit different here. Do I have to explain it? You remember from previous year? No? All right. That's it. If you need anything, sounds wrong, let me know. Questions? Roberta, heads, tails?
Yes.
Nelly. Katarina. Receive?
That's fine.
All right. And then we're going to have a photo with Nelly. When you, yeah, we can do it before.
Photo for Nelly.
Please
These are
do it.
kids from the Hot Shot Tennis, which is very popular out here, trying to get the kids interested in our sport.
Use the modified courts and the modified balls and graduate through. The kids are loving it out here.
Yeah, they do it every day before play starts here on Rod Laver Arena and on some of the others to get the kids interested. And they use a Nerf ball, and they can kick the ball in play. It teaches them some control. Roberta Vinci goes in here at
Roberta Vinci has now won 9 career singles titles on the WTA Tour.
Unseeded
Last
here.
year was a finalist in Bucharest
10 here.
in Istanbul. Already in 2015, she's been a quarterfinalist in Hobart here in Australia.
21 years of
Made her
age.
Grand Slam debut in 2001.
Ranking.
That was at the US Open Championship. And she's back on centre
A
court
good
here in
warm-up for the
Italy.
Australian Open.
Roberta Da Vinci.
Players get plenty of matches in before coming here. Quarter-finalists at the event in Hobart
Last year,
one of the lead-up events on the WTA Tour to the Australian Open. We know a lot about her doubles exploits, but she's a very handy singles player as well, as you can see there from her highlights for
The semi-finalist at the
2014.
US Open Championship. Also
Very
last year,
consistent
she was a quarterfinalist at the Wimbledon Championship. And she returns to Melbourne as our 10th seed here in 2015. From Russia, back on Rod Laver Arena, let's welcome Katerina Makarova.
More accomplished in the field of doubles than anything else.
Well, this very warm Wednesday
doubles titles to a credit.
We welcome Maria Cicak.
Italy has been forcing Federation Cup over the last few years, and all because of the doubles skills there. Makarova, born in Moscow, still lives there, 26 years of age. Ranking number 11, she's seated 10 here. Tall, lefty, and lefties are tough to deal with if they can get that swinging serve going, and that's what they'll be looking for here with the prize money there. And the highlights from last year, Makarova, with a good service motion, has had some terrific wins. You can see they're quarterfinalists at Eastbourne and at Wimbledon, and the semi-finals of the US Open, so pretty handy out there.
Had some good wins here along the way in her career. Had a win over Serena Williams a couple of years back to really announce her. Fred, you talked about Italy's success at Fed Cup level, but the Russians have got plenty of players to choose from for their Fed Cup team as well.
When they're all available, they're pretty tough. And Croatia as well. There's a lot of the European countries now. Marija
3 minutes.
Kak is the chair umpire. And she mentioned to the players there's a difference here in the time violations. If in the Grand Slams, I believe it's 20 seconds between points. And most of the time the chair will give you a warning before you get a penalty, and the penalty is a first serve, the first one, and then it's a point, and then you're done. On the tour with the WTA and the ATP, it's 25 seconds, so the players have to make adjustments, and sometimes you get in routines, as Rafael Nadal will explain to you, that he uses 2 towels now. So of course he blames the fact that sometimes the ball kids don't get in the towel in time.
I think he needs 3.
2 minutes.
He needs a personal towel attendant out there too, just getting ready. But you're right, Fred. And the other one we're going to see a bit later on today with Maria Sharapova.
Yes.
She takes a very long time too. So I think the main thing is if the umpire makes that first casual sort of warning, just to say, look, I think you're going over time initially, then the players can't be surprised by that. But if they get onto it early and not wait until late in the 3rd set, for example, then I think the rule is fine.
Well, we've done a lot of these matches, Pete, and I've yet to see a chair umpire call a penalty. I've heard them say, well, okay, you're over the time limit and a warning, and so that sort of is a warning for them, hey, step it up and move it along a little faster. But I've yet to hear them, particularly with the top players, say, well, hey, there's a penalty there, you lose a first serve. I haven't seen that, and it should happen, because it's there to speed up the sport, and that's what it should be used for.
I agree, but there are also other things in the game that could be sped up as well. I mean, after the first game of each set, the players go to their chairs, apart from Serena Williams, and they have a drink of water, and they get the towels, and they walk back across again.
Let's see what
1
happens
minute.
here. There's a minute now left in practice, and when they call time, players will go over and sit down on their chair.
Yeah. And they take a couple of minutes to get themselves ready again and then get out there.
Beautiful day here, as you saw on the screen there. It's warm and a little humid today. It's been perfect conditions for the first 3 days here. And obviously down here in Australia at the moment, we've got a bunch of youngsters that are in the men's singles that are doing very well, so they're getting a lot of the publicity, and that takes the pressure off.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be played based on 3 sets. First 2 tiebreak sets, final set, advantage.
Casey Delacqua, so that takes a little bit of the
Katarina
pressure
Makarova
off,
on the
because your home
And
nation
to
gives
Reese.
the home players a lot of publicity, and that's a natural thing, whether you're at the
Time.
US Open or whether you're at Wimbledon or the French. The newspapers spend a lot of time on their own national players.
The good part is we've got a lot of the world's media here as well too, Fred, so certainly the Russians and the Italians will be taking a close look at this match today, and it's great to see that the reporting all around the world, and it's different for each country.
Well, the World Feed, we're going to over 200 countries, and that's a first for World Feed, and it's good to be part of it. It's a beautiful tournament, the most fan-friendly of the Grand Slams. Talk to folks that visit here, come over here from the States or from Europe, and they say, well, this is the last of the one, or we've only got 2 more to go, we've got to go to France, or this is been voted basically the most fan-friendly, because basically you can walk from your hotel down along the riverbank, or you can get a free tram ride down. There's plenty of restaurants within walking distance of the hotels that folks stay in here. So we do get a lot of folks that come down here on these package tour deals. Grand Slam tennis tours from the US, bring out folks here every year, and it's become a very popular choice for Grand Slams. Just about ready to get underway. They called time. The players had their little sit down as we discussed.
First set. Robert Da Vinci to serve.
Robert Da Vinci to
Ready.
serve first.
Play. $15.
She has the better singles record. With her partner Sarah Irani, as I mentioned, they've won 4 or 5 Grand Slam doubles. They've completed their Grand Slam of doubles. They've won all the Grand Slam titles.
Let's
So they've won 5 Grand Slams, but in singles, Roberta Vinci has had more success than Sarah Irani.
Mainly because of the contrasting styles between the two Italian players.
13 love.
Vinci hits the ball a lot flatter than Irani, who likes to loop the ball. Had some good success in Paris on the singles court.
Well, Vinci is her highest ranking has been number 11. She achieved that in June of 2013.
$13.50.
Slice backhands, though, Pete. You don't see too many of those as well. That's just their natural shot. And I think that's what makes them such a good doubles team. They keep that slice return, keeps it low, and they start to control the point. Very consistent, good teamwork.
$14.50.
Some good examples of it there. I'll be interested to see players who are top doubles players in the world coming out and using some of that in their singles game. So how many times Roberta Vinci can get to the net, how she approaches, which side she goes into. Makarova very steady from the back of the court.
Da Vinci.
So the first game of the match goes to Vinci, 1-1.
First game.
I like watching Vinci play because it's like watching somebody play chess. She does, but not going to overpower anybody. She wins by maneuvering the ball around and placement. And she'll be very happy with that ace because Makarova looking for one down the tee and not hit with a lot of pace, but it was right in the right spot. Rod Laver Arena early, just after 11 o'clock. Matches start at 11, so it's about half.
Ekaterina Makarova to serve.
It'll grow through the day. Sharapova and Roger Federer on this court a little bit later on.
That's what Vinci will be attempting to do, and she's shown us in the first game or so. That's the tactics to move her opponent around. Rather a tall lass, Makarova, and doesn't move that well. Or doesn't move as well as Vinci, who scampers around the court. Tried to be aggressive on that one. You don't often see that, but that's early stages, showing her opponent that she wants to be aggressive if she's given the opportunity.
Gives you an idea that the A game from Ekaterina Makarova. She's got plenty of pace, not afraid to use it. So while Vinci might be attacking and really trying to step in the court, I think a lot of times she'll be pushed back just by the heavy ground strokes from Makarova through the match.
That's the big play from the lefty. If they can get that serve anywhere near the line,
14,
spread
15.
it wide. And this one, you got to take one hand off the racket, just try and get it back into play here. Look at this full stretch and then an easy put away. No pace, mid-court. Many choices from there. 40-15. That's the doubles play coming in for Vinci. Not afraid to move forward. Very
14,
comfortable at the
13.
net.
And it's using the slice as an attacking play, an attacking shot, Fred, too. It's not necessarily use the defensive shot to try and get back into position. She uses it so well to try and get forward.
Yes.
Good depth throughout that rally.
Advantage Vinci.
Well, that slice from Vinci stays very low, and that's her backhand. So it's a matter of patience from Makarova. Because when that slice hits the court and bites the court, and stops a little bit as opposed to the topspin that moves through a little quicker.
Pass the ball. Pass the
So
ball.
it's a break point now. Longest rally there and a smart play, just a little slice from Vinci. She breaks serve too low.
I mentioned how
Eventually,
clever a player
it's 2 games
Vinci
to
is.
love.
Just constructed that point so well, Fred. Makarova trying to get out to that forehand side because she knew she was going to get some pace on that forehand side, which she likes to work off. Going into that backhand wing, as you said, just being pushed back, the ball skidding through. She hasn't got much opportunity to go on the attack. It's just smart play from Roberta Vinci.
Try and consolidate here. Broken serve, must hold here. That's the tough end to serve from this time of the day. The sun.
15.
I mentioned they've played 4 times. It's 2 matches apiece. And the last one was just in Beijing. And Vinci was the winner there in 3 sets.
$15.
That was the only time they've gone to 3 sets in the 4 occasions that they've played against one another. Beijing, Vinci won 7-5 in the 3rd, so very close.
30-15.
See Makarova trying to be aggressive, stepping into the court, taking that at shoulder height, just trying to drag that ball down. But at the moment, she's trying to work out the Vinci game. Even though they've played 4 times, she's been moved all around the court. Good change of pace from Vinci, mixing it up a lot.
It's a better one off the second serve.
30.
So basically, it's on Makarova's racket. If she can hit the winners, use this and step in on second serves, then she might get through. But Vinci's going to try and keep her on the back.
That's better depth from Makarova, trying to break down this
30,
Vinci
40.
game. Saw in the previous game, she's not terribly comfortable getting up to the net, so she's going to attack, she's going to do it from the back of the court.
An opportunity now to get back on serve, a break point.
Yes.
Well, the right play. And Makarova having words with her coach or in the players' box. She just hasn't found the range as yet, the Russian.
Nice setup play from Makarova. She wants a few more of those points throughout the match, where she can use that power. That serve coming in at 122 kilometres an hour, so more often than not, they're going to get hammered by Makarova. So it's about the placement of those serves from Vinci.
Yes, constructed that forehand, sitting on it. Makarova breaks. It's 2 games to 1 now.
Vinci leads.
Vinci.
2 games to 1.
Yeah, a nice settling game from Katerina Makarova to just get herself into the match. Just that short slice forehand. Vinci's eyes lighting up. She tries to make her way into the net, but just as you said, Fred, a good reading of the play. It was settled nicely, well balanced as you hit through that forehand as well. Of course, the first change of ends means we get the flood of fans coming through, and they realise that there's some tennis on, and the crowds have been amazing. We've set some records over the first 2 days. And
well, the first changeover, the security guards not allowed to allow them in because the players are not supposed to sit down and they walk around. So this is the opportunity of 2 games to 1. There's always a crowd out there.
Seats,
get in
quickly,
as
please.
the play starts.
Thank you.
There's always a request from the chair. Get in your seats quickly.
Time.
it's a big venue. It's very hard to get there quickly.
Well, particularly when there's that many folks around. So time has been called, but a good effort there from Makarova. She's the one that's going after it, trying to make things happen. And she started to find the range a little in that last game. So Vinci now realises that Makarova does that. She's going to be on the defensive a lot if she doesn't get first serves in. played.
Love 15.
Yeah, nicely placed serve from Vinci to get that point underway. And then when she can get on that forehand, because she's got that natural instinct to move forward and really attack, she can get it deep into the court.
Love 13.
Maybe a challenge here. No. So it's wide. So Makarova in trouble. So they're the unforced errors, twice as many from Makarova. As we mentioned, she has not found the range as yet. Good serve, that one. Kvitova, the other
15, 13.
the lefty with the big serve, likes that particular serve as well. Away from the body, out to the forehand. That's the toughest serve for a lefty.
Again, we see
30.
Makarova moving Vinci side to side. Talk about making use of that lefty serve. Even if Vinci's able to get a play on it, take him way out of court. So Makarova can really step in heavy ground stroke, move it to the other side.
There's that serve again. I'm a great believer in the wide and wide.
14,
If you're
13.
serving well, just shown the last 2 points. If you get it out wide, you get the mid-court ball, drive it into the corner to the open court, and take your licks. If they can chase that down and pass you, just too good.
Game Makarova.
Solid play there from Makarova. It's 2-all.
2 games.
Vinci's going to have to do a lot of running in this match today. See, well behind the baseline to try and chase these balls down.
Well, that's her style, isn't it? And because there's nothing on the backhand side, the slice backhand. She can be aggressive if she gets over the top, but trying to add some pace to the forehand wing, as we saw a couple of points in that game. There's nothing like the pace that Makarova
Love 15.
can come up with off both wings.
Love 13.
Now finding the range, settling
Love
in.
14.
Takes a little bit of time on Rod Laver Arena, and you've been practicing and playing on outside courts, or maybe on Hisense or on Margaret Court. They're just all a little different.
15, 14.
And Ace, I'm happy with that. That's the second one.
Better, a bit more pace on that first serve. 170 kilometres.
30, 40.
Underlines for Roberta Vinci how important it is for her to get plenty of those into play. Try and pick up some free points.
Game
Gone
Makarova.
long, so Makarova goes to the front. She's won 3 games in a row.
Makarova leads 3 games to 2.
They started off shakily, but certainly the last couple of games he's put it together. Very innovative, the umbrellas there that is all kids.
Well, they're now in place. Remember when they used to just have the old style umbrellas, the ball kids would come out and put them up for the players?
They still do that in most tournaments. They had problems the other day because I think it was Murray's match and they elected to leave them up for a couple of games at probably the request of the players and took the viewing pleasure of the audience away. So there was a couple of discussions with the chair umpire and they said, oh, we'll fix it soon. We couldn't figure out what it was all about, but it was the fact that they were putting these things up and then leaving them there during play. Well, you can see where they are now. The spectators behind them there just could not see the court.
Time.
Low on them back again. Put them up at each changeover, which I think is fair enough.
The other thing about those chairs too is when there's an injury timeout, the players can actually lie across the chairs. They work as a medical table.
Makarova now has taken control at 3-2. A whole serve though again to consolidate. Down 2 love. Vinci had the opportunities there.
Oh.
You see there Vinci trying to press and talked about earlier, Fred, how aggressive she needs to be against Katerina Makarova, but just pushing a little bit too much.
Vinci lost in the first round here last year. She went through and won the doubles, making her 10th consecutive appearance as in the main draw here.
Thirty, 15. First.
Vinci basically because of her doubles expertise. She's ranked 45 in the world, but doubles expertise. She's $7.9 million in prize money, career prize money. Pretty hefty amount.
40, 15.
It just shows the value of playing the doubles game as well as the singles game. There's money to be found in both.
Serving there, and then Makarova takes control of the net. 4-2 now, she leads.
Makarova leads 4 games to 2.
And really taking control of the points as well. Talk Fred about it being on her racket as the heavier hitter of the two. So now after this slow start, she's got things back on track nicely.
I think she's got to come into the net more often. That's where she is most comfortable.
15.
It's just pace of shot that's now beating her from the baseline.
That's low.
It's also how many free points she can pick up on her serve. She's going to be running around a lot today. If it goes deep into a third set, it's going to count against her.
That's it. 30.
As I said earlier that Vinci had a better record in singles than Sarah Rani. You get them mixed up as doubles teams. It's Rani that has been the better singles player, as high as number 6 in the world. Quarter finalist here in 2012. I apologise for that. Don't often see that happen. A little slice approach. Just pushed it long.
Trying to stay in that aggressive mindset, but just again pushing a little bit too much. It's a really good position there at the net. Doesn't need to hit the baseline each time.
Yes.
Both players winning in straight sets in their opening round matches too.
Let's service.
That's the one she tried to find earlier in the first 2 or 3 games, just missing that.
Advantage, Makarov.
Found the range and the timing. This is beautifully struck.
And the time she's got to get herself into position, really step into the court. That's great serving again. Only 159 kilometres, but again, it's about that placement of the serve. Trying to unsettle Makarova.
Advantage, Makarov.
Miss hit from Makarova there, and Vinci just not on balance quite when she tried to make that approach. So an opportunity now for Makarova to win 5 in a row.
Just that moment of hesitation from Vinci as Makarova picked which side to go midway through that rally. She guessed right again. Great anticipation, Katerina Makarova, but just couldn't finish it off. Big opportunity.
Juice once more.
Advantage, Makarov.
Super slow-mo camera, I think it's been a great innovation to our sport. Really see the ball hit the frame. Preparation for the players. Break point now. Caught in 2 minds there. Looking for a forehand, and then the serve sort of was a little deep. Couldn't get around it, and was really caught. So there it is. Look for the forehand. She changed the grip actually to the forehand.
she wants, Roberta Vinci. Going to play that slice up the line, give it a little bit more margin.
Advantage,
In such
Vinci.
an attacking position that Makarova's always going to have to hit up, come up with a really good passing shot. That's just beautiful placement. Accomplished volleyer, Roberta Vinci.
Yes.
Just going for a little bit too much. He knows the importance of this game. 7th game of the set. So he either gets back into it at 4-3 or down at 5-2. So 7.5 minutes this one. And just trying to put a little bit more pace on that forehand. Overcooked it. I think that's an opportunity there where she could have played the slice down into the backhand corner and moved in. Said, okay, pass me. Makarova would have had to do that on the run. Like that. She doesn't move, goes back to the wrong side to the forehand, so Makarova
You both
with the
lead.
forehand on the line. 5-2 lead first set.
Makarova leads 5 games to 2.
It's good work from Makarova's coaching team. They've seen a lot of tapes, and obviously they've played each other plenty of times before to work out which way that ball's going to go. What is she more likely to do in this situation? And again, in the right place at the right time.
She stays in that corner there. You can see doesn't even move, knowing full well that Vinci's going to slice that one across court. She had success with the plate shot down the line with the backhand. That one just goes back to the strength. He's not able to cover the court and make a volley. So in trouble now at 5-2. Makarova started off down 2-love, lost her opening service game. On the road. There's 9 winners to 6. Obviously Makarova's made more unforced errors as well. No, unforced errors. Vinci also trying to go for too much, but Makarova
Time.
been the one that's been trying to make the pace. The early stages missed that forehand, but has found the range at the moment. Time is called. And Makarova to serve for the opening set.
You both. Love it.
Good free lesson for folks at home there. When that ball comes up,
15
and floats in the air, do exactly what Makarova did then. Move forward, take it in there. Don't let the ball play you and back off. Take the opportunity to get in there quickly and put it away.
Both. Is Makarova showing the call on 11?
This will be our first challenge for the day.
Neil Vinci tried to help her and signalled that she thought it was wide.
The umpire made the call from the chair.
And it was
Call
wide.
stands.
Don't take on the umpire. I think it's a lesson from that. perfect slice from Vinci.
15,
That's the range
13.
that she's looking for, talking to
Miss
herself
Makarova
about it,
has
because
2
that
challenges remaining.
had a bit more bite on it, forced Makarova back. That's where the errors come from. Francesco Cina is Vinci's coach.
Very well. Forty, 13.
Just getting a little bit loose there, Roberta Vinci.
It's a set point now.
Game
And a
for
good
sets.
service game there.
Makarova.
Makarova, so she wins the opening set. 6 games to 2.
6 games to 2.
36 minutes.
Well, a really good set of tennis after a slow start from the 10th seed. And as we take a look at the stats, high percentage of first serves into play and getting plenty of free points off that first serve too. And see, making the running, as Fred talked about, 9 winners to 6. Pretty even on the unforced errors. And look at getting into the net. Vinci obviously is going to get into the net a little bit more. But when Makarova gets there, it's normally in an attacking position and they're able to put the ball away. But all in all, a comprehensive set for the 10th seed and really got a game going midway through.
Pretty scratchy set though, with winners that there's twice as many unforced errors as winners, so both players are not at their best. Makarova started off, lost the first 2 games, but was able to put 6 games together to win this opening set. Vinci not happy with herself as we have a look at some of the highlights from set 1. You don't find her hit too many topspin backhands, Vinci. And that's the telling shot. He's not there for the first 2 or 3 games.
It's almost as if you need to break down that set into the first early stages from Makarova and then the later stages. A lot more unforced errors right at the very start. But now she's in a good rhythm. No matter for how Roberta Vinci can turn this around, because we're seeing all the tricks in the bag. You talked about her getting into the net a little bit more, trying to create a bit more of a target there, put a bit more pressure on.
Second set.
But Makarova,
Vinci to
excellent touch.
Vinci to have any chance in this match, I believe she has to move forward when she has an opportunity, even off that slice backhand. But I'd go into the 2-fisted backhand of Makarova and say, well, pass me. The forehand has been very consistent for her now that she's found the range.
That's it.
That's where you can start to break down the Makarova game. Start making some unforced errors with Vinci at the net. Frustration builds.
Move in. There you go. Right over the top of that one.
Just waited that extra second to see what Makarova was doing. It's that deep ball, get a half-court ball follow-up. No, more often than not, she's going to get into the net.
Vinci, what she did in the first
game,
1-1.
comes back from her ability to be able to set up that point. It's that deep forehand that she used a couple of times to force Makarova back, so she can get a three-quarter court, half-court set-up ball to get into the net. So as well as being a great volleyer and using the slice, she needs to make better use of that forehand to really open up the court. There's a beautiful sight, as you talked about, Fred, that Melbourne Park precinct. It keeps growing every year.
Every year it gets better and better, doesn't it? Players love it. They're just improving everything around for players, spectators, officials, media.
Love it. Love it.
There you go. That's I thought exactly the same thing. Two double faults.
It's better. A little bit of frustration creeping into the Makarova game. She's in a really good position in this match and wants to finish it off quickly.
Good move. All the way in there. Missed the volley.
Perfect position in the court.
She has to keep doing that, though. That she just missed that. Was well played. Has to keep moving forward. Hit with precision. It was a good volley and just missed the sideline. But all.
Just using her pace all around the court, Makarova.
13.
Shot. So mixed it up with the forehand slice volley, but then really flattened it out up the line. It's just got that depth that pushes Vinci back, and Makarova gets back into the point. It's a great way to turn defence into attack.
Forces Vinci to go for the winner. Wasn't going to be able to recover, so 40-30 now.
Yes.
Got the wobbles on the serve in this game.
Well,
advantage Makarova.
Yelling at her team again, but It's of her own making. I don't think the coaching team suggested she throw in a couple of double faults and make it harder in this game. She's in a really good position. She had a really good serving rhythm midway through that first set. Just drops away so suddenly.
Best point of the match so far. Great recovery from Makarova, and then the big forehand once more. 1-all.
A real test in that game for Ekaterina Makarova. Didn't help that she threw in a couple of double faults, but that is just an excellent point. Just her movement around the court for a player who's quite tall. She gets around very quickly, and again, Vinci trying to be attacking, creating that target. You say too good.
Yeah, she's going to the wrong side though. She's going to that forehand wing, and that's probably the natural approach shot that she makes, but that has just given Makarova plenty of time. That's the play to go. To the backhand and move forward.
15.
Again, flattening out the forehand. Put it way out of court.
That's it.
Vinci has not been that successful when she's been going to the net, but those stats are a little misleading because a lot of those times she hasn't been able to make the volley. She's just been hitting past with the forehand and has not been in a good court position moving forward. Now move in. Got the backhand that time. Still the right side to go in. She knew it wasn't a good approach.
13.
So she's forced to make that stretch volley.
I think I can hear you saying move in, but I think I can quietly hear a coaching team saying exactly the same thing.
(30-15). Serve.
14, 15. Let's first.
That's deep. So Vinci goes to the front 2-1, second set.
Vinci leads 2-1.
Important to keep herself in front. I've got a question for you, Fred. Talk about the lefty playing the righty here and the lefty having an advantage. When a lefty plays another lefty, do they have the same advantage? Because obviously the majority of players are right-handed there on the tour. Is it still a similar adjustment?
Well, lefties don't like to play lefties in general. And right-handers don't like to play lefties too often either. But I used to like playing lefties because my best return was off the backhand side. So that's where you hit a majority of your shots. But lefties don't like to play against lefties. But lefties, for some reason, I think, create more angles. Whether it's their hook forehand pass or whether it's the serve, they seem to be able to get more movement off that left-handed swing serve to the ad court than a right-hander can get to the juice court. And I've tried to figure that out for years, but you've got to go to somebody that knows a little bit more about it than me.
Time.
Left-handed tennis players really don't like to play against other lefties. Because what you were saying, it negates their strength. If your strength is their wide serve, then it's going out to the lefty's forehand. So then they have to change their game all round, whether it's ground strokes, serving, change their thought process. There we go. I like it. Yelling at a coach again. If you don't get a second serve, that's a good move to run around that and move forward. Must go into that two-handed wing. It's not anywhere near as dangerous as the forehand.
It's where she has the advantage, Fred, too. Once she gets to the net, she's so comfortable there that more often than not, she'll put away the volley.
Yeah, that's a good shot. The ball from Vinci had nothing on it. It was a squash shot, very defensive.
15, 13.
Right in the middle of the court with no pace on it.
Cario, Miss Vinci showing a call on left far side line.
Berta seems very sure of this.
I don't know, she's walking across the court. Right in the corner.
Goal stands.
Couldn't have been better.
30.
First time she was successful
40,
in the game by doing that. She would have had
Miss
a look
Vinci
at a
has
decent volley
2
again.
challenges remaining.
And she's forced to go for a little bit too much on that forehand to try and win the point. It's just too good.
Game Makarova.
Well, that just opens up the door for Makarova.
2-all.
Getting her opportunity and running with it. We've seen a couple of half opportunities on the Makarova service game for Vinci. She just hasn't been able to take, and it's been big first serve, heavy forehands. She's got those weapons to use and get her out of some tight spots. Bread and butter shot, smash. It's missed too many of those. Partner Sarah Arani, short of stature, but boy, they don't miss too many overheads. Very comfortable with the net volley.
Miss Vinci showing a call on the right far side line. Ball's close.
This is bad luck if this is good, because she was in full control of this point. Makarova really struggling to get to the ball and anything on it.
Oh, It's in.
Call is overturned.
You have to replay that point, which is a shame.
30 love.
Vinci, she was.
But that call didn't interfere at all in the stroke. She called it late. That call didn't interfere.
She stopped.
No, but the ball.
I played it with the 1 bounce, and she stopped because
No.
she said out.
Yeah, but the ball didn't go in the play.
No, it was. I hit it to the court.
Yeah, true. We have to replay the point. Yeah, we have to replay. Yeah, my bad.
So it's, the umpire
Replay the
overruling herself there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she got that wrong. She said Makarova suggested that she did get the ball into play. Vinci knew the rule because she was ready to replay the point.
Let's 15.
It would have been a shame if the point had gone to Vinci. That previous point, Makarova coming in off the dead run.
But she's in full control though, Vinci, on that point. But she stopped. But Makarova was quite correct there. But a tough call for Vinci because she'd have won the point.
15.
Now she's pressed on a couple of other shots and is in trouble. Lost 3 points in a row since then. 3 forehand errors. Doesn't take much to turn matches around.
Goes back to what you were talking about, being on Makarova's racket.
Yep.
As again, the heavy ground strokes come into play. The heavy forehands turn it around quickly.
And that's the game. So the Russian goes to the front.
Makarova leads
3 games
3
to 2.
games to 2.
It's almost as if Vinci's just being worn down here by Makarova, having to work so hard from the back of the court.
And she's been successful when she's gone in, but she hesitates to make that move forward. Rightfully so, but I think she's been going in on the wrong side. The forehand is Makarova's been very, very solid. See the first service points won, pretty even in that respect. Over the 10th seed here, number 11. Some pretty impressive victories.
Talk about the battle on the second serve. So Makarova getting a few more into play there. She's got a little more depth. Seeing Vinci really pressing on a lot of those second serves.
Time.
And the stadium building up nicely. It always takes a little while to build here in Melbourne.
Tough ticket to get, the Australian Open tickets. They go on sale. They do a super job here. Record crowds as they progress through the tournament, and it helps that quite a few of the Aussies are still in. If the Aussies can, a couple of them creep through to the second week, Huge records, crowds here. That
Stop
was
that.
long, I think.
Miss Finch has shown the call on the right baseline of ball's playing.
Irani immediately put the hand up. So Makarova now with a break. I think this one might have been long.
Goal stands.
There you go. So she loses the point.
15. Third solo.
Now it's the
Miss Finch has one challenge remaining.
Vinci forehand that's gone astray here last couple of games. 30 love. Oh, that's well played. Put that one on the rise. Hit it over the high part of the net.
40 low.
Just makes it so easy when she gets into position. So nicely balanced.
Game Makarova.
Makarova, love game. 4 games to 2.
Makarova leads 4 games to 2.
And she hasn't been able to find any sort of rhythm in this second set. You know, she's trying a couple of things, saw her get to the net a couple of times. She's not doing that enough. Just the unforced errors that are really starting to hurt her now.
Let's first set.
25 unforced errors for the match. Vinci.
15.
Makarova's cut down on those unforced errors in this second set. There was one there that took the tally to 6.
That's a best forehand for the match up the line. The court opening up nicely for her. Being able to step in and really be aggressive. That's been the game plan today, but just really hasn't been allowed to by Makarova.
Low.
Good service game here from Vinci at the moment. 40 love.
Game Vinci.
Love service game. It's now 4 games to 3. Makarova with a break.
Makarova leads 4 games to 3.
Now we're starting to move into the hot part of the day. The court heating up. It's been quite overcast the past couple of days, and there have been a few casualties along the way.
A little bit hot for that fella.
We know how hot this court can get to. Fortunately, not the same high temperatures as what we had this time last year, the 41 Celsius. A lot more comfortable for the players, but a lot more humid as well this week. So while it might be overcast a little bit later on today, for example, it's still going to be hot out there for the players.
The weather's supposed to change a little bit towards the end of the week with storms on Thursday or Friday.
Time.
We're used to the Melbourne weather down here in Victoria. During the championships, you're always going to get a few storms throughout the 2 weeks of the championship. Very rarely do you get 2 weeks of fine weather. But the beauty of all that is we have 3 retractable roofs, and once you get to the second week of a Grand Slam, and you don't have anywhere near as many matches. Basically, the only matches played on the outside courts are the junior matches, boys singles and girls singles. Most of the other ones are played, well, they will be able to be played on those 3 show courts. 4-2 Makarova.
It's too easy, right into a hitting zone. Didn't really have to move Makarova.
Not deep enough this return here. It runs around it, but where it bounced.
Oh,
30
oh. But it's all going your way.
40 low.
Still Vinci trying to do the right thing by getting into that backhand. Been a clean winner. I don't think she would have got to that either.
Game Makarova.
And Vinci upset with herself as
New balls,
Makarova
please.
goes to the front
Makarova
again.
leads 5 games to 3.
5 games to 3 now. Second set, 1 set to 1.
Ball, please.
New balls for Vinci now to try and stay in this match.
Fifteen. Third That's it.
Second serve right in the middle of the service box. He's dealt with.
Yeah, deserved to be 128 kilometres. Just set up nicely for Makarova. That's a gift.
Go.
Trying to put pressure on.
30.
30 all.
And the side that's broken down for Vinci in this match from the back of the court.
Nice
Nice fight back though. A little bit of extra heat on that serve. She's had some good results with that serve down the tee. today.
Game point. That'll do it.
Vinci.
Nice serving volley from the Italian. It's now 5-4. Makarova.
Makarova leads 5 games to 4.
Well, still giving herself an opportunity in this match. And that was a much better service game from Roberta Vinci. It's now, how can she break down the Makarova serve? And we've seen in one of the service games already this set that Makarova is able to throw in a double fault or two and give you some opportunities to get into the game.
Well, this is an opportunity now because she's serving for the match, and it's tough to serve out sets. It's a little bit more difficult when you get there. And so Vinci's given herself the best chance. She was in trouble in that game, and then moved forward on the net and made the volley. So an opportunity here if Makarova blinks. It's an opportunity for her to get back on serve.
This has been a great innovation at the Australian Open, Fred. There's the camera that's runs just between Hisense Arena and Rod Laver Arena. We see it a bit in Paris, the camera that goes across the grounds.
Time.
Gives you a good idea. This place is packed, folks, but there's still room for the spectators to get around and enjoy a beverage or two or a sandwich and really take in what Melbourne Park and the Australian Open is all about. So now it's number 10th seed here, Katerina Makarova, to serve for a place in the 3rd round. No, comes into that forehand. Makarova just sits there, bends the knees and threads it down. She's gone down the line on most occasions like this one. And you can see it's a metre or so inside that sideline there.
It's also about how she anticipates the ball. So she picks it aside and sticks with it. She's been right most of the time today.
2 points from victory, 30 love. Well played, that in behind her opponent. Very measured, very controlled. Controlled aggression from this young lady. After losing the first 2 games of the match, she now stands at match points.
Just losing control of that forehand, trying to get down to it. Still got plenty more opportunities to finish this off.
Very patient, and that's the one that's won her this match. That forehand down the line, so consistent. Makarova is through in straight sets, 6-2, 6-4 in 1 hour and 14 minutes. A little shaky to start off.
Congratulations, Katerina Makarova. 10th seed here.
Controls the big forehand that's done the damage and the swinging serve.
Just way too solid for Roberta Vinci too. She's racked up the unforced errors in the match. She was trying to be attacking. She got to the net a couple of times, but as you're talking about, Fred, you're going to the wrong side to that Makarova forehand, which, as you say, really started to get going late in that first set. and then pretty comprehensive in that second set too. She'd be very happy with that performance today, and certainly puts her in good stead to at least, maybe, well, definitely get to the second week, but maybe she can cause an upset or two along the way.
Well, you never know. She's had some pretty good victories over, and she comes in here as the number 10th seed, so she's expected to win a few rounds. And she's got to be pleased with the way she performed today. As the crowd cheer with Roberta Vinci off the court. The Italian did well. She's going to be very tough in the doubles, as usual, with Sarah Arani. And it'll be a Katerina Makarova now. See what she thinks of her victory today with Craig Willis.
Katerina, congratulations. A nice solid win. How did you feel when you saw you were playing Roberta, who, as you know, is a very experienced player?
Well, yeah, she's a tough player, and we played already so many matches against each other. And last one, she beat me 7-5 in the third in Beijing. So today was, like for me, a revanche, and I'm so happy that I came through.
Well, you would have played your first round match in cooler weather. Do you prefer a day like this where it's been a lot warmer?
Well, I don't know. Today is better than it was last year when it was 42 degrees, but I'm really happy to come back to Australia, Melbourne. I'm so happy to play here. I like to play on this great stage, and thank you all of you to come and support us.
And of course, we just look back on a wonderful 2014 for you, but the semi-final at the US Open, it just makes you feel that a Grand Slam's not that far away.
Yes, I hope that it's feeling like that.
I knew you'd say that. Well done. Katerina Makarova, congratulations. Through to the third round of the Australian Open Championship.
Not much you can say when they say, hey, as your semi-finalist at a Grand Slam, one may not be too far away, but you have to get number 10 ranking. So I see the sign, the lens there. And a very happy young lady. She has a little bit of revenge. The last time they played, she lost 7-5 in the third.
She's certainly got the game to be able to trouble the top
players. Yeah, particularly if the serves. And this is the big shot that she couldn't find the range early and finally did, and then it was all over because she was patient enough to wait for that shot that she was confident with. We can have a look at the stats here and tell us the story.
Well, her development is just an upward curve for Makarova. Been able to maintain that ranking, hovering around 10 or 11 as we take a look at the stats for the match. And so they're 21 winners to 15, kept her unforced error count down. A lot of those unforced errors, or certainly a good proportion of them, were early on in that first set. She was getting her game going. Took some opportunities on the break points. Still had plenty of opportunities there. She set them up for herself. When she went to the net, she was effective there as well. So comprehensive performance in the end.
Much cleaner performance from her. 21 winners and 23 unforced errors, balanced out there. But look at that from Vinci, who had to try and do things a little bit out of her comfort zone. She made twice as many errors as winners just about, and that was the difference. So Makarova will be very happy with that performance. She's through to the third round of the first Grand Slam of 2015, the Australian Open.
That's all the accent. Good day, mate. Give us a little Hewitt impersonation. What's your favorite animal? My dog. What does it sound like? Mom's cooking or fancy restaurant? My mom doesn't cook very well, but so I choose fancy restaurant. Top tip for success? You have to fight every point until the end. Sometimes you can win even you don't play your best level. Can you touch your nose with your tongue? No chance. What do you love about tennis? I love tennis because it's not a job for me. It's like a game every day. Sing us a line of your national anthem. Le roi, la liberté. Le roi, la liberté. Dun, dun, dun. Le roi, la liberté. Le roi, la liberté. Dun, dun, dun. Le roi, la liberté. 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 Le roi, la liberté.
fight I had in my life was actually fight within. Novak Djokovic, birthed from Serbia, shaped by Elena, inspired by dreams, made by determination. Jacob's creed, made true.
Ladies and gentlemen, women's singles action continues now on Laver Arena. From Russia, would you welcome Alexandra Panova. Her opponent, the second seed in the championship this year from Russia, Maria Sharapova.
Welcome to Rod Laver Arena for the second round action in the women's singles. This year's Australian Open qualifier, Alexandra Panova of Russia, ranked 150 in the world, takes on probably her idol, Maria Sharapova, who is the number 2 seed in Russia and is the number 2 in the world behind Serena Williams. And as we said earlier, the match we just called had a Russian component there, so the Russian women are all over the place. They've done very, very well. The current conditions here, weather conditions, 31 Celsius. It's getting up there, folks. And very sunny and a few clouds around, but just about perfect conditions for the players as we get through to day 3 in the action here at Melbourne Park. Rod Laver Arena, always a favourite spot for the players and for Maria Sharapova, who would love to win this Australian Open once more. She's very excited to win the French, to finish her 4th Grand Slam. A few players that have achieved that. Won 34 singles titles, Sharapova, including all 4 Grand Slam titles. One of 6 women to achieve the career Grand Slam in the Open era.
The coach box, you mean? There or there?
And that's the voice of Kabir.
Hello, ladies.
Hello, man.
3 sets, no tiebreak in final sets, of course. We're having Hawkeye here, so you know how it works. And the problem? Just be sharp with a 5 minutes warm-up, please. Okay? Any questions? Heads or tails? Tails? Heads.
Heads. Tosses the coin. That's heads.
Okay.
Love this guy. He's got his own following and he's a very popular fellow out on tour. And that voice comes right from the boots. Player Players have their warm-up. Must be a great experience for Alexandra Panova.
Alexandra Panova has
Obviously their
won
first
7 major singles titles on the ITF circuit. She made her Grand Slam debut in 2011 at the US Open Championship at Flushing Meadows. 2015 marks her second appearance in the main draw of the Australian Open
25 years of age, so
Championship
she's
in
been
Melbourne.
around a
And
while.
she's on centre court today on this very warm Wednesday from Russia. The
Futures Tour.
Alexandra Panova.
In Bushstad, second round Tashkent and Bogota. And there's Captain
Maria Sharapova is of course the
50,
reigning
but came
Roland
through the
Garros women's
qualifying
singles
here,
champion.
so she'll be in
She's
fine
now
form.
won 33 singles titles, including the Australian Open in 2008, Roland Garros in 2012, Wimbledon 2004, and the US Open in 2006. In 2014, she won 3 other titles on the WTA Tour. And already in 2015, she's won the Brisbane International title. She is the second seed here in Dublin in 2015. Back from centre court from Russia, let's welcome Maria Sharapova.
What a competitor this
Fights in the chairs. This women's singles encounter was in the third round of the championship. From France, we welcome Monsieur Nadir Goudi.
There's no second gear, it's all go for broke, and even when she's in tough positions, she goes out for the big hitting. A lot of people are not too happy with the grunting that goes on. The WTA have tried to stop that over the years, but it's very tough to do. There is Kadir Mouni from France. He's grown the beard, and I saw him the other day. He's a very much a character of our sport, very popular around the tracks. Head to head, obviously the first meeting for these two. Just going through in the last couple of minutes of their overhead. Welcome to Laver for this second round action in the women's singles. I'm Fred Stolny along with Peter Carter to bring you the action here as the stadium starts to fill up. They knew that Maria Sharapova was to go on court here. The second match of the day here on Rod Laver Arena. Sharapova seeded number 2 here against the qualifier from Russia as well. Alexandra Panova has come through the qualifyings and has had her best performances in the futures, and she's ranked 150 in the world, but qualified here, Pete, so it's got to be a pretty promising effort.
Yeah, 3 matches to get in, and then getting through a first round match too. It's always tricky coming up against a qualifier because they're obviously in good form if they manage to get themselves into the main draw, but the task ahead of Alexandra Panova today against Maria Sharapova, who is playing so well at the moment. Got off to a great start winning in Brisbane, the first WTA event of the year, and looked so good there, and it was a graduation of matches. Started off easier, had a tough match against Ivanovic in the final. It was an ideal preparation. She's hitting the ball so nicely at the moment, and a tough ask for Alexandra Panova today, coming out onto Rod Laver Arena. Huge crowds, which can sometimes be tough for players who have been on the ITF circuit, playing in front of smaller crowds, and the occasion taking on Maria Sharapova.
Well, this is obviously her first time at RLA, Rod Laver Arena, and she's one of 10 women, 10 Russians that started here, Panova, and 4 of them are through to the second round. They started with 10 in the event. It's a pretty good contingent of players in a Grand Slam. 128 in the draw. 7 matches, best of 3 sets over a period of 2 weeks. You don't want to peak too early, and this young lady here, as we mentioned, her career Grand Slam a couple of years ago, she's making her 12th appearance at the Australian Open, won the title here in 2008.
Wants to add to that collection.
1 minute it is. 1 minute.
All the right noises and playing the sort of game that can carry her to the title, and has to be up there the favourites at this early stage of the tournament. She's done very little wrong.
No, and obviously when you come into a Grand Slam, that's always Maria Sharapova is always mentioned because she is one of the toughest competitors out there. She won the title in 2008 was a finalist in both 2007, 2012. So she's got an opportunity to go the world #1 after the Australian Open this year, but she needs to at least advance to the final to have that shot. And everybody obviously is chasing Serena. And Serena played in the Hopman Cup, whilst Maria played in Brisbane to get those extra points if she could win, and she was successful in that endeavour. So she's getting a little bit closer to that spot once more.
Remarkable consistency too from Maria Sharapova. You look at it from 2003 to this year, she's won at least one title,
yep,
be it a Grand Slam or a WTA level. It's just remarkable, and in a lot of those years there've been multiple titles. So that graphic that we had before with all the results for 2014, you can replicate that for 2013, 2012, 2011. She's been able to keep herself at the top level of the game, and remembering too that she's only 27 years of age. She won Wimbledon so young.
Yep. Time has been called here by the chair umpire. Maria's not taking much notice of that. She's going to hit another couple of practice serves. The top players seem to be able to do that. I don't know why, but they do. So you come over and take the time now and sort the towels and take a seat. As I said, time has been called.
So important for Panova early on to really be positive in her play, trying to be as aggressive to get herself into the match. I imagine there'd be a few nerves for the player ranked 150 in the world out here on this big stage.
She's fallen in the qualifying in her efforts to get through here on 5 occasions, and lost in the opening round. The only time she got through was 2013. She lost to Shahar Peer in the opening round. So a big ask here, and a great experience for her on Laver Arena. And Panova will start proceedings off. Serve first. Nervous in the first point of the match.
15
The last time Sharapova lost second round of a slam was a big shock at Wimbledon 2013. She lost to Lache de Brito.
I think part of that nervousness, Fred, from Panova on that ball toss was
15
she knows what's coming on the return, and that was a good example of it there from Sharapova. The most impressive thing for me from the tournament in Brisbane, which she won, was just how well she was striking the ball right from the very first match. It's like she'd been playing all the way through the off-season.
I don't think there's too many players out there that work harder than Sharapova on her fitness and preparation for Grand Slams. As mentioned earlier, she's been criticised a lot for the grunting. That sort of goes with the package now. That's not going to change. So competitive.
30 over.
It's like the third point of the match, and she hits this forehand down the line, and then you see her clench the fist as though to say, yes, we're in it. I want to break serve right away. It's going to be pace of shot that is going to bother Panova. Well-placed serve. If she can hold the first service game, that will take care of the nerves somewhat. But obviously she's played some qualifying matches out here at Melbourne Park, but not on this court. Well, a good start. Panova, she leads 1-love
First game.
And as you said, Fred, it's all about placement of serve for Panova. She hasn't got a lot of speed on that serve, so she's going to need to really use the angle, try and get a couple down the tee, force Sharapova to stretch to get herself a good position in the court.
Just to give you an idea of the difference between these two players, Sharapova's been out there for quite some time, and she's 27 years of age. This young lady's 25, but Sharapova in her career on-court prize money about 32 million, just getting close to 33 million. This other young lady here, Alexandra Panova,
Maria Sharapova,
769,000. A little bit of difference, and that's on-court prize money with Sharapova, who is a very experienced businesswoman these days. And a little bit of luck to start off with.
15 about that, Fred. A lot of the winnings for the players who are going around on the ITF circuit go into travel and accommodation and coaches and physios and the like. It can be a tough existence.
Side of the coin, if you get good enough to get into the top 100, top 110, you get into all 4 Grand Slams, and first round prize money. If you lose in the singles, doubles and mixed at a Grand Slam here at the Australian this year, it's about $43,000. Multiply that by 4 and you're making a pretty good living. And really the only expenses the top players have in that category is travel. It's a lot tougher on the Challenger and the Futures and the ITF circuits, where the tournaments don't have the capability of paying for accommodation and so forth. But here the players get a per diem.
Well, one of the other keys for Panova in this match is the ability to keep that unforced error count down, try and keep as many balls in play as possible. If there are any lapses in the Sharapova game, to be able to get in and take advantage.
It's only the 3rd time Panova has faced a top 10 opponent. Lost to Bartoli in the US Open 2011, Azarenka in the US Open 2012. So Sharapova wins the service game, 1-all.
Yeah, and she can take some confidence, Alexandra Panova, in her first round win over Sorana Castella.
Yep.
First career main draw win. So certainly the other big boost for the players on the financial side is also the ranking points that you get from those who didn't qualify for the event or didn't come down here to play. So you can make quite a nice jump.
Well, she'll do well here. 2nd round prize money also, and double points. The Grand Slams double points from what the players compete for on the tour. That's going to be the difference with this match, as it is with the top players. Pace of shot wins through. playing through the qualifying, you don't get too many matches where the ball's coming at you this quickly. That and finish your service motion, and then you're picking it up again to hit another serve.
Well, that came in at speed, 184 kilometres. Sharapova was standing in the court. It's terrific hand-eye coordination to be able to use the speed of that serve and send it back with interest.
Love 30.
Direction was good for service.
Overrule from the chair.
I think that the mark, the one on the left.
Sharapova's sort of
The one touching it.
Hawkeye Nooney. He says, no, there's the mark, right, the one on the left there. Check it out. Sharapova did.
Low 40.
Kadir Nooney has a really good relationship with these players on the WTA Tour. He's one of the umpires that is hired by the WTA, the regular umpires that moves from tournament to tournament. That too, and obviously for the slams as well.
$15, $40.
Nice work from Panova. So that ball set up nicely for it.
30,
so we're talking
40.
about when these opportunities present themselves. It's a nice serve. Excellent forehand into the open court. It's a matter of being able to take these opportunities when they come up.
Having a few problems finding the range. That was a shot she normally would make. It was a break point opportunity for her. Juice.
No advantage. Sharapova.
That's the first break of the match, and it goes to Sharapova. 2-1, she leads first set.
Sharapova leads 2 games to 1.
Oh, a great start as expected from Maria Sharapova. Looking pretty sharp early, just a couple of unforced errors thrown in. But already you can see the difference in class between the two players. Panova just doing her best to keep the ball in play and really try and move Sharapova around the court. And Fred Solly was talking about that the heavy shots, the heavier shots from Sharapova. She's put a bit more pace on the ball. When she goes on the attack, she's going to be really hard to stop today. What do you make of that, Fred?
That's interesting, and obviously doesn't have any slip, slap, slop. That's the cancer program down here for the sun. He's slapping some sunburn lotion. It's not there. So Maria Sharapova with that early break.
Tie.
Different outfits here at the Australian Open. It's quite unique for that. It's certainly getting in now, not just for this match, but later on, Roger Federer on court.
Laver Arena filling up now as Maria Sharapova just
Find us quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Hesitates, turns her back on her
Thank
opponent,
you.
and gets back ready for action. And she has broken serve 2-1, opening set. Serving for the tough end with the sun, and she's already checked the ball toss.
15, low.
Interesting to see how Kedanuni handles this time situation. 20 seconds they have between points. Sharapova throughout her career has had a few problems in that regard. She takes a lot of time.
30 low.
Well, the players are warned before, well, at the coin toss about the 20 seconds allowed, and there is a gentle reminder given by the umpire in the first instance.
Sharapova has that habit of just walking back and just trying to relax a little before she plays the point. And it takes time. Takes up a few precious seconds. Well, a miss hit there from Panova, and you think against most that might win the point, but not Sharapova.
40 low.
Tracked it down.
Real speed around the court from Sharapova. See, just behind the baseline, but a tall player. Again, just that ball striking is excellent. You got to get that angle, that feel of the ball.
40 love.
Good. Sharapova.
Sharapova, 3-1. She leads.
Sharapova leads. 3 games
So
to
the
1.
top players in the world, we see it all the time at the Grand Slams. They just ease their way through the events. No easy matches for them, but they want to get through as quickly as possible, prepare for the second week.
Yeah, you want to peak at the second week, not the first week, so you've got to conserve that energy. That's great follow through there on that super slow-mo camera. Shows you the racket head going straight out towards the target. Beautiful.
Loftin.
Sheer power from Sharapova.
Low,
It's all-out attack.
Low.
Again,
40.
pace of shot. We talked about it just a couple of games ago. when you qualify and you get through and you've struggled and suddenly you come up against one of the biggest hitters. Hasn't had time to prepare, time to get herself set. So break points again for Sharapova.
I've seen Panova do that a couple of times already in this
15,
match.
14.
Just put a little bit extra on the first serve. Serve down the tee.
Sharapova,
Sharapova.
some heavy hitting, break serve again. It's 4-1, Sharapova.
Sharapova leads 4 games to 1.
It's nice to be able to go out to a match when you're doing a bit of scouting, or your coaches do a bit of scouting on Alexandra Panova. It's like, okay, yes, she does a couple of things nicely. That's good. I'm going to go out and play my own game, and that's going to win me the match.
Concentration here, good preparation, good shoulder turn, eye on the ball, open the shoulders up a little bit and then through out towards the target. Super slow-mo camera again, giving a good idea. There's the little bit of topspin on that one as she finishes up over the left shoulder with the follow-through. That's the service break. It's warm enough to have the ice packs on today. This is the first day that we've seen that, so it's warm conditions courtside.
The court does really heat up.
Direct
sun on it. Not quite as bad as the old rebound ace courts they used to have here at Melbourne Park, but still manages to trap the heat. So you can add a few more degrees to the air temperature to get an idea of what's radiating off the courts. As we saw last year when it was 41, 42 degrees, I think Maria Sharapova was caught in that playing a match here on Laver Arena. And again, you add 3, 4, 5 more degrees to that court at least. So conditions at the moment
quickly,
okay.
please.
I think the players will appreciate having
Players are ready.
the clouds coming across the stadium.
Low.
Sharapova really getting through these service games quickly. She's lost just 2 points on her serve in the match so far. Really no sign of rust or anything like that. Not off to a slow start at all. She's come out firing.
Good rhythm on the
14.
at the moment.
Low.
An ace down the tee as she looks like racing ahead now. A 5-1 lead.
Good.
Sharapova. The angle on the forehand. 5-1 now. Sharapova leads first set.
Sharapova leads 5 games to 1.
It's hard to find some positives for Alexandra Panova with the scoreline looking like that. Really just not being allowed to get into the match at all.
ball toss. Bit of a problem, as we mentioned, up there at that end with the sun.
Oh. 15 low.
Seen too many long rallies over the course of this first set. That's nice from Panova. The only problem is she might win a point or two doing that, the long baseline rallies, but you've got to favour Sharapova there too.
Patient shot again.
30-15.
Thing is, how much variety has Alexandra Panova got from the back of the court to just try a few different things in the rallies?
She hasn't been able to get into the rallies. On the defense right from the get-go. Not dictate anything or change anything up. 30 all.
Big
forehand brings up a set point for the number 2 seed.
First set
to Sharapova, 6 games gone in 26
you both
minutes.
lead, ball change. Seed games 1.
Well, not a lot more you can say about that because it was just a comprehensive performance from Maria Sharapova. It's a typical first week performance from her. The impressive thing, the most impressive thing out of everything in that set was the way she serves. As we take a look at the stats and see even that first serve percentage, but only losing the 2 points in that set from Sharapova when she has been serving. Obviously more winners, she's making the running and obviously taking advantage of the break points as well. Really, 26 minutes that set went by very, very quickly.
Unforced errors, 10 of them for Panova, and just 2 winners. But that's some of the highlights from the opening set. That's all Sharapova. Not much that Panova can do when she's been dealing with a barrage of ground strokes. The pace of these shots, they're not going to come back.
Well, as you say, Fred, she's been made to play defense pretty much the entire set. So whatever game she does have from the back of the court, she's not really able to use it at all. It's been a barrage from Sharapova. Thoroughly deserved the 6-1 opening set.
Time.
A group in a corner from basically United Nations.
Find your seats quickly, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Started in 2014. He's Dutch and a hitting coach. is Dieter Kittelmann, is German. Physiotherapist Jerome Blanchi is French. And the physical trainer, Yutaka Nakamura, is Japanese. So maybe a few languages there when things are not going too well.
Second set. Sharapova to serve.
Second set of this women's singles match. New ball, Sharapova to serve. She's won the opening set 6-1.
Low. Low.
Open, the first Grand Slam of the year, as always. And this is Sharapova's 46th Grand Slam singles main draw appearance. Has had a few problems with injury over a career, shoulder more than anything else. Shoulder injury forced her to change her service motion a little.
Yeah, there was a lot talked about that in the years when she came back onto the tour after having some time off with the surgery, obviously, about how the shoulder will perform. No problems at the moment.
A few points, that's the place to go, to rush her onto that forehand side. Sharapova, the backhand is a little more consistent than the forehand, but the forehand's a bigger shot. She can get a few errors from that wing, and it's a break point opportunity now.
Question was good.
All called, overruled from the chair.
I'll avoid the call on the right baseline. The ball was called in.
Gee, it's a long way from Kadir Nooni.
Yeah.
He'll only overrule if he thinks he's 100% sure.
The goal was a late.
So now they're going to have to replay that point, which is bad luck for.
The goal was a late. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's tough for Panova because she got the ball so deep. The right call had to be made. She would have won that point.
Would have won the game. Now, Sharapova, not only does she get a replay, she gets the replay of the point, which means a first serve.
30-40.
Was the second
Sharapova
serve.
has 2 challenges remaining.
Panova hit the ball on the line. So bad luck for the qualifier. The sun just burst out there and right into it and mishit that totally. And that causes The sun there caused the double fault, so she's on the
Panova.
board. Panova, 1-love, second set.
Okay.
As we were talking about,
Second
Fred,
set.
it's about taking those small windows of opportunity that Maria Sharapova provides. A big opportunity there for Panova, and coming up with the break of serve, albeit from the tough end to serve from for Sharapova's point of view.
Well, she deserved that, though, didn't she? She actually won that point, and it was just a tough call to make on the baseline from the lines judge. Then an overrule, but then out to replay the point. But Sharapova then problems with the sun. Double fault, so it's a good look at it there. Can she consolidate and hold here? That serve only 141k, and that's not going to do much damage to Sharapova. Right down the middle of the box too. Didn't have to move, turned the shoulders, knocked the winner off.
Encouraging signs from Panova earlier in this second set. Able to stay in the rallies. A few more unforced errors from Maria Sharapova. A little untidy in the start of the second set.
Third 15.
Miscued on a few, so 40-15.
40-15.
Well, certainly Sharapova's levels dropped at the start of this second set. That was an easy put away in the first set. Just struggling a bit with their level at the moment.
Well, a miss hit forehand from Panova, but she'll take it. Sharapova's only got 2 challenges left in this set. She may lose another one here, and if she does, then the ball catches the edge of the line. No, it's out. That's a good challenge. Well, she can't believe that.
Oh, tough for the lines person there.
Yeah, that's a tough
40-30.
Now, Panova thought she had achieved the service break and consolidated. She's got to do it all again. That one pulled wide. So good effort from Panova. Panova now has the break in the second set at 2-love.
Panova leads 2 games to love.
Continuing to be solid from the back of the court, Alexandra Panova, while Sharapova's making all the errors. And that's going to be a game plan when you're player hits the ball so heavy like Maria Sharapova does, just try and keep the ball back in play, try and put a little bit of pressure on. Going to play a lot of defense, but her confidence would be rising about now.
Well done. Over that forehand corner. There is an Achilles heel in the Sharapova game. It's in that forehand corner on the run. That was a good deep one in the corner with a bit of pace. Lob 15.
Make a few more returns as well. So the pressure's putting on Sharapova. Really moving that ball around nicely off the return.
That serve was only at 142k also, and Panova was able to get round the outside of the ball with the two-fisted backhand.
Nice to be able to pull that point out.
15-30.
Just to get things back on track.
The champions are able to do that. Dig deep.
30.
A little bit of trouble. That's Sven Gronfeldt, who's coach from the start of last year. Been on the tour for quite some time. And Ivanovic was one of his charges at one stage.
$40-30.
Just lifting the level of her game again, Sharapova, to what it was in the opening set.
Okay, Sharapova hold. It's 2-1.
Panova leads 2 games to 1.
Last thing Maria Sharapova will do in that situation is panic, because he knows she's got the game just to roll over the top of Alexandra Panova, and how to get it back on track. A couple of big first serves, setting up the points nicely. Panova, the door was open, then it was slammed shut again.
Very quickly, yeah. Panova misses a few first serves here, and she'll take control of the point with that second serve. It's been a much better start the second set from Panova. She's had opportunities, still there.
Well, should be feeling like she's in the match, and that first set, because it went by so quickly, she was merely a spectator, having to play defense the entire time. She feels like it's a bit more of a contest. A little bit more relaxed out there on court 2, now playing here at Laver Arena for the first time.
Well, Laver Arena just about at capacity now. Holds close to 15,000. Huge crowds here in Melbourne for the Australian Open. You walk around town, you walk downtown, everybody's got cell phones. They're all talking about, no, I was at the tennis. No, go to the tennis. Great matches there tonight.
Sit quickly, please.
Obviously,
ladies and gentlemen,
the Australian contingent, a lot of them still in there.
Ready for play.
So Panova to serve.
Be on the player, please. Players are ready. Can you sit? First seat available, please. Would be great. Thank you very much.
That's the President's Reserve area, Fred. Taking their time.
And this can quickly turn around. Panova still with that service break. Started this second set off well, but now Maria Sharapova clenched left fist all the time. Well done. Stepped up to that one, Panova.
Yeah, good serve again out wide. Just able to take advantage of it. See a nice little skip to get into position.
Right, service.
Clenching left fist, it's everywhere between points, and she is that's your competitor. Not like to lose too many points at all. Oh yes. He looks up to the player's box and says, "How about that?"
It's a sign that she's a lot more relaxed out there on court. Rather than watching her service games go by, she's serving really well. Just positioning the serve nicely.
Dirty-o.
Well played. A little bit of confidence here from Panova. This would really give her a boost if she could hold serve here.
40-30.
And getting into an attacking position as well. Had to play defense most of the first set. Again, that small opportunity that she had really put that ball away.
Game point.
Yes.
Oh, well served. Took your time, never rushed. You missed that last backhand to go to juice. Very
Advantage.
big game, very
Panova.
important game for Panova here. Settled herself down and then come up with the ace. So Panova 3-1. She leads second set.
Panova leads.
I think
3 games
Sharapova
to
would have
1.
seen Panova moving into that corner of the court. She had to pick a side. She guessed right in the end.
Yeah, she normally likes that off forehand. Not too happy with that one. Panover looks up and says, well, I didn't expect that, but here we are, 3-1. And Sharapova serving from the tough end.
Low.
The Panover shot placement graphic where she's mixed it up pretty well down the middle of the court a lot, and so she hasn't gone too wide to the Sharapova backhand. I see 35% of the forehand and a lot of them down the middle of the court. Good tactics there. Serve right on the line. This is the difference there. Sharapova, very few down the centre of the court. She's gone for broke to the backhand and mixed it up pretty well to the forehand side, but forehand and backhand with very little down the middle. So Panover 3-1. Sharapova 30 love.
Low.
See there another example. The heavy serve from Sharapova. Panover invariably is hitting that return up the middle of the court. So that's her. See that the balls are landing at hitting range for Sharapova.
Well, this takes away the angle from Sharapova also.
Game. Sharapova.
Pace of shot Sharapova holds. It's 3-2. Panover, second set.
Panover leads. 3-2.
Panover keeping pace with Sharapova in this second set, which is good to see. I think from the crowd's point of view, they love seeing Maria Sharapova out here, but they also like seeing a contest and seeing a player who's come through qualifying actually put up a bit of a battle and push the top seeds out here on this court. And Panover doing the right things in the second set. Like is it now she's settled. There's not necessarily that tension there, Fred. So when
No, exactly.
getting the half court, three-quarter court balls, exactly putting them away, which is great to see.
She's getting that return down the centre of the court. That's causing some problems.
Time.
Ice towels still in play here. Day 3 at the Australian Open. Women's singles action here on Rod Laver Arena. Maria Sharapova, the number 2 seeds, taking on the qualifier. And Alexandra Panover has that break of serve in the second set by way of some pretty consistent hitting. Sharapova has the job ahead of her now. It was all Sharapova in the opening set.
Done again from Panover. The other thing too is the depth of shot has improved as her confidence has grown. She's getting deeper into the court, forcing Sharapova back, and that's where these opportunities are coming from. Half court, three-quarter court ball to control the rally. We didn't see that in the opening set. She wasn't allowed to.
That's a Sharapova type rally, isn't it? Dictating the play. Good serve again.
30 love.
Well, the idea was good.
30-15.
Execution not so. 30 love. Sharapova had lost balance behind the baseline with the drop shot. Just didn't make it. 30-15. A few errors from the forehand from Sharapova. That's good.
40-15.
Panova, 40-15 now.
How's that change of direction from Sharapova on that backhand? It's incredible the power.
40-30.
That call long, and it is long. It's 4-2 now. Panova leads.
I think it's clearly out. You still have two challenge. Yeah, challenge. Sharapova to go on the right baseline.
Now Sharapova there questioned Kadanuni whether he didn't give her an answer, but said, well, you've got two challenges left, so she's taken one of them. And it's out. So the call stands. So Sharapova now with one challenge.
Panova.
And Panova leads 4-2.
Panova leads 4 games to 2.
The idea of Panova getting into
Sharapova
this
has
match. Only missed
one
4
challenge
first
remaining.
serves in the second set.
Just checking the stats there. Panova 80% on first serves in this second set, but her fastest serve has been 184k. Sharapova, who you'd think would be a little stronger in that service department, her fastest serve 174k. So Panova a little bit ahead in that count, 10 kilometres an hour.
Amazing
This young lady does pretty much exactly the same as Sharapova does. She walks back, turns her back and goes back, plays with the strings and then gets ready. And she does pretty much the same thing on the return of serve. Obviously Sharapova has been her idol. Now she's playing against her and got the lead in the second set. First time they've ever met. First time they've ever played one.
It's just good solid tennis from
15,
Panova.
30.
Not missing too many balls. She's really able to just to keep that pressure on Sharapova, whose level has dropped in this second set.
15-30, an opportunity here.
Let for service.
Solid play there from Sharapova.
40-30.
Have it into that forehand side. She's had the most trouble today.
Yes.
That's long, a breakpoint opportunity. Terrific effort from Panova, who's ranked 150.
Advantage. Panova.
As high as 71. And ranked as high as 71. That was in July of 2012. Huge opportunity here now for 2 service breaks. Oh, you could just about see that coming. She hesitated before she even got moving on that. So 5-2 now. Panova, second set.
Panova leads 5 games to 2.
Well, what a turnaround in this match, and Panova is playing the better tennis. Sharapova a little all over the place, making a lot of unforced errors. Just the game has gone, the rhythm has gone in her game.
Well, she's playing Sharapova the way Sharapova played her in the first set. She's going after it. She's not afraid to have a go at things. And she deserves this situation in the second set. She's defeated Monica Bartel, who's number 32 ranked player in the world. That's the highest ranked opponent she's beaten today, Panova, but she's pushing Sharapova. This could go the distance if she doesn't get a little bit uptight, knowing full well that she's in front against number 2 seed. Sharapova looks a little concerned.
Well, a couple of breaks down now. It's really hard as to whether to really push forward with this second set or really make a push in the third set. But still, as you said, Fred, Panova, this is unfamiliar territory for her out here on this court, and she's still got to serve out the set.
Well, the tough games are coming for this young lady, 25 years of age, and now she's leading 5-2 in this second set. And she will serve in an attempt to make this match all even at one set apiece.
5 sets quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Sharapova just taking her time at the back of the court, making Panova wait, and that will add a little bit towards the nerves of Panova serving for this set. Up to this stage, Panova's first serve percentages in this set, 81%.
Yeah, she hasn't missed too many. Really tightened up that part of her game.
But this is where things get a little tight, and Sharapova, as the more experienced, will probably take advantage of it. A good serve again.
Yeah, she hit her spots nicely in this second set.
15-all.
Panova, and really forcing Sharapova to stretch. Sharapova still trying to be aggressive, sending back a little bit on that first serve.
Another good serve, but boy, what a return. It was hit with passion and hit very deep into the court. I didn't have time to get ready. 15-30. Earlier, Sharapova, doesn't matter whether she's down,
15, 14.
She's never out, and she's never tentative.
No, and she's going to keep playing her own game. Just the main thing is just cutting out those unforced errors. She just popped up in this second set.
Break points. Sharapova with some good forehands, some good returns. Nerves there from Panova. Sharapova breaks. It's 5-3 now. Panova.
I talked to Fred about how quickly the momentum can change in a match, and something like that where Panova all through this set has been so comfortable.
It's okay. Send it. Thank you.
Tough serving in for Sharapova, but even still, she'll be knowing what's going on down the other end of the court in terms of how Panova feels, the situation that she's in.
Well, she knows she's a qualifier, never been in that position. I think she only got one first serve in that last game, and she's been serving particularly well. We'll see how this pans out. If she has to serve for it again, she has the luxury of having 2 service breaks. Sharapova having problems with the sun again. She's got nothing to lose. She's not getting tentative either.
No, it's been a theme through this set, really going for her shots, and that one deserved to be put away. Great position for it.
Again, and just striking with a forehand wing and not going for angles to give Sharapova any angles. It's down the centre of the court, which means Sharapova has to create opportunities for the forehand.
$15, $30.
Again, down the middle of the court in great depth. And it's now set
15,
points.
40.
And deserves this set too. She's able to close it out. Played some sensational tennis, Alexandra Panova.
This will be a shaky second serve into the sun. Oh.
30-40.
Still another set point.
It's the right play to go back up the middle of the court, but just too much on it.
Incredible effort. Sharapova, we mentioned she doesn't go away. She doesn't go back into second gear. This shot here, this is set point, folks. And paints the line with it. Juice.
Advantage, Panova.
Double fault brings up set point number 3.
It's tough to serve from there, but still, really the top players to adjust and try and move their ball toss around. Should be able to stop that problem.
Challenge here.
Challenge.
Maybe a challenge. I think it's more wishful
Yeah.
thinking, but it was struck. It's very close to the line. Again, Sharapova just went after everything. And it made the line again. That's on 2 set points.
Deuce.
She's painted the line with 4 hands. Deuce.
Panova has 2 challenges remaining.
Gutsy second serve from Maria Sharapova, putting a little bit extra on it, 157 kilometres, and getting it deep into the service box. And really taking this on now, save those set points, and just want to show who's boss out here right now, because it's been all Panova in the second set.
Crowd really enjoying the efforts of Panova here.
Deuce.
Because again, it's back to that all-out attack from Sharapova, so it's back to solid tennis from Panova. Really has played well in this second set. Some good defense too.
Advantage, Sharapova.
We talked how tough mentally this young lady is, and it is showing in this particular game here. She has saved 3 set points. Now at game point. She survived those set points. It's now 5 games to 4.
New ball speed. Ball change. Panova leads 5 games to 4.
Still another opportunity for Panova to serve this out. So handy with that double break, but you wonder what that game does to her confidence. Having set points and being so close to sending this to a 3rd set. Will she get shaky again?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how many first serves she can get in, because she needs the first serves. If the first serves are not in, then Sharapova takes control of the point. And in that last service game, when she was serving for the set, I think she just got 1 first serve into play. And the serving percentages has dropped at one stage. Not a lot, but still pretty darn good. 76%, but it was at 83%. Going in that last service game, so it dropped off a little bit just in that one game, and she knows full well that she needs those first serves here if she's to take this to the 3rd set, so go the distance.
It's almost as if a switch was flicked, and then those unforced errors just eliminated from Sharapova. She was able to put that pressure back on.
How about that? Set points down and you
Time.
break the lines with 2 forehands. You're brave enough to go and do that. And it looks as though new balls here, so that'll be another plus for Panova on her serve if she can get that first delivery into play.
Another plus for Panova is it's become quite cloudy here at Melbourne Park, and that's going to help taking the sun out of the equation from that end of the court.
Exactly, yeah.
Find your seats quickly, please. Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, the sun has disappeared, so maybe that's an omen.
Ready for play.
It's not going to be a problem from that end, and it's new balls. Let's see how she goes. serving for the second set.
Sharapova only has one challenge left in this set. He took on a couple early on in the set.
A little too early. 30 love.
30 love.
Back to a little more of what we saw earlier on in this set with Hanover putting that first serve into play. A couple of unforced errors from Sharapova.
Was a late
Innovation
call.
in the corner left. Service line. The ball was called out.
It's a late call, and it's a good challenge here.
This is going to be close.
And it's good. No, it's out. Oh, boy. Oh, how unlucky can you be?
What unit of measurement do we use for that, Fred?
30-15.
Well, I know what I use, but I can't say it on television, no. 30-15. Just a little bit of inexperience.
30 over.
She's going after it. I like the fact that she's not being passive at all. Just a little bit late, a fraction late on this one down the line. 30 all.
Terrific hitting from Maria Sharapova under pressure. Just forced back.
30, 40.
Still the power of that backhand just to put it in deep into the court. Just keep that pressure on her opponent to get into a good position. It's just exceptional.
It shows you how much a first serve means, though. Yeah. First serve percentage is now down at 67%. They were at 83% 3 service games ago, and she needs one here. She gets it. That's the difference. You get it in and you take control of the point. Very well positioned first serve on the line. And then controlled aggression with the forehand.
It's there with those moments of hesitation, or maybe nerves can kick in with that ball sitting up there nicely. But she's played that forehand well.
And again, it was the first serve that set it up. And it brings up another set point for Panova. Serve straight into the body there.
Panova.
And then brave enough to go for the forehand winner.
It's been her fourth chance, Fred.
that's out. She's done it. There's a challenge there coming, but I think
Laver just scored on the right baseline. The ball was called out.
It's a centerpiece.
Well, both players are going to their chair, so we'll wait and see. And it looks out, and it is.
Yeah, second set.
Quite remarkable, you know. We talked about the first serve, and she's down, and then 3 first serves in a row. She wins all 3 points, and we're at 1 set all.
Yeah, amazing how she was able to turn that around. Just a complete change. That first set was all one-way traffic, but Panova worked her way back into it. She was solid from the back of the court. High first serve percentage. That was a big difference, first set to second set for Panova, and getting plenty of points on that first serve. The unforced error count from Sharapova, she started to rack them up midway through that set.
Nearly twice as many, 23 unforced and 12 winners for Sharapova. And a great effort from Panova. We look at some of the highlights from that set. But Panova did to Sharapova in that set what Sharapova did to her in the first set. She takes control of these shots, these rallies, and is not afraid to go. And look at where she's getting them. They're landing in the corners. They're deep. And it was a very well played set. Not indicative of somebody that's 150 in the world, but she has been as high as 71. And it'll be interesting to see how the nerves shape up in this third set.
Well, it is indicative of a player that's won 3 matches plus a first round match to get here, so is in reasonable form. But we saw earlier how she was hitting up the middle of the court, trying to take that angle away from Sharapova. And I think the depth of shot, you add to that as well. She's getting the balls deeper into the court and forcing Sharapova off balance, where she's not really able to attack that ball. It's been the big difference for Panova.
Interesting now where the line judges, they're moving the chairs across to the other side of the court because of the sun position, and the position of the sun this time of the day. So they move the line judges' chairs over to the same side of the court where the players sit down at change of ends. And most of the time that's on the opposite side there, so the chair umpire can see them sitting over there, but now they're on the same side of the court as the chair umpire. So
well, they've got time to be able to do it because both players are off the court at the moment.
Both players gone for a comfort break and maybe a change of attire.
Well, I think the crowd a little bit surprised from what they saw in that second set. Thinking after the first set, this is going to be a 1-hour demolition job.
Well, they love an underdog. Well, we thought it was going to be a 1-hour demolition job, didn't we? Really, but it's a great effort from Panova to come back here. You alluded to the fact that three matches in the qualifying gets you there, but she's never played in front of a crowd like this. Only played here on 1 occasion. She's lost in the qualifying in most of the Grand Slams.
Well, she really settled.
She did,
with the atmosphere in that second set. Felt a lot more comfortable on the court.
Qualifying here 5 times it was 2009 to 2012, and then again last year she lost in the qualifying here. Time she's got through to the main draw, lost here in 2013, so she's through to the second round. That's the best performance here, and boy has she played some terrific tennis in this second set. But it's Maria Sharapova, and she is a competitor extraordinaire.
And she will take plenty of time here too, Fred, just to make Panova think. Just really slow down the match for her. Another example here of how the game could be sped up. Players have a bathroom break to have a time limit because
well, Sharapova is going to make her opponent wait. Sharapova is not out on court yet, and Panova is just checking the shoes, making sure that the Places are tight, changing socks probably. There you go, changing socks so that you got feet pretty dry. A lot of movement on this court, particularly on this type of court where they're pushing and moving from side to side. Their feet obviously move in the tennis shoe. So those guys have won their bet. Well, there's a young lady that's got to be pretty happy with herself as she pushes this match against the number 2 seed to the limit. Alexandra Panova, ranked 150th, and there's Maria Sharapova. She's got all the initials on everything. And there you go.
I think there were a few signs towards the end of that set about what the mindset of Sharapova. Again, it's just going to be that same game style that she had in the opening set, and she was able to put a bit more pressure on Panova as the set went on. Obviously a little bit tight. She was serving for the set the first time.
Well, this is interesting though. Now Panova is up off the chair. She's ready to play, and Sharapova has not come back on court yet. Here she is.
Distance.
And, it's a fair walk from the locker room down to the court.
She's setting a cracking pace though. The line judge behind just got left behind.
It took a fair bit of time for maybe 4 or 5 minutes there, and they've had 2 minutes at the end of each set, but obviously a bathroom break, change of clothing, I'm sure.
Time.
Warm conditions out there, so Sharapova still trying to get it together. And umpire has called time.
Panova's been standing at the back of the court for a couple of minutes now, just getting herself ready. She's ready to play. She wants to keep this going as quickly as possible.
Final set.
A lot will depend here the next 15 minutes of this match to see how Panova can play in the opening games of this decisive set. She's got to keep it close if she can. Obviously, Sharapova, the number 2 seed, has been here many times.
Correction was good for service.
Overall from Kadir Nooni in the chair.
Picking up where she left off in the second set.
That's Sharapova like again.
Lofted. Innovation in the corner, right past the line. The ball was called in.
Well, that ball was out. It hit the net post and changed the trajectory of it, and it caught the line at Sharapova's end. And then she had to scurry because she thought it was going out and make this shot. And it is out. And that was a great challenge from Panova. It was called good. So now
30.
30 here.
Oh, gee, that was close. Off the net post. I was just riding your luck.
It's the reaction Sharapova when that was called wide.
up the point again nicely. Panova going
15,
back to
13.
the middle of the court. A deep ball. Sharapova had to dig out. Didn't have a good play to try and finish that point off.
Good shoulder turn on this one, but again catching it just a fraction late, which carried it wide. Trouble with the serve today.
15, 14.
The big points, the rhythm's not there at the moment. Break point opportunities now for Panova.
I've seen times when Maria Sharapova's been under pressure that the serve can struggle.
Yeah, you could see a blink then when she looked up, and I don't know whether the sun's a problem at that end now, but she wanted to catch the ball. This is going to be a shaky second serve here.
That had a little bit more heat on it. That had some frustration on it too.
30,
Those points have
14.
been few and far between in the last set or so.
It was one of the few times that we've seen Panova just sort of throw the ball back rather than be aggressive with it, and it didn't go very deep into the court, so it set it up. So still a break point though. Not anymore. That's one of the better seconds. Better serves. She's hit right into the corner.
You.
Grunts get louder as the third set progresses. Opportunity again, a break point.
Wow, real opportunity on that forehand. Some terrible errors on that wing today. Panova again just being solid from the back of the court. Well, look out.
First game.
Big news brewing here on Rod Laver Arena, because Maria Sharapova is not playing at her usual high level. Panova, Alexandra Panova, is playing an excellent match. Nice variation on that previous point. This again, 9 times out of 10 you would say Sharapova would make that backhand in that position, but she's now under pressure. Panova, what a huge opportunity here with a break of serve in the opening game.
See just the quiet stare there, the look up to the other end of the court just to see how well Harry are travelling now. I have a service break. Can she consolidate though? Has not been in this position on too many occasions throughout her career, Panova. And the position presents itself here, big time. Sharapova's being pushed around. That's the way she normally plays. And,
15 low.
Aggressive attitude from Panova has paid off so far. That's another first serve. When that first serve is on song, doesn't lose too many
30, love.
No, but it's been the control that she's had to be able to work Sharapova around the court and really the depth of shot to push her opponent back. And she's the one controlling things right now.
It's a third ace. Around 40 love. I mentioned the grunts get louder now as
40 love.
frustration sets in.
Well, she's being pushed into errors as well. Yeah, very makeable from Maria Sharapova, but Panova running down every single ball. There's not too many that have come in that have been around half court from Panova in the last set and a bit.
40 love. You've got to expect that from Sharapova. She's
40-15.
Back off. Very aggressive point there. 40-15. And she's made it.
Panova.
Very aggressive play again from Panova. 2-love, she leads. Final set.
Panova leads 2 games to love.
She's hitting the ball so cleanly, Fred, but she's hit just 12 winners for the entire match. 7 off the forehand side, 2 off the backhand, 3 aces in there as well.
Well, the big problem now is she hasn't been in this position too often, and she can see the finishing line. Whether she can get there, the next half an hour will let us know. Sharapova will not panic. She's been here before. She's had the experience.
15.
She's won Grand Slams all over the place, and she knows what it is to fight back. Both players now with 3 aces.
Panova in the corner, the left frontal line, the both goal lead.
Challenge on that serve.
Oh, she's right.
She's right again. Got a pretty good eye.
30 love.
Panova just has to forget the score line. It's easy to say that from up here. She's talking to herself there. She's had a terrific opportunity right now. 30 love. This is just the service game that Sharapova needs right now. A quick game puts the pressure back onto Panova.
Red for service.
An easy service game there from Sharapova. She wins it to Laver. It's 2-1 now. Panova still with a break.
Panova leads.
Well, a great second serve from Sharapova, again under pressure. With Panova standing in the court, she's really starting to go for it. She really hasn't taken her foot off the pedal through the entire match. Whether they're errors she's making or eating clean winners, it's been the same throughout. So as I say, Fred, what has Panova got left here? In a really good position in this match, has the break of serve, 2-1. Has been matching it. They've gone toe-to-toe. Hour and 3/4. Panova, it's that belief. Can she believe that she can beat the world number 2?
I think she's got a lot left, but that's it. Belief. She's in a situation now where if she serves well, she's in with a chance. So basically right now is going to come down to the first serve. She's had that in and it's dropped off a little bit. It was up at one stage in the match. It was at 83%. It's now down to 67% for the match. Very important these next couple of service games that she can get a few first serves in. Good look at Rod Laver Arena as Maria Sharapova comes back onto centre stage against Alexandra Panova. And it's Panova leading 2-1 with a service break in this final set. Good crowd on hand for this one. An upset coming up.
Find your seats quickly, please. Ladies and gentlemen, players are ready.
The crowd have had a quick look at the scoreboard and are racing back in here to see how this unfolds.
Can you please sit behind the players? Thank you.
That's that first serve again. Good move, 15-love.
15.
A little bit of pace coming off that forehand too from Panova, just working the angle.
And it's 30-love now.
30-love.
This is a look at the Sharapova rally hit points, where she's hit the winners from, all in the court. The unforced errors, a lot of them where she's gone for extra pace from behind the baseline.
Panova's done a good job of pushing her back behind the baseline as well.
Forcing her to go for those. 30-love. At this stage, she's not afraid at all. Panova, good first serve again.
Low.
And really the confidence that she has to go for those first serves. Again, look at those shots, the easy putaways. They can get harder as you get towards the finish line. She's feeling tight. She certainly isn't. She looks like she's enjoying things out there.
Going to challenge that one too.
Final edge in the corner.
She's been right most of the time today, Fred, so why not?
Well, it was in. There you go. So she's still 40-15.
40-15.
Well, she can't believe that.
Panova has 2 challenges remaining.
There's a clenched fist again. Sharapova really wanting to get into this one. And it's wide. Again, great play from Panova. 3-1 now.
Well, Sharapova can't make any inroads on the Panova service game. She's trying to be aggressive, but again, just forced back. It's great serving from Panova. Not necessarily about the speed, although she can raise the pace when she needs to, but it's about placing the ball. And a couple of times you see Sharapova really scrambling on that forehand out wide off the return. Needs a few more of those and she's home.
Love 15.
Enforced errors now creeping up for Sharapova, 38 of them.
Already 7 though in this set,
15-all.
7-1. The idea of how solid Panova is playing has been throughout this match.
Now it's Sharapova who
15,
started
30.
to rush things along a little bit. It's not like her. She's aggressive. It's 15-30. Took a time there, Sharapova.
30-all.
Rightfully so. First serve, it's 30-all. That was just too good a return.
Yep.
He picked up one, anticipated the move.
30, 40.
Difference from the first set to the next two. That ball landing right on the baseline for the return. See Sharapova trying to be aggressive, staying there. It's a tough shot to pick up.
Break point for 2 service breaks. Quite good enough for the return. It was a good first serve.
Views.
Yeah, just block back from Panova. We haven't seen that too many times in the match.
Deuce.
Advantage. Sharapova. Views.
See there the confidence of Panova. She's just wanting to get back into it.
Yeah, that's exactly what Sharapova does. It's just sort of a mirror image of Sharapova, the way she's played.
terrific again. The difference there on the return too. That was Blocker had a little bit more on it from Panova, able to get into the rally. You can see a side-to-side movement, and the forehand up the line has been the killer shot for Alexandra Panova in this match.
Doesn't hesitate and just lets it go. Break point again. That's long, so Panova shake of a fist. Break serve for the second time in this third set. It's 4-1, she leads.
And the upset is on. Big time here. Sharapova just can't break the shackles. Too many unforced errors. But Panova is being super consistent, super solid. She's very hard to get past at the back of the court. She's able to keep the pressure on Sharapova, and if she was feeling any sort of tension or nerves, they haven't quite arrived yet, Fred.
Not at all, not so far, and let's hope that there's the unforced errors from Sharapova. The forehand, 22 of them, off the backhand not as many, but that's the reaction from Panova with that service break. That's 2 of them. She hasn't blinked. She has taken it to Sharapova. She's been just as aggressive as Sharapova. And the difference is that she's using Sharapova's pace and she's making hers. Sharapova's trying to create a little bit more pace of shot and is missing. So what an upset this would be.
Well, interesting you talk about them having similar mannerisms out there on the court, Fred, but you see in that slow-mo replay, that steely, determined look, that's like Sharapova as well.
Yeah. Again, Sharapova will not panic.
Even more.
It's now up to Panova to try and keep that first serve percentages going and not get nervous as she sees that finishing line. Panova
Final 6 quickly, please.
has come through and
Ladies and
leads the
gentlemen.
number 2 seed 4 games to 1 in the final set.
Thank you.
Serving.
First one was good. The service.
Nini's been quick on the calls today. Been right each time.
Hawkeye showed us that first serve was out, so we let them
15.
replay the point, and that has helped Panova with an ace. It's a 4th for the match. That makes it 5 for the match. No nerves at this stage. There's a few hurdles to jump as yet.
Low.
It's a player who hasn't won the WTA title as yet. 7 singles titles on the ITF circuit.
That's the first sign of nerves. The first serve was halfway up the net. That one below the tape. Well done. Wrong-footed Sharapova, 40-15.
Oh, smart play again from Panova.
40-15.
The intention she may have had in that double fault has gone. Again, Sharapova on the move. Beautiful change in direction. Big moment coming up here for Panova. She's able to hold serve.
playing tennis when she was 9 years of age, coached by her sister, Olga.
Didn't
go after that one, steered that forehand a little. Still 40-30.
Starting to come now, the unforced errors.
Deuce.
Let's try and go back there and relax a little. Nervous time, the last 2 ground strokes. Deuce.
Better return from Sharapova.
Advantage.
A bit more pace on that serve, Panova. For Sharapova, it's cutting down these unforced errors. She keeps every single ball in play with her opponent tightening up.
2 hours of play in this one. And that's deep, so it's long. Sharapova survives a couple of game points. It's now 4 games to 2.
Panova leads.
Just taking a little bit off those ground strokes, Maria Sharapova, to make sure each ball landed in the court, putting the pressure on Panova. Well, you've got to come out and win this.
Yep. Panova starting to take a little bit of pace off the shot as well, so maybe that's the turning point. If there's a turning point in this match, remember that was 4 games to 1 and 40-15. And Sharapova, has she started the comeback trail?
Love 15. Let first service.
Solid hitting again from Panova. Like that, she's staying in an attacking position. It's been the game plan, just to move Sharapova around.
Love 30. I think that was
15,
a little bit of venom.
Yes, definitely had some feeling on it. But just trying to build some sort of pressure on Panova.
15-30.
being pushed back into the court. Panover that time, really taking it on.
30 all.
Yeah, she's starting to think about it a little now. 30 all. Sharapova's fourth ace for the match. Keeps her in this set. 40-30. Sharapova clawing her way back into this one. It's 4-3. Panover to serve when we come back.
Panover leads 4-3.
We just got a sign there in that game, the previous service game, of how Alexandra Panover is feeling. It's really starting to feel that tension. A few loose, unforced errors. Sharapova, she's working her way back into it. She's trying to keep those unforced errors down. She served well in that game. Just put the pressure on. Alexandra's going to get over the line in this match. She's going to have to go out there and win it. Not going to be gifted to her.
Sharapova's going to remain aggressive as she has done. Towards the end of that second set, a couple of set points. She painted the line, and now it's a set piece down. She hasn't panicked. That game at 4-1, 40-15 could be the turning point. She wins that at a 5-1. It's a long way home, but Sharapova avoided that. Still, she has to break serve on a couple of occasions to get through as a winner. Back on court here at Laver Arena as this tension in this match builds for Alexandra Panover, the qualifier, ranked 150 in the world, against the country woman Maria Sharapova, the number 2 seed. And Panover led 4-1 in this set and has relinquished her last service game, still serving with a break at 4-3. Last forehand from Panover tells it all. She didn't go after it. She steered it back. The return was hit with pace, and she's been using that pace to get some extra zip on her own ground strokes. That occasion, she just pushed it back. That's all that the champions need in situations like this. Love 15.
Nice.
All the way to the goal. Let's pass on Sharapova. The ball was called in.
Sharapova, a challenge here. If this misses, it's a big point for Sharapova.
She has 3 challenges to give, so it's definitely worth it. And we wait, and there it is. She's right.
So instead of being 15 all, it is love 30. Huge difference.
Out of position there to hit that ball, Sharapova.
15-30.
Just again going back to those unforced errors that she's been making throughout the match.
43 in total, 12 in this set. Well done. point, that one, because she went for the big forehand, Panova, and it paid dividends.
30
And she caught Sharapova. This one catches Sharapova deep into the court.
Good running to get into position to hit that backhand as well.
30 all. That's deep. As the grunts get louder. Game point.
Again, she's got a player who's very tight, who's close to the finish line. And Sharapova just needs to keep that ball in play because the opportunities will come up. Can't give this back to Panova.
First serve nearly hit Sharapova on the foot. Little nerves. She's done it. 5 games to 3. Panova leads. Victory. That's her sister there, who's a coach.
Well, another really smart serve from Panova there. And again, it just set up the point. Able to get inside the baseline. And again, the forehand doing the damage. This has been a great performance, particularly considering she lost that first set 6 games to 1. Momentum against her. Couldn't get into the match. Well, she's just been so solid from the back of the court.
Well, the first set took all of 26 minutes. It was 6 games to 1, as you mentioned, and since then it has been a battle. It still is. She's yet to get to the winning post, and Sharapova serving to stay in this second round match. And she's serving from the good end, this end. Taking a little bit off that serve now, Sharapova.
15. Low.
53. So 5th ace.
Important here for Sharapova to have a really quick and easy service game, just to put that pressure back on Panova.
Let her think about it a little. Yep. Good, that's what he has to keep doing. He has to be aggressive. If she's going to lose it the way you got there. Keep going for it.
15.
Again, really stepping into the court, that 139 kilometres an hour, but trapped it nicely. These points are like gold for Alexandra Panova, just to settle herself.
Checks that one out.
40-15.
40-15. Well, an excellent service game from Sharapova to keep herself in this match. When we come back, it'll be Panova, the qualifier, serving for the match.
Exactly what Sharapova was looking for there. Quick service game just to put that pressure back on Panova. Who now is sitting there thinking, wow, this could be one of the biggest wins. It will be the biggest win.
Well, I hope she's not thinking that. If she's thinking that, she's going to lose. She's got to think about, she's got to get out there and get some first serves in. If she thinks about it being a big win, it's going to be all sorts of problems. Try to get first serves in here and not worry about, just play each point, as the old cliche says, 1 point at a time. An opportunity there, and moment of truth now in a situation like this. You've got inexperience against Grand Slam winners. Experience everywhere. Sharapova knows her job, and I agree with you. She's got to try and get some returns back and keep the ball in play.
Time.
Pressure on. Huge opportunity now for the qualifier. Alexandra Panova lost in the qualies here for 5 years, made it once 2 years ago, lost in the first round to Shahar Peer. Now on centre stage at Rod Laver Arena, on the brink of maybe, or it would be, the biggest win in her career if she can hold this service game.
The serve that's been working for her on this side, has for both.
Yes, already, thank you.
That slider out wide. Taking a little bit of pace off that second serve too. It's down to 110. She's trying to nurse that ball into play.
Yeah, well, the elbow wouldn't go through, mate. Love 15. That's long. It's solid first serve.
15-0.
It's really been the key to getting her back into the match. She barely missed a first serve in that second set. Shaky forehand in there from Panova.
Start off with,
15-30.
Actually did well to get that back on track.
Got back into the rally. Yep. Sharapova just too good. So 15-30. Two occasions she can't get the ball toss in the right spot. That's deep. Sharapova riding that one all the way. Looking for confirmation from the chair. It was long.
30.
Really, again, with Panova playing the way she is, with just that tension that she has as she hits through the ball. Sharapova again pressing too much.
That's the way she plays, though. Wide. That's the way she goes, and cracks that one. She had a couple of set points and found the line in the second set. This occasion she misses. Listen to the crowd.
The unforced errors from Sharapova in this game.
Match point. for the biggest upset yet.
Please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Grand Slam Aussie Open 2015.
She was going to make one eventually. At 119 kilometres, has been talking about she's easing that serve into play. Sharapova again just going with the all-out attack.
She's not going to just play the ball back, Sharapova.
No.
She's doesn't matter. She's going to lose going her way. And it is juice. Match point saved. Another one coming up. The first serve went out with a forehand.
Advantage.
Much better. Went for it again.
I think his sister's nervous. Match point number 2. Sharapova, match point down, paints the line with a forehand. Sven's on his feet. Grenfell, the coach, he's got to stand up and show some appreciation.
Yeah, margins. What margins? Sharapova doesn't play with them.
Talk about a competitor extraordinaire. Takes some guts to come up with a shot like that.
Hanover again trying to be solid, just trying to keep herself in the rally. Tried to use a bit of angle, taking the pace off the ball.
Break point. Survived 2 match points, now has a break point. And she comes up with a big serve. That's the biggest serve she's hit for a while. And coach loves it. Sister Olga.
Different setup there too, having to try and save the game rather than win the match. But the trusty first serve, and again a bit more pace at 172.
Juice once more. On his feet again.
Advantage. Sharapova.
It's just a matter of how well this return could be hit.
Well, it's going to be hit hard. We knew that. And a break point once more. Sharapova breaks serve and is back in this match at 5-all.
Gutsy play from the champion.
2 coaches, one saved his job, the other one is
5 games
nervous there.
I think everyone's nervous at the moment, but just working her way back in, finding a way. She is still playing with that aggressive style.
Right, please, thank
Taking
you.
advantage. Shaky couple of second serves from Panova.
understandably so. 5-all. No tiebreaker here at the Australian Open in the final set, and they play it out.
No.
Starting to talk to herself a little. Panova. This one, a number of times she's hit the line in the last 3 or 4 games, Sharapova. It's her 7th ace, 30 love.
Momentum has swung completely now for Sharapova.
40.
Comfortable on serve.
Backhand into the net. She's back after this match. 4-1, 40-15. Match points.
Good.
2 aces in that game for Sharapova. Shandrone Feld again is standing up, and she goes to the lead, 6-5.
Sharapova leads.
See a clear shift in this match, and Panova, interestingly enough, serving now behind in the set rather than really attacking. She was leading right from the very start of this set. A slight change there, but saw the first service and he's dropping off from Panova. Sharapova just able to take advantage.
Well, she's just kept with a game plan. She's made a host of errors, 49 unforced errors for Sharapova. But she sticks with that game plan. When she's in trouble, she hits winners. Two aces in that last service game to carry her to the front for the first time in this set. And a different complexion now this match, as Alexandra Panova has served for this, has had match points. Now when she comes back on court, she is serving to stay in the match. Sharapova coming back from the brink has hit the front.
The absolute brink from match points. You felt the tension with Alexandra Panova when she was trying to serve it out.
No tiebreakers in the final set, so Panova, if she can hold serve here, they will continue on. This is a big challenge now. Again, that's the rally down the middle of the court. And eventually when Sharapova falls back off a deep shot, she makes the error.
It's down the middle of the court, but also to the forehand of Sharapova. That's been the side that's made the most errors in the match.
Let's serve. Get the ball, please, Bobby. Thank you.
Sharapova.
15 all.
Pana's come out and earned this service game. Certainly looking a little more settled, Sharapova, as this set has worn on. The unforced errors have dropped.
Well, a lot of the cause for that is the pace of shot from when it matters from Panova has just come down a little bit. To go for it.
15-30.
So close and yet so far away.
For looking so balanced on that forehand up the line to just being knocked off balance in that shot.
Forced errors there. That's the pace of shot from Sharapova. 30 of those forced errors for Panova. That one's missed. So it brings up match points. What a turnaround in the last 15 minutes. Match points
15,
now for the number 2 seed.
She's a champion, Maria Sharapova, and the way she's been able to work her way through this match. Panova getting tight and taking full advantage. It's been a close call for the second seed today. The pressure on her serve, Panova. She hits with a bit more pace. That 177k serve. She's trying to ramp it up. Turn around from a 6-1 first set. She played so well. She held it composed all up until the very end of the match when she had chances to finish it off but couldn't.
A great round of applause as she leaves the court here. She can be very proud of that effort today. She took the number 2 seed to the limit.
She should be proud of it. Disappointed that she couldn't finish it off, but just the way she was played, she was able to take it up to Sharapova, really forced the issue and had controlled the match for long periods.
Well, let's hear what Maria has to say to Craig Willis after that battle.
That was one heck of a way to get through to the third round. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm just happy to get through. I was at 1 point away twice today from being out of this tournament, but you know, not playing my best tennis today, but just happy I was able to win that last point.
Well, let's also say your opponent played a pretty good match today, Alex, didn't she?
Yeah, I think she played a pretty inspired match, and she's played a few matches from the qualifyings here already. You know, she came out here with not much to lose and swinging freely and going for her shots, and yeah, one of the biggest serves out there as well. So, you know, I had a lot of challenges against me today, but I'm just happy I got through.
You certainly did. Is it matches like this earlier in a Grand Slam that help you win Grand Slams later in the week, getting a couple of tough games under your belt?
I guess we'll see, but I hope that's the plan. I didn't actually want to be out here for 2.5 hours, but that's the way it sometimes goes. And, whatever you face, and, even on days where you're not playing your best, sometimes it's just good enough to get through, and that's what I did today.
A wonderful performance. Well done. Through to the third round. Maria Sharapova of Russia, our number 2 seed.
Through to the third round, said she wasn't playing her best tennis, but don't take anything away from the other end of the court. She played pretty much the same type of tennis as Maria Sharapova played up until she got nervous. Match points 4-1 and then got a little bit uptight. Hasn't been in that position before, but one of the best competitors out there, Maria Sharapova, through to the third round.
Yep, and executed it well, Panova. She was so solid from the back of the court, and we'll see that in the stats in a few moments. Sharapova was getting very untidy, racking up the unforced errors, but it was credit to Panova the way she was able to work her way back in. That worked from the back of the court. She was hitting winner after winner. That forehand up the line really worked well for her, but just couldn't get the job done in the end. And Sharapova has survived a massive scare on the Laver Arena today. That's more relief than anything else, I would have thought, as we take a look at those stats. And the unforced error count, 51 unforced errors for Maria Sharapova to 36. Hit ball winners along the way too, but that's just the style of tennis that she plays. And you see those break points, 7 to 14, 4 out of 10, both players with opportunities.
Both players a lot of opportunities, and the point total there, 104 to 83. That's a bit deceptive because most of that happened in the first set, but Sharapova is through, albeit by the skin of her teeth. But a great match. She came back as she always does, never backpedaled, got stuck into it when she was down, painted the lines on game points and on match points. She is through to the third round here at the Australian Open 2015.
Neue Schläger drin, König? Ja. Die braucht dann erst eine Schaue, die neue.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's men's singles action now on Laver Arena. From Italy, we welcome Simone Bolelli. His opponent from Switzerland is Roger Federer.
Deafening the crowd here and the players as they walk out. The roar, of course, is for Roger Federer. Daunting task for his opponent here, Simone Bolelli from Italy. And won't be the first time they've played. And Bolelli, in fact, has been a hitting partner for Roger in the past. So they'll know each other's game pretty well. And Bolelli coming back over the past 12 months from injury and getting back into something like his best form can be a very tough opponent. He won't be somebody that Roger Federer takes lightly, Mark.
No, I don't think he will at all take Bolelli lightly. He is a clean hitter off of both wings, the Italian, and Roger, if you look at their head-to-head, well, it's been comfortable in that favour, but...
Hello, hi, how are you? Okay, gentlemen, some small reminders, like always, net machine. We're having Hawkeye here, so please in a timely and a clearly manner, especially between first and second serve. I would like the challenge to be quick and strictly 5 minutes warm-up, they've been told. So 20 seconds between points. Questions? No? Simone, please. Heads or tails? Okay, heads is called. It's a big coin here. Yeah, heads. Your choice, please. Sir. Okay, good matchup. Yeah.
Umpire Hayami from Sweden there, just going through the usual pre-match instruction for the players. It was a big coin that he tossed there. Some
I think it matches his voice. It's a very loud and excitable voice, Mohamed Layani. Great umpire. Very likeable chap. Gets along well with all the players, and I think they appreciate when he is in the chair, even though he does get quite excited. And, quite often, more often than not, he is 100% correct.
Simone Bolelli, number 3 Italian player. He's on the road back, as I mentioned, after missing the second half of the 2013 season, recovering from wrist surgery. Unfortunately, it saw his ranking
He triumphed at Wimbledon,
dropped to 244 in the world from a previous high of 36.
2009
so it was back to the challenger circuit for him.
He won the US Open Championship in 2004,
4 times
2006, 2007,
challenger circuit
again in 2008. He's now won 6 ATP World Tour finals, and for Switzerland, the day does come. He returns to Switzerland, to Melbourne.
4 wins on the challenger circuit for Simone Bolelli last year.
The championship
boost
of
back from that
from Switzerland
low of 244 following wrist
Roger
surgery to now 48 in the world. And he also helped to boost Italy to the Davis Cup semi-finals last year. Of course, they succumbed there to the eventual champions, Switzerland, and Bolelli, in fact, was beaten in his singles match in that semi-final against Roger Federer. Federer coming out on top in straight sets, 7-6, 6-4, 6-4. On the ATP Tour, Bolelli's best effort's been a finals berth in Munich. That was several seasons back. He's won 3 doubles titles. Best Grand Slam results, third round showings at the French and at Wimbledon. 3 times at Wimbledon, in fact, and twice after coming in as a lucky loser. That's a pretty commendable effort. But he's never been past the second round here in 4 previous appearances at the Australian Open. Lost first round 2013, didn't play last year whilst he was recuperating from the wrist surgery. Roger Federer, you know more than I do, probably. An extraordinary champion of the modern era, 17-time Grand Slam singles champion, 7 times at Wimbledon, 5 times US, 4 times here in Australia, 1 at the French. Hasn't won a major since 2012. A disappointing year, well, for him anyway. Last year, some nagging injury issues in 2013, but by gee, powered back in 2014, had 5 tournament victories, got to the final at Wimbledon, semi-finals here, the US Open, and to top it off, of course, he played the winning hand for Switzerland to seal the Davis Cup victory for them over France, 3-1. Became a father for the second time during the course of last year. Another set of twins.
2 minutes, man, 2 minutes.
How does he manage it?
How does that happen? Back to back.
Yeah. 2 girls initially, Marla and Charlene. Now 2 boys, Leo and Lenny. And of course he's opened 2015 with a full head of first team, winning the title in Brisbane. Head-to-head there, 3-0 in favour of Federer. They played in the quarterfinals at Basel in 2008. Federer won there. That was on hard court, 6-2, 6-3. 2009 Davis Cup tie. Again, Federer successful. That was on clay, 6-3, 6-4, 6-1. And last year, as I mentioned, in the semi-final, Federer 7-5, 6-4, 6-4. But he's a nice, heavy, clean hitter of the ball, Bolelli, and he'll play a testing game here against Federer. And it's good to see him on the road back.
It is. I'm a big fan of Bolelli. I think
1 minute.
A tremendous game, very solid off of both wings, and it's really hard to distinguish between the forehand and backhand, which is the bigger weapon. Obviously, he can cut a lot of winners off the forehand wing, but it is also the side that makes a lot of errors, and probably that's the similarity between he and Federer. It's the forehand wing of Roger Federer that also does a lot of the damage, but it breaks down. Certainly
Best 5 sets.
Roger's wife, Mirka,
closest
to the right-hand side of the screen with a white.
Bolelli won the toss, elect to serve.
Bolelli serving first, having won the toss, and we're just about set to go. Edberg working hard to just, I won't say add a new dimension, but to increase the dimension of play for Roger in coming in to the net more frequently. And I think it's been reasonably obvious over the past 6 months or so that it's had a fair measure of success. We saw it in his first round victory, and I'm sure we're going to see it again here this afternoon.
Well, it's always, and it has been an area of concern in the past. There's a lot of us that have covered Federer's matches in the past, certainly on clay, where he's just tried to get through on pure defense, not utilizing his all-court game. And last year was very much a renaissance here, taking on Edberg, and as you said, Gary, asking him to be much more aggressive attacking, and the results were a level above the previous season.
Simon Bolelli, 48 in the world currently, against world ranked number 2, former world number 1.
Bolelli to serve. Ready?
Good match to ensue. Very quick round the court, Bolelli, obvious from the opening point.
And that movement will certainly need to be at a premium today. it's what an area that has helped elevate his ranking back up inside the top 50.
The
Italian camp. Supporters of Simona Bolelli today.
Well,
the ball staying nice and low, and it's allowing Federer with the response of Bolelli. He just dances around, hits the off forehand. Very clean forehand winner. There's the ability of Bolelli off of both wings. Even the first backhand he struck came over the top beautifully. The forehand doing the damage to win the point. Certainly be interesting to see, Gary, the tactics that Bolelli comes out with today, given that three losses against Federer. He hasn't picked up a set in any of those occasions. This is a prime opportunity for him to try, experiment.
Left for service.
It's going to be a tough going if he is prepared to stay on the baseline and just try and rip balls against the greatness of Federer.
Lovely pass.
Advantage.
Federer trying to take this second serve. This is, well, should we say the new Federer? But in an effort to try and finish points a little sooner, take the second serve, move forward, ask the question of his opponents.
Left.
Oh, that was a glorious the whole serve, Bolelli in the opening game.
First game.
And he has that ability to, it's just crisp. Comes over, nice abbreviated swing on that backhand, angling it down the line. But again, there's some new tactic that the Italian will come up with today. Will he try and venture to net? He's had some solid results on the doubles court.
Love. Let for service. Love.
Now, it's a terrific serve from Federer. Did well to retrieve it, and Bolelli left the court wide open for the winner from the number 2 seed.
Federer.
End of another baseline exchange. Federer holds serve 1-all without conceding a point.
1 game over.
Serve of Federer has certainly contributed to him remaining at the very top of the sport over the last number of years. His win rate when he lands that first serve under pressure, he's able to land the first serve into a corner, great position, and it's with pace. When he's had his mediocre serving days, his game has become a little more vulnerable.
Love. Love.
Federer heading for the lines on 2 occasions here and just missing. He goes all the way here, Federer, to win the Australian Open title in 2015. He'd become the oldest man to win it since Ken Rosewall in 1972. He was 37 and a bit. Roger's 33 and a bit. Well, there we are. Bolelli's game and got the game to come in and to force the pace when the opportunity arises. Whether or not Federer gives him too many opportunities is another matter.
Well, it's an area that he needs to explore in this match. Otherwise, it's just going to be a foregone conclusion that the result in Federer. You've got to play to win. Search for ways to get your nose in front. Utilize your entire game.
Bolelli holds serve again. On serve here. 2-1 Bolelli in the first set.
Bolelli leads 2-1.
there's no point, is there, in being timid, certainly not in a match against somebody like Roger Federer, and being content to stand back on the baseline and exchange shots in elongated rallies, hoping that someone like Federer is going to make mistakes and give you points.
Not at all. I mean, if you're in that reactive mindset, more often you're going to come in second place, aren't you? So I'm hoping that with the revival of Bolelli over the last number of months, turnaround in 2014 from that serious wrist injury, that he's recognised if he's going to leave his imprint in the men's game, he's still at 29 years of age, maybe a good 5-6 years left. That time for greater success is by
please, thank you.
Bottom line is, Bolelli knows even better than you and I that he's on a hiding to nothing by staying back and waiting for Federer to make mistakes.
Let's hope he knows about that. I don't know, Wilco, some players, when they're out there in the battle, they can get very stubborn.
Yes, he pressured Federer there. That was good work.
15
all. It certainly was. It started with the return. It opened up the court for the shot down the line, and that is a way forward to try and get Federer at end range on the forehand.
13-15.
First ace of the match. Backhand pass forced the error from Federer.
I would think that Roger would second guess himself there. The approach shot wasn't packed with a lot of depth. But that's the key for Federer as well, that he can play a mediocre point and then he turns around 30 all and thunders down a serve, almost 200 Ks.
Use.
The disguise that he has on his serve on this side of the court. Has a tremendous slider wide.
You mean that one?
And it is very difficult to return.
Takes
enough pace off of it just to help with the angle that he creates. You feel exposed out there even if you make the return.
Use.
Well, first break point here. Against
See how Federer handles this break point.
Well, Bolelli brings him to him with a big forehand winner to break serve in the early stages of this match.
Bolelli.
It's absolutely redlining from the return. Very aggressive forehand. Great preparation. You'd see that he uses that left hand just to give him enough space. Help with the ball coming into his hitting zone. And, he hits. It is so crisp off the face of the racket from Bolelli.
$15 down. $30.
Bolelli is full of vim and vigour now that he's got a break.
Yeah, comfortable position right now for Bolelli at 3-1 and 30 love. Try and consolidate the early break. And it's just heavy, isn't it, at this stage?
14
Roger perhaps not picking up the flight of the ball.
Just a little bit too much that time, but the depth in most of these exchanges from Bolelli is
14-15.
some trouble.
You just see Bolelli walking back, taking the towel. It is a warm day here. Some of the players have already spoken to this morning. They've said about the conditions being a little heavier, humidity.
Mr. Federer looks hard, but decides not to challenge, and Bolelli holds serve. Leads 3-1. Four games to 1, I beg your pardon. Oh boy, gee.
Ball stands.
Millimetre in.
Bolelli.
Second round encounter Federer by defeating the Argentine player Juan Monaco in the first round of the tournament. 4 sets. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3, 6-1. Federer here on the ninth play. Straight 6, 6-4, 6-2, 7-5.
Bolelli playing doubles here as well with fellow countryman Fabio Fognini. Certainly a pair of characters when they do step onto the doubles court. Not an easy pair to play because both are so crisp from the backcourt. And always serve volley.
Time.
On his toes as he gets back to receive serve from Federer here in a good position at 1-4 from Federer's perspective. He's got some work to do. Bolelli in a good position here in the first set.
Miss hit there, and that was actually a dangerous shot for Federer because he was caught out of position. Bolelli loves that backhand down the line. It's fortunate that it was a miss hit.
13 down. Down. Okay, Federer.
Another ace for the game. Federer has not conceded a point in 2 out of his 3 service games and has been broken in the other.
Bolelli leads 4 games to 2.
Just a slow-mo replay of that first serve, swinging down the tee. Technically sound service motion of Federer. It's a technically sound acknowledgement from Mohamed Layani as well.
Let first service.
Great shot. I just feel that that's certainly an angle, a path of an attack that he should stick with Bolelli. Moving Roger towards end range on that forehand wing. Of course, he's going to hit some flashy winners, but if you can maintain your consistency into that wing, you also will extract some errors.
Just lifted his head and the ball floated over the baseline as a result.
15 all.
It's a beautiful return, that one that Roger just imparted. Stays nice and low. Really forces a lot of these guys that hug the baseline to make a quick decision to either move forward or hustle back after making contact.
15, 13.
He set himself for that forehand, didn't he?
30.
That's more than Roger could handle.
Again, just heavily struck forehand from Bolelli. And he's playing at a high standard. He is maxing out on some of these shots. Maybe Federer just waiting for that edge to fall on Bolelli's game.
Use.
Second ace for Bolelli.
Bolelli.
Straight down the tee, and he has a nice win rate at this stage when that first serve is landing.
Okay, Bolelli.
Bolelli holds. He's 5-2 up in the first set.
New balls, please. Bolelli leads 5 games to 2.
His first serve percentages are pretty much line ball. 56% for Federer, 58% Bolelli, but winning 80% of his first serves, Bolelli. Oh, so's Roger. So it's a pretty close go on that score.
The footwork of Bolelli just dancing around for the forehand. Just highlights the quality of the first serve. Some of these guys, and certainly Roger Federer, his game plan follows that after the first serve, looking for a strong forehand. Not unusual to see Bolelli maybe have the lead as far as the unforced error rate goes. But if he can continue with the aggressive play, that's the big question in this match so far.
He has to do that, and he is going to make more mistakes, but he's got to do it to be a winning chance.
Yeah.
$55 from Federer's perspective, and he'll be on his game here because time's running out to get back into this first set. It's just the one service break.
30.
Even though he won the point with an ace there, Federer looked like he was going to serve volley, and that's really important that he throw the serve volley routine in. Of course, if you do serve volley, there's never a match in any career that you have 100% record serve volleying. So you take your lumps. The return was too good, so was the pass.
$14, 15. Game Federer.
Right, easy hold of serve for Roger Federer there. Still down a break. And although things have been going swimmingly for Simon Bolelli up to this point, he's now got a serve for the set.
It's a big occasion for him, isn't it? To take the first ever set that he can capture against Federer.
Well, gives him a terrific leg up in the match for a start if he can hold serve and take the set as well.
$15.
207 kilometres per hour. That first serve, terrific depth, is what beat Federer.
Federer at his game plan might be to try and get the ball at different heights on Bolelli, rather than just have the ball continue to go through at around hip level, which is right in the hitting zone for Bolelli. So try and use that backhand slice and heavy topspin as well.
He was trying for a little bit of topspin there and just mistimed it completely.
It's always hard to do if you're playing against someone like Bolelli that is such a clean hitter. The ball's onto you very fast. You've just got to see the ball early.
14-15.
2 set points.
He's come out to play today, Bolelli. The A game is holding strong at the moment.
Twice he's missed that forehand cross court, just falling back a little as he hits through the ball.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to try and run around to hit that forehand.
Out.
Called from the chair.
Use.
Yeah, that's a big serve. 211 kilometres.
Advantage. Bolelli.
Not a bad time to throw it down at deuce when you're serving for the first set. Your fastest serve of the match.
His third set point here.
Game. First set.
Almost an ace, just to the edge of Roger's racket as it flew away, and Bolelli wins the first set, 6 games to 3.
6 games to 3.
Well, that was impressive from the Italian. Great to see, especially when he has a poor head-to-head record. That first serve percentage, not too bad, but it's the win rate when it lands. He's hovering just above 80%. And look, we're talking the winners unforced error ratio. He's handling that area quite nicely, isn't he?
Yep, 11 winners, 14 unforced errors, 8 and 8 the figure for Federer.
And importantly, Federer not getting a look in when Bolelli served. They've had a couple of tough games, but didn't conjure up any break points on the Bolelli serve. It was a half volley. The return was too good. Federer did well to pick it up. Two big serves to finish from Bolelli. So we'll see over time if Federer starts this second set, if he repositions himself when returning the serve of Bolelli. He's being beaten by sheer pace at this stage when that first serve is landing. Given that Bolelli isn't going to serve volley at any stage, he didn't do any of it in his first round match. He hasn't serve volleyed at all here in this opening set. It gives the opportunity for Federer to maybe take a step or two back and just try and get the ball back into play, at least start the point. They're a pair of golden hands, aren't they?
Sure are.
Man who owns 17 Grand Slams singles. Just a little delay for the train to come out. Obviously there is just a perhaps a split finger.
Yes, the little finger of the right hand, Federer. Oh, what a big statement in that opening set by Simon Bolelli. It was just the one service game in which Federer faltered remarkably in the other 3 service games in the first set. He conceded only 1 point in 3 games. The blisters there on the palm of the hand as well.
Do you need to be so close?
Interesting, the cameraman was coming in for a close-up shot, and Federer just asked him to take a step back. So there's obviously something there on that small finger, but in the palm of the hand is just a roughness that's from holding the racket all these years of playing. Perhaps a change of weather. However, at times I would actually have my skin would to start to peel, some roughness if I was playing on clay as opposed to different seasons of the year.
Unusual to have incurred an injury to the finger of the hand.
Maybe it's something that was already there. It just would be hard to imagine that in this first set that he's picked something up. It might be just a slight infection. Is there some redness there?
That's the second finger that I was looking at there, not the little finger. And here he is flexing the whole fist. And I noticed him on the changeover kneading a couple of the fingers.
Yeah.
He's starting to maybe he's got arthritis.
It comes that early?
No, not quite. But look, whatever the problem was there, it's been addressed. There was no treatment, no injury timeout.
Second set. Federer to serve.
Bottom line is, Federer is down a set.
Fifteen love.
Oh, that's a rare miss in that circumstance for Federer.
$13, 15. $14, 15.
Great backhand. I think the move into the larger headed racket.
Okay, Federer.
Help support the backhand side of Federer.
First game, second set.
To take the opening game. Seemed to focus on the slider wide on that first court. Federer's service game.
Simon Bolelli, as I said, rebuilding his career after wrist surgery on the Challenger circuit last year, won 4 titles.
$15 love.
And of course, he was in the quarterfinals of the tournament in Sydney last week. Lost to the eventual winner, Detroit.
13 love.
There's the 1-2 punch. Bolelli, when he's landing the first serve, he's having opportunities to go on the attack because the return is around mid-court.
Fifteen.
Federer doing a better job with that return off the first serve.
Yep. Okay, Bolelli. Game on.
Well, this is just an amazing forehand. You can see Bolelli gets enough of his body from the hips, the waist, behind the ball, generated a ton of pace. Great winner.
Fifteen love. No. Game.
Ace for the game. 2-1 in the second set. Federer, but Bolelli is up by 1 set to love.
Federer leads 2 games to 1.
So very much now the attention just turns to Bolelli. He's been holding serve. He's had a couple of tough service games, but he's survived. He's landed enough first serves. It's just a matter of if he can maintain that standard of serving. Certainly in with an opportunity here today to push Federer and push him hard.
Yes, he's not had too much trouble. He hasn't been down a break point at all on his own serve. Focus on holding his own serve. Come up with a plan to try and put the pressure on Federer. It's not easy to do.
Time.
Lily, as ever, anxious to get on with it. 6-3-1-2 on the scoreboard with his serve to come. Matching it with Federer in all departments at the moment. Forehand again doing the damage for Bolelli. 8 forehand winners.
And set up with that backhand down the line. You see Federer has to really stretch. The lack of weight of shot allows Bolelli to open up for his favourite forehand, that off forehand into Federer's backhand.
Oh, just nipped it over the net. Magnificent shot. There was no margin for error.
13 love.
Quite exceptional. Volley had a lot of depth, but Bolelli just glided over there. Gary, I think that the previous point, though, with the
14
pickup from Bolelli, that's, for me, is like a sign. You know, as a player, you start to feel pretty good about yourself, that there's a glimmer of hope that you could, you know, things are going your way. Bolelli doing an incredible job so far.
Faded away.
Bolelli.
2 games all. Love game for Bolelli. But as you say, he's in a position now where he can afford to chance his arm, as the expression goes.
Games all.
Yes, and it's obviously it's a physical battle as well as a mental battle, but he's winning his service games. Well, you said he hasn't faced a break point yet, so no. It's not like he has to engage all the time, even returning Federer's serve.
15
He's in the driving seat at the moment, Bolelli.
down.
Quick game so far, and Bolelli, it's no drama for him.
14-15.
Miss hit the last forehand. Watch on that forehand side of Federer as this match goes.
Game.
Federer 3 games in the second set.
It is 3 games to 2.
5 games in this set, and only 3 points have been conceded against the serve. Very straightforward service games on both parts so far. Federer leading from the front, having served first in the set, is 3-2 ahead. Again, to make the point, although he's not really been pressured on serve, he's been taken to deuce just the twice, in fact, but not been down a break point.
So he can just, on the change of ends, so, I mean, he's feeling good. Clearly the scoreboard is looking bright for him. Perhaps he can just chill out.
Time.
The forehand has been exemplary for Federer's opponent here, Bolelli. 10 forehand winners for Bolelli, 5 for Federer. And just 1 backhand winner, incredibly, for Federer thus far.
And both players with their backhand, if they are hitting those winning shots. They're generally down the line.
Love 15.
So I've noticed the last maybe couple of games, just the sting of Bolelli's rally ball has just dropped a little, just so ever so slightly. It's not coming off through the courtside microphones into our headsets as crisp as what it was. A better backhand, had plenty of depth and causing the half volley of Federer to go long.
Federer applying some pressure here.
15, 13.
Fifteen, 14. Now he's down break points for the first time, Bolelli. Well, it was an easy put away in the end, but it was set up by the previous forehand right on the baseline.
Ever so close, wasn't it? Federer just yelling out bravo. I think it was more the fact that he clipped the line. Previous forehand.
Break point saved. Excellent second serve.
It's on both those break points. Bolelli not landing a first serve.
Challenge. Shrugs his shoulders. Can't believe that he overhit that, or appeared to overhit it. We'll soon find out if that's the case.
This could be a healthy challenge here. But even from the Hawkeye, there you can see the trajectory that backhand took. With the larger headed racket, it's enabled Federer to impart much more topspin on that side, on that wing. Oh, just over the top of the final forehand, Bolelli. Quite often happens when you're trying to get the ball to the target a little sooner. There's maybe some panic.
Advantage. Bolelli.
11 attacks, but Bolelli was more than equal to the task. And he holds serve after being 2 break points down. It's 3-all.
Game's
And the first volley down the middle, not with enough pace. Only launching that one high above, and the classic style of Federer, that high backhand volley, not able to get it over. So that's a big relief for Bolelli.
15 love. Hot.
Return is short enough for Federer to go on the attack. You can see he remains around the baseline after the serve.
Federer injecting this aggression now into his play.
Game. Federer.
And a love game to boot.
You both
3 Federer.
Federer need 4 games to 3.
The shade goes up. The players on the change of ends. It is a warm day. Very fast game for Federer, but still, Bolelli, if he can just control his emotions, survive some of the tough service games of his, again, not dropping serves so far in this match.
Time.
Well, it was noticeable in that last game that Federer has made the decision to press the issue just a little bit more.
Trying to squeeze him.
Well, it's got to the point where I think he knows he's going to have to do something just a little bit different, a little bit better.
It's just make Bolelli think, isn't it? Just because at the moment, Bolelli's having, you know, a nice ride. The first serve percentage for Bolelli is just slowly dropping.
That's his first double fault, though, for the match.
Yeah, it's not getting those, winning those free cheap points like he was in the first set, in the physical side now is coming into play. Just a shade over an hour they've been out here.
Well, Bolelli's challenging the umpire's call here. Mohamed Layani had no doubt that this was a fault.
Second service.
Very substantial margin. He did try to discourage Bolelli from challenging.
So here's the challenge.
Last 30.
From
Mr.
Federer.
Bolelli has 2 challenges remaining.
And, wouldn't be surprised if Bolelli doesn't land a first serve. This is where Federer has been looking ominous against opponents. He takes the ball early and comes in behind the return. And a lot will depend on the quality of this second serve from Bolelli.
Federer just a little nonplussed at some of these shots that he's missing over the baseline. A matter of millimetres.
That spark just not there from Bolelli after landing the first serve. Federer's return was pretty decent, but Bolelli slow to react. So he hasn't got quite settled on misses the off forehand.
Second successive service game that Federer has had him down break points. Second set.
Well, it's just amazing that it's a half volley pick up, it's a stab, and that just shot off the line, making it more difficult for Bolelli, and Stefan, he enjoyed it.
Not half as much as Roger did.
Now.
Wonderful pass. Guided just beyond Federer's reach at the net. Twice he's played that backhand, just scraping over the net and angled away.
Well, the approach shot not really with much of anything on it. Rather poor approach shot. Deserved to get past on something like that.
40-13.
Again, the return of Bolelli. That was a second serve. The first set, we saw him really strike, hit out at the returns. Not so at the moment.
Game. Second set. One set all.
Wow. Interesting. That really just turned around in the last 3 games of that set. Things were going around, were coming along nicely for Bolelli, but I think fatigue perhaps set in. See the first serve percentage of Bolelli dropping down. So to me, that fatigue factor there, no legs in the first serve. And Federer, his service games, well, he was breezing through those very fast, 88%. And the winners more from his end of the court than unforced errors. Bolelli that time in that set not having any break opportunities against Federer's serve. So it was slowly but surely did Federer start to have an impact on this match against the Italian. And when the serve started to disappear for Bolelli, he started to pull the trigger on too many forehands. That created the break of serve.
Game. Second set.
His 8th ace for the match secured set number 2.
Time.
One set all. The first to Simon Bolelli, 6-3. Federer fighting back to take the second, 6-3. The Italian player was just cruising at a set and 2-all, but even at that point, Mark Woodford, you picked the fact that the first serve percentage was just starting to fall off, and that the sharp edge had just gone.
And so now, Bolelli's, if he's been able to recognise, that was the slight difference. A lot of players, we talk about stubbornness. That's something that is a part of the makeup, and you know, can be very slow to react or to acknowledge that maybe you are fatiguing and you don't temper your game enough.
13-9. Left for service.
This Australian Open is
63rd
Grand Slam tournament, 61 in succession. Actually, Federer and Australia's Leighton Hewitt have played more slams than any other active players. Got a little way to go to catch Fabrice Santoro yet, who holds the record for the most Grand Slam appearances.
That wasn't a bad drop volley. It had maybe a bit too much height. And Federer sliding as well.
Break point. Opening game of the third set. That's the break now to set all and one love. Federer in the third.
First game, third set.
He's just got a few punches into the stomach region of Belelli, who seems to be certainly reeling at this stage. 3 consecutive service games that he's been in trouble, 2 of which he's lost his serve, and the momentum has just really swung around in the favour of this great champion.
For those checking the record books, that mercurial Frenchman Fabrice Santoro played in 70 Grand Slam tournaments over the course of his career.
He really lost the first set. Federer never saw a sign of panic. Wasn't much emotion. He's played Belelli enough times now to recognise that perhaps he's not able to sustain a high level. It's good for any of the youngsters listening at home if you don't have to hold on to or let your emotions flood the court. Let everyone know that you're disappointed losing the first set. Stay in control and good things can happen.
Well, with few exceptions, there are always changes of momentum in matches. You just have to bide your time, wait, hope, play your best game, and wait for the momentum swing to come.
Mr. Bolelli, change the call. Center service line, ball is called out.
Linesperson had to duck, otherwise they'd have been hit right in the head by this.
Second
They
service.
made it right.
Down. Mr. Bolelli has 2 changes to make. 14 down.
A trick shot from
15.
Cut right under the ball, puts a tremendous amount of spin on it. Looked for all the world as though it was going out.
Look how high that goes over the net. I've only seen one other person try that, and that was a mate of mine back in the desert, Chris Shannon. He always tries those types of shots, but he doesn't win points like that. Only the great Roger Federer can. But it has a way of unsettling your opponent. I mean, Bolelli was just taken by absolute surprise, flat-footed. It's not like it landed so short, but it's really stunned him. Bolelli now just in between serves. What's going on? I'm not landing fit serves at all now.
First serve percentage down to 36% in this set. It's about half what it was in the first set.
Advantage, Federer.
And when you are feeling fatigued out there, your legs are starting to wilt. It's some of those easier shots where you really need to plant and prepare early enough, create that strong base. Becomes very difficult. Oh, where's that gone? It's disappeared over the last 20 minutes for Bolelli.
Saw Roger coming, and that forced the error.
Advantage, Federer. Second service.
Well, two good serves to save the break points.
Well, it was good position, but the speed is only 178 Ks. Remember, in the first set, he was hitting the 200 mark, wasn't he?
Yes. hand there on the second last shot, but inside the baseline, and he was in position for the winning volley. Bolelli survives break points just as well and gets himself on the scoreboard in the third set. It's Federer 2-1 at a set all.
Federer leads 2 games to 1.
If it's fatigue that's taken the edge off Bolelli's game, we go 5 sets.
Well, exactly. That certainly begs the question: what else can he do? He's come out firing with his A game, but of course it's hard to maintain it at any level. Certainly over 5 sets against someone as great as Federer. But I was hoping, and I still am hoping, that Bolelli might try something a little different. Acknowledge that you're tired, but you can't just stay on the baseline and try and continually out-hit someone like Federer. It's got to be, a B game that he can revert to that will still be effective enough to take on Roger Federer.
Federer, cool, calm and collected.
Time.
Bolelli.
Yes. $15 love.
Thumbs up for Roger.
No. $15.
One of the rare misses from Federer with that short forehand.
Two on the trot from Federer, trying to force the play. Solid from the baseline, as we've underlined several times, Federer, and the inability of Bolelli to come up with a different game plan so far is really beginning to hurt him.
Second.
Federer holding serve for 3-1, just making the point to the umpire. The umpire called let which it was, but it was also long. Federer said, well, I didn't hear the linesman call fault. Maintained a terrific first serve percentage and terrific winning percentage of those first serves throughout the match. Federer, just the one glitch for him, that was in the third game of the first set where Bolelli got the break and went on to take the set. So the big difference is Federer has maintained the pressure, Bolelli has dropped off. No dropping off the forehand there into the corner.
15 down.
Well past the advancing Federer. Federer just inclined to step the wrong way and left the opening for Bolelli. Stefan Edberg's imprint all over this point. Bolelli's first set percentage was around the 60%, 62% mark in the first set. Down 25% in this set.
Brilliant. Just brilliant move from Federer. The awareness.
15-30.
Peripherally, he sees that Bolelli is going to be watching the ball and head down, so he just sneaks in, and the finesse on that first volley.
Worth the effort. It was touch and go whether Federer was going to make it. But he was there just to get the ball back and force Bolelli to play again and make a mistake.
How old is he?
33.
Oh, and that speed is still there. The ability just to slide.
15-all.
Acknowledged by Federer. This is the style of tennis, the brand of tennis we saw from Bolelli early in the match.
We did. I still think that there would have been much more pace on that first delivery, even though he's sliding it out wide, and players tend to take some pace off just to create more of an angle. The art of coming in behind that backhand slice, as Federer did, is to make sure it arrives with, that you arrive as a player with enough time to set yourself up to pick that first volley off. Federer did so then. One would seem that this is almost a match point that Federer has in the opening game of this fourth set.
Perhaps in the opening game of the fourth, you'd think it would have to take a major lapse of concentration on his part to give it away from him. He just needs to focus on holding his own serve and serving at 71% of first serves in, and winning 79% of those is going to make it very, very difficult for Bolelli to change the course of events now.
Agree with you 100% that Roger just focus on that serve now, just making sure the rhythm's there. It's been there for most of the match, so I don't think it's going to just disappear.
And he's noticeably in the last set and the first game of this fourth set, Federer been paying greater attention, more focus on the backhand slice approach and into the net. Backhand slice, because it's a weapon that he's going to need more and more as he gets deeper into the tournament.
15-all.
13 aces for Federer.
We've witnessed that in the past, haven't we, Wilco, where Federer maybe hasn't adopted those attacking tactics in the early rounds. And so when he's needed to bring them into play in the latter stages of tournaments like this, he's been a little rusty.
Well, you put your finger on it before, and it applies to a lot of other players, but we've seen on occasion in the past from Federer where he has stubbornly refused to change the game plan.
Very much so, and you know, without taking credit away from anything that Severin Luthi, who's a good friend of Roger and the Swiss Davis Cup coach, when you've got someone like Stefan Edberg who's also working with you, and Stefan says this is the way forward, this is going to help, you know, keep you competitive with Djokovic, Murray and Nadal, you kind of listen to him, don't you? Otherwise, there's no longer working with someone like Stefan Edberg.
Pace for the game, 14 aces now. Federer leads 2-love in the fourth set.
There's Stefan, just a bit of a nod. Very much no nonsense. He's not a vocal coach on the sidelines.
And I think the emphasis from Edberg, and one of the reasons that Roger's paying attention to this focus on this tactic, is the fact that he's rising 34 years of age. And to be able to do that while he's still got the physical fitness and shorten the points and maintain his strength longer into the matches, very vital for him.
Very much so. You know, he's playing against younger crop of tennis players. Federer gets harder to bounce back in between matches. So with taking everything into account, it really is a vital way for him.
Shorten the points, save the energy, go further.
And also with Federer, he is an exceptional volleyer on the first volley. He's always had that ability with the first volley, but I wouldn't say he'd be in the top 5 volleyers if he had to hit a second or third volley.
Okay.
Bolelli holding serve, breaking serve, I beg your pardon. So that's a commendable effort on his part.
And also the advice, Wilco, of Edberg. He played into his early 30s. Being an all-out aggressive serve volleyer, he understands the weaponry, that pressure, applying that onto opponents in some of these bigger tournaments, and you know, the value.
It was arguably a little easier for, well, nothing's easy at that level for Edberg. You know, a lot of those great tournament wins for him were on grass, where that style of play comes a little more naturally and is a little more effective.
Time.
Well, loose service game from Federer to hand the service break back to Bolelli previous time round.
$15.
But as we said before, just the one service break is enough to do it normally in a set of men's tennis at this level. Federer's got that advantage.
14.
And having got it, I think it'd be extraordinary if we were to let it go. Off the toes, and then just stood there like a brick wall.
So for me, Gary, that's what highlights the improvement, and again, associated with Edberg. He makes this first volley, so I always have believed that Federer is fantastic there, but it's been the second volley and the third volley where I've seen the improvement. He's much more ready for the second or third attempt of an opponent trying to pass him. Reflexes have improved as well.
Love 15. Love 30.
Not trying to labour the point, but again, in that first set and a half perhaps, that forehand would have been crunched for a winner. Just not setting up as well as Bolelli.
Again, Federer.
Double break for Federer now at 4-1 and in total control.
Federer is 4-2.
Not that he hasn't been in control for the last 2 sets, but 2 breaks up in the fourth. It's a winning position for Federer 99.9% of the time.
There's a little bumper there now, isn't it? How's your
non-existent
German? These like serious fans. Those 3 fellas. You can see that cloud across the skyline in the city of Melbourne, and that's adding to the temperatures and the difficult playing conditions this afternoon. Still above that 30-degree mark. Plenty of humidity around.
And
look at the Federer. He's been out here for a bit, but he doesn't look like he's really been in too much of a battle. Not a lot of sweat. You look at Bolelli, and he's gone through a number of shirts. Hair's drenched.
13 love. Thirteen, 15.
right onto the hitting zone of Bolelli's racket. Could have done more with that Federer. Bolelli read it. He was there to put the ball away cross court.
Forty, 30. Yes.
To zip right back to Federer. Just a little slow to pick up the flight of the return.
Federer.
Well, the story of the match has been that Bolelli came out full of vim and vigour and played his best tennis in the first set and 4 games into the second. Federer was a little slow to start, as he can be.
Yes.
Bolelli making perhaps a last stand here.
There's that sneaky serve. Only at 165 Ks. Cuts around the outside of it, and boy, even if you get a racket onto it, you are way outside the court.
Game, Federer.
5 games to 1, and
Federer leads 5 games to 1
here in the match. Looking totally unperturbed, and as Mark Woodford observed, fresh as the proverbial daisy. Had the trainer come and look at the little finger of his serving hand early in the match. Hasn't seemed to bother him at all since. Not quite sure what the problem was. Perhaps a split in the finger. Unusual for the little finger of the hand to be injured in that fashion, but
15 love.
footfall. Maybe that just underscores how weary Bolelli is.
There's that front foot, that perhaps the toe just moving onto the baseline.
Sublime tennis from Federer. Quick to react.
15,
confident.
30.
Rolls-Royce backhand approach from Federer. Couldn't even draw a reply from Bolelli. So 15-40 on Bolelli's serve. It's match points for the number 2 seed.
40.
4-time champion here previously.
$30, 40.
That's out. That's it.
Mr. Bolelli, thank you for baseline ball is gone out.
Well, he's challenging the call, Bolelli, so maybe it's not it. We'll soon find out. Might be a desperation challenge, I think. No, he's called it right, Bolelli. It's in.
Replay point.
Woodford reaching for the eraser just to
30,
in case he has to alter that final set score.
Great challenge.
Especially where it was, because it's in that shadowed part of the court now as the afternoon sun descends and the shadow advances across the playing surface.
Maybe that little delay allowed Bolelli just to get in a few extra deep breaths. Make a charge on that point. That was some strong hitting from the backcourt.
Advantage, Bolelli. Mr. Federer, change the court.
Well, here's another point that was going to decide the game this time in favour of Bolelli. And Federer has issued a challenge. His record's not great. But indeed, he's right. So it's 1 for 1.
Well, again, these two know each other pretty well, and Bolelli actually nodded up to Federer after that challenge.
Advantage.
Ball just the body.
Bolelli.
The first volley. Sure, it wasn't quite the execution Federer wanted. Allowing Bolelli to take control.
So, on the verge of defeat. A line call makes the difference for Bolelli, and he holds serve and stays in the match.
Federer's against the two.
A couple of crucial challenges, one from either player there. Match points saved by Bolelli. Federer now to serve with 2 breaks in hand. Having raised 6-1 fourth set score line. 6-2 is the appropriate number.
Time.
Crowd on the edge of their seats now as Federer serves. serve, looking for the result.
15 down.
They expected the previous game. 2 match points up. Lily got out of jail.
Love. Second net, Federer. 3-6 to 1. 3-6, 6-3, 6-2, 6-2.
To the plaudits of the crowd, Federer in 4 sets over Bolelli, who came out and played his best tennis in the first set and a half, taking the first set from Federer by 6 games to 3. But Federer was in control from then on. It was slowly but surely downhill for Bolelli as the scoreboard reflects. 3-6, 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. Bolelli, a good effort considering that he's come through a rough year, the latter half of 2013 with wrist surgery. Ranking plummeted to the mid-200s. Did well through the 2014 Challenger circuit, and as I said, played his best tennis for a set and a half. But Federer, once he was on his game and had the measure of Bolelli, was unstoppable. Let's hear what he's got to say.
It's at a moment like this I'd like to have one of the signs that you see in the crowd that says silence. Genius at work. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm very happy. It's a great match. I thought Simone played really, really well in the first set. I wasn't playing badly, so I really had to fight till the middle of the third set. And once I got the break, I was able maybe to relax a little bit and start to maybe to play a touch better because I had less pressure. But it was tough, and really pleased to come through.
And you look at guys like him who played a terrific match, as you said, knowing he's going to throw everything but his racket bag back at you over the net.
Yeah, I mean, they don't maybe have as much to lose as me. I was already seeing myself, explaining myself, losing in the second round here and not knowing what to say, but I'm happy I don't have to do that interview right now. But it's true, you know, it's not easy. I guess against some guys it's an advantage, and sometimes it's a disadvantage to be the favorite.
You had the trainer out. It's a rarity for you, but was it just a blister on your finger, or what was the problem?
I don't know. I was looking at it, felt like a bee stung me, and then I was like, this can't be possible. I never had this pain before, and I don't know, it was disturbing me, and I knew that to tape it wasn't the option, so I just wanted to discuss it with a trainer, and thankfully it wasn't as bad at the end.
I think we were all breathing a huge sigh of relief, a big sigh of relief. Just quickly, you've been in Melbourne a couple of days. You've got Merck and the family here, which is just fantastic. And you and I have talked about that family balance of playing wonderful tennis, but having that family around you. And you're enjoying Melbourne once again?
Yeah, of course, we love it. We love coming down here to Australia, also here to Melbourne. Clearly, I've been coming here for, I don't know, 17 times in a row now, and I've been on vacation other times. So to bring the family over is it's an absolute thrill. People are so super friendly with us, so thanks for the people who are respecting our privacy and giving us a great time. We really do enjoy it. So other than the sleepless nights, we're doing great.
We enjoy having you and the family here. Roger, well done into the third round.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
gracious, as always, Roger Federer.
Aye.
Signing the camera lens. De rigueur now, as it seems, in all of these big tournaments as players leave the court.
We hope you've enjoyed the three matches we've seen
that
today
slight
here.
problem on his finger wasn't maybe not a B stick, but a Bolelli stick, because Bolelli just came out and really did bite him, didn't he?
Yes, he did. The
He
first
had
set
him
and a half,
and
no
was
doubt.
moving him around, but it was just the perseverance by Federer that he knows that he's going to come good. He's going to lift by a couple of notches, and Bolelli, guys like him will drop their level just a few notches as well.
Yes, well, when you play somebody like Federer, you've got to be fast out of the blocks, which Bolelli was, but then maintaining it is a different matter. And as I said, one point during the course of the match, Federer in the past has been notoriously slow to get going. Wasn't overly obvious in that match, but certainly Bolelli caught him a little bit off guard. But through the course of the match, his game just continued to improve and improve, whilst Bolelli's went off the boil.
Just a fraction. And the overall stats, Federer, that's a healthy first serve percentage. The win rate is still high, 15 aces. I mean, that, he was, apart from that one service game in the first set, it was just a strong all the way through the rest of this particular match, and a nice amount of winners and unforced errors. Unfortunately, the tables just turned dramatically. Bolelli played one set, and he might be better off against Federer and the rest of the top 10 in a 3-set match as opposed to 5 sets. Obviously, he just doesn't have the fitness to play over 5 sets.
The ratio of winners to unforced errors for Bolelli wasn't bad, 35-39, but the first serve continued to decline as the match went on, and that cost him dearly, with Federer advancing to the third round in 4 sets.
that's the only way to turn it out.
Folks, a very good evening, and on this Wednesday night, the third night of the Australian Open Tennis Championship, welcome to Laver Arena for the Australian Open, brought to you by Kia in association with ANZ Jacob Street and Rolex. We're not far away from our opening match tonight. It's Tim Smicek of the USA up against Rafael Nadal, our number 3 seed in the men's singles draw of 2013 or 15. And then we close out the program tonight with women's singles. Simona Halep, who's from Romania, she's the number 3 seed. She'll be meeting with Jamila Kaidasova of Australia. So some great tennis coming up tonight here on night 3 of the Australian Open Championship. Could I ask you now to ensure that your mobile phone is turned to silent? We'd like you to get involved with the social media here on Rod Laver Arena. You can do selfies and those sorts of things and send them to the hashtag AO2015 or hashtag RLA, and we put them up on the screen during the night. We've got our fan cam roaming around, so if you see yourself on the big screen, give yourself a wave. But please make sure your phone is on silent, and please no flash photography within the stadium tonight. There is plenty of light within Rod Laver Arena to take a photo without using the flash on either your camera or your phone. If you don't know how to disable the phone or the camera from flashing, find a 14-year-old, they'll show you how to do it. So it won't be long, and we'll have the players Tim and Rafael. They're in the waiting room. They're going to join us shortly here on Centre Court. Singles action on this Wednesday night of the Australian Open Championship in the United States of America. Do you welcome Tim Smicek? Here's the moment. The third seed in Melbourne in 2015 from Spain is Rafael Nadal.
Tim Smicek, the United States, against Rafael Nadal, a daunting prospect for any young player, you'd have to say. Nadal, of course, the king of clay, undoubtedly, with that record 9th French title at Roland Garros last year, but also one of the great all-round Grand Slam champions. Twice winner at Wimbledon, the US Open, and victor here over Roger Federer in 2009. And of course he's been runner-up twice to Stan Wawrinka last year, and in 2012 to Novak Djokovic in that extraordinary epic no quarter given that ran for nearly 6 hours, 5 hours 53 minutes to be precise. But if anybody knows the measure of a Grand Slam champion, it's Martina Navratilova. And let's hope, Martina, that Nadal is fully over the back problems and the appendicitis is now gone. The appendix is now gone. But let's hope the wrist and back injury problems he had the latter part of last year are behind him.
Well, what's one thing about the appendix? If it gives you trouble, you just get rid of it. You can't do that with knees and ankles and hips, etc. So Rafa certainly has had his share of injuries, and one of which couldn't control at all, which was the appendix, but that's behind him, and he certainly looked very sharp in his first round match.
9 French championships. You won 9 Wimbledons, including 5 in a row, so you know exactly what it takes to maintain that level of play in a major Grand Slam event.
Yeah, you play with 6 balls, watching 7 and 9. You have ball kits, 9 lineups, overlands are covered. 5 minutes for the warm-up. I coordinate from the serve the net machine. Don't forget the time between points. If I have a chance to let you know before, I will, unless you're really over the time. And we're using the Hawkeye on this court, so make it clear when you want to challenge. All right? Any questions? No? Team, heads. It's heads, one toss. Receive. Have a good match.
Never used to see that on the men's tour, win the toss and choose to receive. But nowadays, with the returns of serve being so good, most of the women choose to do that. A lot of the guys are choosing to do that as well. Of course, Tim Smichek, I'm sure he's nervous.
He's bound to be, because this is a big assignment for him.
To get into the match, and if he gets some nerves, hopefully we'll get rid of it in that one game, which is Nadal's serve, which he's supposed to lose anyway. So no harm done.
Smichek, he's 27 years of age, right-handed, two-handed, backhand. American journeyman. He's been plying his trade between the Challenger circuit and the ATP Tour. Winner of 2 Challenger titles over the recent seasons. Results, though, pretty thin last year. He slipped out of the top 100 rankings. Second and third rounds were his best efforts in a half-dozen tour-level events. And at the Grand Slam's third round has been his best result. And that was as a wild card at the US Open 18 months ago. They squeak into the main draw here for the first time as a lucky loser in 2009. Lost in the second round. Missed here last year and went through qualifying to get in this time. Rafael Nadal. His Grand Slam record is very well disclosed, and we've seen him here in 3 finals. Once the victor over Roger Federer, runner-up twice last year to Wawrinka and to Djokovic in 2012. Only 2 men, you know, have ever won all 4 Grand Slam titles twice. The others both Australians, Roy Emerson, Rod Laver. Nadal could join them, though, if he were to go through and win the title here this year. For the record, he's won 64 career titles to date. Scored in Madrid, Rio, Doha last season, in addition to his 9th French. But as we mentioned, he's had to overcome some wrist and back injuries and the removal of his appendix. He missed the Paris Masters and the end-of-year ATP finals because of that. So he's had limited match play. Played in Doha, lost first round to a qualifier there on his way to Australia, but did play the doubles and won the title. And then he defeated Mikhail Yuzhny in the first round here in comfortable straight sets. That's Anna Gabard from France, the umpire for this match. And Martina, I think it's fair to say that whilst he mightn't have had a lot of match play, he's been working like the devil on court to get that match fitness level up to where it needs to be.
Well, there is no substitute for match play, no matter how much you train. It's always different when you're playing the match. You try a little bit harder. Of course, there's that nervous energy that takes energy out of you, and you always stretch a little more for the shot, so you get sore no matter how much you trained. So a good draw is helpful here for I think Rafa Nadal to get into the match. He's also very much a confidence player, so he needs to. He feels insecure very quickly when he doesn't play enough. Of course, he's the master of humility. Even at the French Open, he says, "I'm not the favorite," which is obviously very ridiculous. And so here he says, oh, there's 127 other guys that can win the tournament. I don't think so. But he did have a slightly nervous start against Mikhail Yuzhny. You can see he was a little twitchy, a little uncertain, but once he got going, he played fantastic tennis and looked like he has not been away at all. His confidence must be questionable right now. He's, since Wimbledon, including Wimbledon, he's 4-5. He had 5 losses and 4 wins until he won this first round here. So for him, horrible numbers, but he's healthy now, and I think his confidence will grow pretty quickly once he gets a few matches under his belt.
You've seen a little bit of Smichek. In fact, you said you practiced on a court alongside him during the course of this past week or so. What can we expect in terms of his game?
Well, his game is consistency. He runs well. He's a slighter guy, so he has to move well. He's got a nice stylish game, but just doesn't have quite enough on his shots. So mostly he beats people because they're missing. Runs a lot of balls down, and he's got a nice all-around game. He's going to have a hard time here with Rafa Nadal. All the topspin. That's very difficult to deal with.
One of the curiosities about Nadal, of course, he's left-handed, but in fact he's not left-handed. He plays left-handed, but he writes and does many other things right-handed, which is an oddity. You expect most left-handed players to be left-handed, and like Nadal's the only one I know of that in fact isn't naturally left-handed. Coached, of course, by Uncle Tony, who's done a wonderful job with Nadal, but mind you, he's got a lot of talent to work with.
And then the biggest intangible, which is your head, your heart, your intensity. And Rafa Nadal, when you look up the word intensity, he's in it in the dictionary.
Yes, he's got all of those things in large measure, hasn't he, Nadal?
I wonder if they could do like a DNA test, you know, if there's a gene that people have. You know, Leighton Hewitt has it, you know, Rafa Nadal has it. I mean, there's some people that just, Maria Sharapova, they just play every point like it's match point.
Yep. My observation is it takes 5 elements to make a great player. I mean, obviously, you've got to have talent. You've got to have passion, but talent and passion aren't one and the same thing. You've got to have determination. Determination and passion aren't necessarily one and the same thing. You've got to have great athleticism, and without that, none of the first 3 count for anything anyway. But on top of that, there's an indefinable instinctive quality that governs all of those things when you put them together. And Nadal has got all of those things in some measure, in fact, in a substantial measure.
It's very well put. And luck in that you just don't need any bad luck, you know, in a car accident or some freak sprained ankle or whatever. It's hard enough. And no matter what you do, what you have, the body still has to cooperate. I mean, look at Juan Martín del Potro, 3rd surgery on his wrist just after Sydney. Saw him there. It was so nice to see him back, and had to pull out of this tournament because the left wrist started acting up again. Flew right back to the States. You know, his wrist surgery. So you never know when the body's going to say, "No, I don't think so."
That's right, and it takes a lot of time to recover from those things, and every time you have to have that surgery on the same injury, there's no guarantee that it's going to hold up the next time round, and it's knocked a big hole in what promised to be an outstanding career, and might yet be. But
exactly. Well, let's hope Juan Martín will make it back. Meantime, Rafa doesn't need to worry about his appendix anymore. It's gone.
Umpire's called time, and Smichek's out there already. And here comes Rafa at the trot.
Ready? Play. 15.
It's a question of how many chances Nadal might give Smicek in this match, and I don't think there'll be too many. It's whether or not Smicek will be alert to that and be able to take advantage of them.
It's not just the little guys that get nervous, it's the big guys that get nervous too. You can see Rafa's toss a little low there. That's when you get twitchy, the toss doesn't quite get up there. Everybody's feeling it.
15 seconds.
That's it. And that's that chance you were talking about. Smicek got out of trouble, and he gets a short ball and a very makeable shot where he really should have been forcing the issue. Makes an error with a slice backhand. Rafa feeling a little twitchy here at 15:30, and Smicek gives the point away. Nadal has an advantage against that. This is a first meeting. So Smicek, I don't know if they ever practiced together, but chances are it's the first time he's seen this much topspin. So it takes a while to get used to that kind of spin. The way Smicek plays, you know, those guys are dime a dozen. But the way Nadal plays, he's the only one that really hits that much topspin. So it takes you a while to get used to the trajectory and the way the ball jumps off the court on the bounce.
Opening service game to Rafael Nadal. And that work on the ball, he can get that on the serve as well. And there was one particular case in point there, and Smicek actually did well to get the ball back in play because it kicked up above his shoulder height. And it's difficult to keep returning those. It takes a toll on your shoulder and your racket arm eventually.
Yeah, it'll take Smicek a few games, I think, to get the feel for the serve. As far as the topspin ground strokes are concerned, you're always, I mean, even if when you feel it, even when you know where it's going to be, you're still reacting slightly differently because the ball's coming off the court every time with a little more spin or a little less spin. It's not consistent, so you're always fighting it. There's no such thing as hitting a relaxed shot against Nadal when he's hitting the topspin, particularly the forehand. The backhand's a little bit flatter.
Opening with an ace. Smicek.
Third.
other day against Yuzhny. Took a while for Rafa to find the range on the forehand. Wasn't moving his feet that well.
Well, those are the things that he'll be working through in this match, and of course in the first match against Yuzhny. Those things take time to hone, the lack of match play that he's had recently. Love game for Smichek, and double quick time, encouraging.
Well, that's a great hold. You always want to get that first game under your belt, playing against the top player, get on board. And Smichek did it with authority here. Very good game. Jumped on that one. That's what he has to do. As he's got a slight frame. He's about 160 pounds. What is it, about 70 kilos?
That's it, right.
He's got to really throw everything he's got at the ball to create some pace. It's about 73 kilos, 72, 73 kilos.
Conversion rate is smarter than mine.
I've been doing it all my life.
Out.
Just out, I think. Rafa might challenge it. Nope.
Low 50.
Close, but no cigar. Just out. See Smichek running backwards, tracking that ball. So much topspin, the ball runs away from you. But Nadal just missed. Some fancy shorts he's got. That sparkly piping.
Quick to react, Nadal. He's called them his party shorts.
Well, that's the deal here. He put so much topspin on it. See Smichek's running on the diagonal the wrong way. And even though he hit a really good shot down the line, he's so far behind the baseline. Nadal plenty of time to put it away.
Hitting Nadal forces the error from his opponent.
Yeah, Tim Smichek's still snatching at the return of serve. He's still not quite picking up the spin on the Nadal serve. It's bouncing up, but also sliding away from him. So he's having a hard time with the two-hander reaching up to the ball.
Oh. 14-15.
Faded away and out, and Nadal holds serve to lead 2 games to 1.
Nadal leads 2 games to 1.
two players alongside one another, Nadal and Smicek. As one thing to mention is a slight fellow, Smicek, only a metre 75. Nadal, metre 85. So what's that, 4 inches? A bit over 4 inches, the difference in height, but in bulk, Nadal looks like a weightlifter, really, doesn't he? He's got, he's all muscle, very thick through the chest, strong legs.
Yeah, he started out looking like Nadal when Smicek. Nadal looked like Smicek when he first started out, but he's really filled out.
Take a seat quickly, please.
The colours denote a Spanish fan, one would suspect. And the focus is certainly on Nadal.
And a matching pink hat to go with Nadal's pink shirt. Somewhere I read, they keep statistics on everything these days. Somewhere I read that last time Nadal lost early in a Grand Slam was when he wore pink at the French Open when he lost to Soderling.
Who keeps track of these things?
Exactly, right? I mean, I understand tennis statistics, but color of what you wear, I keep track of everything. You can't get away with anything anymore.
We're on serve. Smicek acquitting himself well on his opening service game to Love. Now he's got some words here with... Oh no, he wants a towel. Sorry, I thought he was concerned about people milling about in the crowd still coming in for this match.
Oh, there's something on the
court.
Oh, it's sweat from Nadal. He's cleaning up after Rafa. Sweating this much already at 2-1 in the first set, but it's a hot day today. But I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that, clean up somebody else's sweat.
Powerful backhand drive down the line from Nadal.
That's all Smicek could do, just get the ball back, and now Nadal flattens out that backhand. It's a much flatter trajectory from the forehand. The ball gets there fast.
Through the point, but then went for too much, trying to finish it. Smicek.
Make Nadal work. You don't want the points to go on that long. Smicek had a chance to come to the net earlier in the rally. Pulled back, clearly not that comfortable at the net, and paid the price. There's so many shots from the baseline to try to get into a winning position. And trouble comes quickly when you're playing Rafa Nadal.
First break points of the match, 3 of them against Smicek. Took good advantage of the short ball from Nadal on that occasion.
Yeah, he's got to do that. He's got to take the time away from Nadal somehow. Either hit the ground strokes hard, try to keep the ball low, or come in, force the passing shot. Baseline to baseline, it's not going to happen.
for points so well and was ever alert there. The speed of foot gets him to the net cord. And the break of serve puts Nadal ahead 3 games to 1.
And Nadal just explodes to this. He was already moving forward, then he really speeded it up. Quick flick of the wrist, racket out front. See, right there. A lot of players make the mistake when they run to the ball. They keep their racket, by their hip. And then when they get there, then they reach up and they overhit because the racket's not organized. So you need to run with the racket in front.
Yeah.
Racket to the ball. Much easier to control that way. Still not reading that spin on the serve, snatching at it. Needs to move over to his left, Smichek, to counter the slice of Nadal's second serve.
Nadal wants the perspiration mopped up.
It's a bit on your right as well. Yeah, just like that. Thank you. It's all right. Thanks.
Right on the line, although Smichek's going to challenge.
I think it split the line right on it. If that line had chalk on it, the ball would be white. See how good our eyes are. Maybe not that much line, but
enough.
I'm surprised, because, I mean, for a tennis player, that's a lot of the line. Smichek was right there. He was just hoping.
Toweling down between almost every point. Nadal.
Well, look at that. It's just dripping off him. It's unbelievable. I would have to be in like 50-degree weather for that to happen.
Wayward forehand from Nadal. And he's got the game and leads by 4-1 in the first set.
Nadal leads 4 games to 1.
By the time he's finished here, Nadal, those sweat-drenched towels are going to weigh about the same as Tim Smichek.
Well, he's going to go through a bunch of towels and a bunch of shirts probably during the match. He's given up on the shirt.
Always has perspired a lot, Nadal, in the course of matches, but with the limited match play that he's had, and not fully match fit yet, not surprising. It's almost as if he's just stepped out of the shower.
Excuse me. It's going to be hard to hold on to the racket as well. I'd like to see him play with the old leather grips.
It would be tough.
Be flying out of his hand every shot.
Time.
This is a pretty small grip as well.
Vitas Gerulaitis was another man who had that problem, necessitating him to retape the racket grip. On every change of ends, Vitas Gerulaitis had to retape the racket handle to be able to keep a grip on it because of the perspiration.
Yes, this is in the days before the overgrip. That now it's I don't know what kind of elastic material, but it's not leather. It's not gauze, which is what Vitas would put over his leather grip. So it's much easier to hold on to the racket these days.
Oh. 15. Oh. 15. 13-15.
Second ace for Smyczek.
He's held that love, then he lost his serve at 15, I believe. Looks like he's going to have an easy hold, but he's going to have to redline it. Go for the serves, go for the ground strokes. And it'll serve a volley.
Yes, good lunge volley from Smyczek to hold serve.
Nadal leads 4 games to 2.
Now he'll have to get adventurous and brave and hope that he makes the shots, mix it up. This is beautiful. Good serve. Rafa had to slice the return, and a beautiful textbook volley there. Maybe could have started a little bit lower, but get the racket out front. Racket to the ball, as I said earlier. Makes life a lot easier.
That he was going to make sure of it, Nadal.
15.
Smart play from Nadal. Didn't have the opening here, but he just dips it short, so Smyczek had to half volley up. Looked like that ball would have gone out, but Rafa made sure he won the point. And that's tough. Smyczek played a great point and still loses it.
13.
Well, Smyczek should be playing at the top of his game. He's had 4 solid match wins to get into this encounter with Nadal. 3 through the qualifying for the tournament, and then defeated young Australian player Luke Saville in the opening round. Straight sets. Was no pushover, 3 tough sets, but 1 through, so 4 match wins on end. That's pretty good going.
14-15. Playing a qualifier in the second round is okay, but the first round, I think the players don't want to play a qualifier because they had to win 3 matches to get there. They're very happy, matched up. They won those matches. They have a lot of confidence. And you, meantime, you know, are nervous playing your first Grand Slam match. For them, it's their 4th match already. So, but now it's the second round, so it kind of levels the playing field kind of levels out at that point. Sometimes Rafa forces the issue too much on the forehand. That could have been an easy backhand down the line, could have even come in on that. But he's looking for that forehand so much, sometimes he overplays it. Usually it happens when he's a little nervous. He looks for the forehand and sometimes it can get short. It was a tough one to run around, but anyway, most of the time he makes that one.
Pretty good defensive lob, but Nadal more than equal to the task. 5 games to 2 in the first set now.
Nadal leads 5 games to 2.
Yes, he covers a lot of territory running around to the forehand. Nadal. It's a shot in which he's got utmost confidence.
Well, he runs a lot, but usually he runs away from the ball, but he's launching himself into it. But by putting so much topspin on the ball, the other player is usually running backwards. So he gives himself time that way, and he forces people further behind the baseline than they're used to being, which then gives him time to get ready for the next shot.
Nadal level with Pete Sampras at the moment as the second winningest players in Grand Slam in terms of Grand Slam titles, men's singles, that is. Sampras and Nadal both on 15 Grand Slam wins, 2 behind the leader, and that's Roger Federer with 17. On play, of course, Nadal, no peer, those 9 French Open titles, and in fact he's won 46 clay court titles total in his career. He and the great Argentine player Guillermo Vilas share the record there.
Well, that one will fall. That record will go down. When does the clay court season start? In April?
Yes.
It'll go down in April.
Yes, Vilas will be devastated. He's been dining out on that record for a long time.
Love it.
30 years since Vilas played.
Wow, that long. Haven't seen him for a while. Usually at the tournaments, the President's box.
The ball was caught.
Call took a little while coming here, and Swiatek has taken his cue from that late call to challenge.
Just out. Oh, just about a millimeter. That's a good challenge.
Love that. Especially that's one change.
The crowd seeing his reaction on the big jumbotron elicits a collective laugh.
Oh, It was a good serve, deserved better, but Nadal just too tough.
Well, Smicek held easily from our end, which is, I guess, the north end, right?
Northern end, yes.
And has lost his serve earlier on, and now he's in trouble again, and those break points are now set points.
3 of them.
Put his arm out there. His body was going the wrong way on this drop shot. It was all arm. And Smicek quick on for that ball.
1 saved. Successive forehands nailed into the corner. The third one does the trick, and Nadal seals the opening set 6 games to 2.
By 6 games to 2.
Well, despite lack of recent match play, Nadal solid, and working on his game that he's going to need to carry him deep into this tournament. Smicek playing at the top of his game, but the top of his game is just falling short of what's required against the number 3 player in the world.
Well, you see the numbers there, 2 or 4 break points, but he broke both stumps. He did break points in those games, which was domination on the total points as well. Not serving particularly great, Rafa, but backing it up very well.
Not much to choose between the two of them as far as winners and unforced errors are concerned. 8 and 8 unforced errors, 6 and 5 the winners in favour of Nadal, but total points told the tale.
Rafa Nadal just makes you run that much further. So the topspin, he really pushes people back. There from Smicek. 2 easy holes and 2 easy losses on his serve. Nadal just bullies people off the court. So pointing 3 balls into the same corner, and Smicek still never could get a hold of anything. Every shot he was pushed further back until there was a big opening.
Well, he goes at it like a bull. Nadal, the Spanish bull. He is relentless.
Second set.
He's a sweet guy off the court, but he's a bully on the court.
He is a real humble gentleman off the court. Very deferential. But look, this is his stock in trade. This is his profession. This is his career. And he takes it 100% seriously the minute he steps out there. Eyes of the world on Nadal in this match.
Oh! 15. 30-15.
He's inevitably going to overhit the ball at some point in those baseline exchanges. Smicek just trying to do too much, being forced to do too much to try and win the point.
First.
Unusual to hit a winner from that far back, but that's Nadal looking for the forehand, so he leaves that corner a little vulnerable. But still, what a great shot you have to hit. You see Nadal will be looking for the forehand, so he's leaning to his right. That's why this was a winner. But he just makes the court so wide and long. With the topspin, you know, he's got more room to work with. And then the topspin, if he hits it cross court, you're really running out wide. So you feel like on your side, the court is much wider. And then Nadal, of course, is looking for the forehand, so he had a very small space to hit into, so it's like narrow on the other side. It's like not the same size, not the same size on both sides of the court when you feel like when you're playing. Well,
30-40.
First break point for Smicek in this match. He got one in the first set. What looked like a comfortable game. A little danger time for Rafa Nadal. Doesn't want to give Smicek any ideas about winning sets or matches here.
Well, double fault from Nadal, which gives the game away. And Smicek breaks in the game of the second set. Stepped in as Nadal was about to serve that second serve. Smicek he'd set himself about 2.5 meters behind the baseline, but stepped in right on the line. Drew the double fault from Nadal.
Don't see that very often. Rafa double faulting, certainly not on a break point down. Smicek wasn't really threatening, but you know, it's easy to have a slight letdown after you win a very comfortable first set. That first service game of the next set, it's easy to let your guard down a little bit. Sorry, it's the right shot. You gotta redline it. You gotta go for more than you would in a normal match, because you're not playing a normal player. So when you have that opening, you gotta play some brave tennis and go for it. It was a good miss, is what I would call it.
Oh, nicely done.
Was thinking about quitting that shot on the baseline, and then he thought better of it. Rafa hit a really short ball, so he was able to get on top of it, and it's a nice volley here. Really close. I thought Rafa was going to hit a lob. He went right at Smicek. Easy put away.
It's twice now that Smicek has produced copybook volleys.
15.
Smichek goes fast. That was great court coverage from Tim. Great anticipation. Anything cross-court would have won the point for Rafa, but he thought he would get it by him with the down the line. But Smichek very quick for that shot. Well done.
Let's first.
It's out. Those sorts of unforced errors he can't afford, even though he's a breakup.
Yeah, especially when you're not really doing anything with the ball. If he's going for a winner, okay, it's a good error. But there he was just keeping the ball in play and missed it. It's kind of a forced, unforced error from Nadal because you know you need to really get the ball in the right place. Maybe trying to keep it really low. Missed it.
Advantage, Nadal.
And he whacks the ball away in disgust with himself. Smichek allowing the immediate break back by Nadal.
One game.
He had a great opportunity to hold there. Missed that backhand, missed another forehand and another forehand. So Nadal kind of gave the game away when he lost his serve, and Smichek returned the favor. And those are the kind of games that you really need to win. When you have an opportunity to win the game, you need to take them. Those games don't come back. Now he's got to break again to get ahead. It takes so much mental toughness to play the top players. The ball comes a little faster, a little bit deeper, a little more spin. It takes a lot out of you mentally, and he worked so hard to get the break. Just gave it right back.
A lot of points like that, extended baseline rallies ending with 15. The ball in the net from Smichek.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of rally that Nadal wants. He wins it and he gets you tired for the next one.
He thrives on
cumulative
that.
Pressure, cumulative tiredness. Although he does take time between points, so it gives you a little more chance to recover, but still.
Also gives himself the best chance to recover.
15.
He's an immensely physical player, Nadal. One of those players who run through brick walls to get to the ball. As we said before, that's the determination factor in combination with the passion and the talent. The 20-second rule between points.
It's 25 seconds on the normal tour, on the ATP tour, but here they give you only 20, which is, I think, a little too fast. But then they don't follow it either. I mean, Rafa just took almost 30 seconds between those 2 points. He gets to the line quickly, but then he has to go through his routine. Oh!
Just the sheer power through the error there from Smicek, and Nadal holds serve, now leads a set and 2-1.
Nadal leads deuxième set. While he is finished, this watch is witness to the magic of memory, the promise of a new season, and a Grand Slam's most ardent fans. You'll see the national hero become a legend, the epic, endure.
We've got twilight in Melbourne now, early part of the twilight stage of the evening. The lights beginning to take effect here on Rod Laver Arena. It's been a glorious day, warm certainly, but not excessively hot. Players have had 3 great days, in fact, for weather as far as the tournament is concerned so far.
First couple of days, I wish I had my ski jacket with me. It's been so cold here. After the last 3 or 4 years of searing temperatures, the players are really appreciating this kind of weather.
You know as well as I do, Martina, it's going to warm up. Forecast is for warm conditions as we get towards the end of the week. Won't surprise if we see mid to high 30 temperatures by the weekend.
What's it supposed to be next week, do you know? I haven't looked yet.
Haven't looked that far ahead. But in Melbourne, anything goes. Smicek had the break in the opening game of the set, but dropped his guard, and Nadal broke straight back and held for 2-1. Smicek on his toes.
Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
And the numbers for Nadal have not been good so far, with 14 unforced errors and 7 winners. Usually it's the other way around. So he's been a bit spotty in this match.
Third ace for Smicek.
As good as the returns are from the players these days, I'm surprised guys don't serve a volley more often, because if you do it just once a game as a surprise, you know, it really pays off. Guys trying to hit the ball deep, so you're going to get a simple volley. And then when they start looking to see if you're coming in or not, they don't return as well, or they maybe try to roll it at your feet. Now you stayed back, now you have a short ball you can come in on. just to plant that seed of doubt in the returner. Pays off. So Smichek doing it pretty well here.
Well, I corrected my observation that there's been a noticeable effort back towards serve and volley in women's tennis at the moment.
Well, just more. I think the women are getting more aggressive.
That's what I meant,
to
more
come to
aggressive.
the net. Not necessarily serve and volleying, but quicker to come forward. Definitely. That's just nasty.
That's out.
He missed it. Had to be that good.
And the whole court to play. 2 games off.
2 games off.
Oh, so much. I mean, Smichek was 25 feet behind the baseline on this shot. But guided it well enough down the line where Rafa had to move sideways. That's a full 360. Rafa missed the volley. So back on serve. I mean, still on serve now. 2 breaks and 2 holds. Did you see Rafa didn't step on that Melbourne sign? He stepped right over it.
Yeah.
He's got so many little tweaks and twitches and quirks in his superstitious repertoire. That was funny. Took a big step. Didn't want to step on the paint.
Never steps on the paint. She can help it between points. And those 2 drink bottles lined up like sentinels by the chair on the change of ends. He can spend 10 or 15 seconds just getting the placement of those bottles correct before he walks back out on the court.
No.
Well, he's focused here. This is a very quick service game to 40 love.
Yeah, players don't like to lose their serve, but the top players really don't like to lose their serve. So he let down a little bit at the beginning of that set, but got it right back. It's all business now.
Nadal holds to love and leads a set and 3-2 now over Tim Smichek.
Nadal leads 3 games.
Do you mind, buddy, to take it?
Smichek, born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now trains Tampa, Florida. Tennis player in the family, brother and sister, brother's a lawyer. Sister's still a student, now mopping up again after a while.
Clean up on aisle 10.
Towels, please, towels. Excuse me, 2 more towels, please.
Rafa asking for more towels. I've never needed another towel in any match. Never, ever, ever. And I didn't sweat much. Such a physical game.
You don't have towels?
Nadal taking in plenty of liquid. Hydration. Not orange juice, some energy mix. Electrolytes. Water. Place the bottle down precisely.
they even have a different drink for different stage of the matches. During the match, they drink different things. Before the match, during the match, they have like drink doctors.
Well, more than ever, it's more than a sport, it's a science, isn't it?
I know players warm up for the warm-up now. You know, the warm-up before the match, the half an hour or 45 minutes, they warm up for that, then they warm down, then they eat, and then they warm up for the match, and then they play the match, then they warm down. It takes a lot longer to take care of your body these days. Some housekeeping from Rafa. Remember Hana Mandlikova, she used to pick up the little bits on the court and throw them away.
Nice.
They down from 10, really saw that shorter ball and stepped into that. Quickly push this ball down the line. Ball has to get there fast to hit a winner against Rafa.
Two in a row.
Nadal's standing pretty far behind the baseline on the return of serve, so see, it's a really good return. Smichek's got the openings.
Fourth ace of the match for Smichek. Couldn't have come at a better time. Gives him 3 game points. Staying with Nadal now after the early break of serve each way. Only 1 point conceded by the serve of the last 2 games. Something's going to have to give here shortly in the second set at 3 games all.
And if not, there's always the tiebreak. Not like the old days where you could have a 12-10, 12-10 match. You won 2 sets to love, but it took a long time.
Commercial imperative as much as anything else ended those days.
Yeah, Jimin Van Allen started the tiebreak. Used to play the 9-point tiebreak, where at 4-all in the tiebreak, whoever won that point won the set. Set point either way. Then they made a 13-point tiebreak. Same thing at 6-all, and then finally now the 12-point tiebreak where you have to win by 2. Thank goodness.
Set it up for Smichek.
Uncharacteristic. I mean, it's not a miss by Nadal, but that ball should have cleared the net by a couple of feet. So, a couple of unforced errors here. I mean, the whole court, normally that ball went right through the middle of the court as well. Thinking Smichek would run one way or the other. Uncle Tony Nadal not happy with that one. Really getting himself into trouble.
30.
Let's
No free points on the serve, and then Smicek really not giving anything away. You can hear him laboring between shots to get back in the middle of the court. Rafa obliges with 3 unforced errors.
Double fault. And the break for Smicek to lead by 4 games to 3. Second set. Extraordinary. The second time, isn't it, that Nadal's double faulted on a game point?
Yep, both times he lost the serve, he double faulted. Game point, of course, this time it was love 40, so chances are he would have lost the game anyway, but still, you hate to give it away like that. 3 unforced errors and a double fault, so really uncharacteristic with that game for Rafa. He played such a solid match against usually in the first round, where you would have expected more of these cobwebs to show up. Now, but maybe the lack of match play since Wimbledon last year, he only played 10 matches, is showing itself here tonight against Smicek, who runs really well, and I think Rafa is feeling a bit pressure to hit a really good ball to get on the offensive here and now making errors.
Well, he's got speed around the court, as you say, Smicek, but he's also served pretty well, hasn't he, in this match?
Yes, he served well and backed it up well. He lost the serve 3 times, but now he's in the driver's seat in the second set. He can hold 2 more times, so win the set. These guys never played each other before, and I'm sure Rafa would like to have had a match under his belt against this guy. You don't ever want to play somebody for the first time in a Grand Slam, no matter who it is. You like to have a feel for what they're about on the court in a regular tournament before you get to play them under that much more pressure in a slam.
15 minutes.
As you said, serving very well.
5th ace. And it was a shade over 200 kilometres per hour too. Solid serve.
Third
Out wide for an unplayable serve rather.
Because Rafa's standing so far back, those wide serves really pay off. Took that return a little bit earlier. Still, the opening was there for Smicek. Love to have that forehand back.
Full marks, Smicek.
Nice forcing shot from Smicek from being off the court. Really had to hustle for this one. But 9 out of 10 times, Rafael Nadal makes that shot. He had the opening there. It was late.
Overtime to put it away, Nadal, but does so.
Now Smicek's taking his time. There is no way. He's about 30 seconds right now. Umpire clearly not paying attention to the clock. It's that running forehand that's been giving Rafa trouble. He's not timing it well. He's kind of guiding it, which is very uncharacteristic for him.
Serve. 5 games to 3. Gone for another racket, Smicek. Important game coming up. Return of serve game for him. Important game for Nadal. Serving to stay in the second set. Position that he probably didn't expect to find himself in.
Well, Smicek is making Rafael Nadal run, and when Rafa's on the run, he's not timing the ball so well. That backhand again was a makeable shot for him. He missed it. He's a bit unsure of himself right now. New balls.
That's it.
Sitter for Nadal, and he lets the ball clip the tape. It's just nerves and perhaps lack of match play. Doesn't have the confidence to really let her rip.
So love 30.
Nadal's pushing a little bit. He's pushing the ball. He's not swinging freely at all right now.
Smicek 2 points from the second set.
I've seen Nadal guide the ball this much. Well, he's just not releasing the racket head. 3 set points for Smicek. Quickly things start. You said at 3-0 something's going to give. I didn't think it was going to be Nadal that was going to give.
Been a flood for Smicek since then. To take the second set against the number 3 player, Rafael Nadal. 6 games to 3. It's a set all.
Right, 6 games to 3. 1 set.
Not too many people saw this in the script before the start of the match.
I could have maybe thought the first set, when Nadal may be a little nervous getting going again. But Tim Smicek's been very impressive in the second set. Just really cleaned up his game. cut down on the unforced errors, but most of all taking the ball a bit earlier, getting down the line, forcing Nadal on the run, serving well. And Nadal obliging with some unforced errors there. You see 14 for Nadal, only 10. Totally turned, and only 2 winners for Nadal. Those numbers are shocking, really.
They are, aren't they?
That's just a bad set.
The ledger.
Nadal. I mean, you have to give Spicek credit for forcing the issue and playing well, but still a lot of this is Nadal's doing. Just not showing himself, not playing confident tennis. Spicek hustling.
Well balanced for Spicek. 12 winners to just the 10 unforced errors. As long as you're ahead in that equation, you're doing pretty well.
Spicek is smiling. He's a qualifier. He somehow won the first round match. He's only won 2 matches in a Grand Slam once in his career. And here he is going mano-mano against Rafa Nadal and Rod Laver Arena, all even after first 2 sets. So he's going to be pretty happy with himself already. And now he thinks he's got a shot at it. And he does, unless Nadal cleans up his game. And Tony can't be too happy right now.
Both players off the court, taking a quick bathroom break.
Spicek's player box, they're taking photos there of the court behind him. Pretty excited to be here. Never mind Spicek. The people in the box are fans.
Arnaud Gabard from France. Pretty good grip on the match. No controversy.
Well, the Hawkeye's taken so much of the arguing out of the game, hasn't it? It's really a much cleaner sport now, much quicker. I predicted that, you know, when they asked me, oh, don't you think this is going to slow down the game? I said, au contraire, speed it up, because if the technology is fast enough to give you the answer right away, which it is, which it was then, it's going to take arguing out of the sport. That's exactly what's happened.
Well, we don't ever, or for hardly ever now, see 2 players at the foot of the umpire's chair gesticulating and arguing back and forth. And the tournament referee being called out to adjudicate very rarely happens. Sun about to slip below the horizon. We're on daylight saving time, of course, in most parts of eastern Australia. Queensland being the exception. But it's glorious evening. And the tournament is hosting record crowds yet again. And the plans are in hand to expand this magnificent complex even further. Plans on the drawing board at the moment to extend the party atmosphere that surrounds the tournament down the banks of the Yarra River towards Federation Square in the heart of Melbourne itself, which is not all that far away, it's only a kilometre away, but with amusements and restaurants and all sorts of attractions. A new footbridge to be built that'll bring spectators direct in, I think, to the back of Court 2. So there'll be another new access to the total complex. Those things will take time to develop, but it'll happen over the next 2-3 years. But it's not anywhere near, and it was a magnificent complex when it opened in 1988. What it is today is a totally different animal, isn't it?
It's amazing how much the Margaret Court Arena has changed the profile of the place. It's a fantastic facility, great court to play on. It's just the right size for tennis.
It's exceptional, isn't it?
People, it's perfect.
that roof conversion cost for the Margaret Court Arena. I haven't checked the balance sheet, but I'd like to own 20% of the copper that's in the roof.
Is he going to get green? Is he going to get the patina on it?
I guess it might over time. Well, it should over time if it's...
if it is copper.
If it is copper, it certainly looks like copper.
All right, set 3, here we go. Oh, even can Rafa right the ship? 14 errors and 2 winners in that second set. Those numbers need to change.
Sharp start for Nadal with the return of serve.
That was a great serve. In fact, I thought it was wide when it landed. Really short inside the court, but Rafa got that right foot, always keeping the ball in front of him, using that right hand to get over the ball. First winner of the return of serve in the match.
Hey. 15.
Those balls of the run. Most of the time they've been going in the net, but that one flies deep. Kudos to Smichek for making him move, forcing those errors.
It's the first double fault of the match for Smichek. Been serving so well up to this point.
He's got a lot of kick on that serve or slice, so it's really hard to attack. He's been very good at neutralizing that second serve return.
Two sets of tennis and Nadal still hasn't got the timing right.
Mitchak has been very unpredictable on his serve. There's not been a pattern. I'm sure Rafa wouldn't even know what he likes to do because never played him before. Well done.
Perfectly guided, survives a break point, holds serve in the opening game of the third set.
Even on that return of serve, that took like an extra step to hit that return. He's not sure of his footing. He's not timing the ball well. Notice that against Eugenie at the beginning of the match, he really wasn't moving his feet. That's why he was making the errors. But after about 5 or 6 games, he got going. Today he started out just fine, had a good first set, and that's when things unraveled, which is uncharacteristic. Usually, once you win the first set, you settle down and you play better.
Confidence level rises, get the feel for the ball.
Rafa's been going backwards, and he's still not looking comfortable. Well, that's his third double fault. At least this one wasn't on break point down. Uncle Tony saying vamos. He's on that same side, same end of the court as Nadal right now. It's so tempting to be coaching, you know, whatever you're thinking you should be doing, you want to say it out loud, and you're not allowed. Aye.
There's a fine line between encouragement and coaching. That's why they place the supervisors so close to where the player boxes are, or vice versa.
Toss is getting lower and lower.
Tired serve.
That's more like
yes, it is.
Himself activated and the crowd as well. It's a very positive second serve and a positive move forward on that forehand. He's just been sleepwalking out here.
Well, it's time to come awake, make things happen.
15 love, 2 double faults. He's trying to get himself fired up. Sometimes you just flat, you know, you have to create this drama to get yourself going. Smicek, one of the harder serves Rafa's hit. The ball got there fast. Didn't quite make him move enough on the serve. Smicek on top of it.
Smicek 2 extra bites at the cherry.
That was a super get from Smicek because Rafa really teed off on that overhead right at Smicek, and he reflexes this thing with his forehand as he's going to his left. It's a pretty decent lob. He's so far back he can't control it. Uncomfortable overhead for Rafa there. Rafa's not getting on offense the way he's used to. Smicek is moving really well, neutralizing. He's got used to that topspin. The ball is coming back a little bit faster than it was in the first set. Rafa's pressing a little bit.
Smicek's worked himself into the match a lot better from his perspective than Nadal has.
Stop it now, because this is more of an exhibition shot. The way Smicek jumps up to hit this up and forward and right in the corner. That's a great shot. Break point for Smicek. Real danger time now for Nadal. Manufacturing a break point out of nowhere.
Supporters love it. The crowd give him due credit for a splendid match to this point for Smicek. At a set all and a break in the third.
Well, clearly Tim Smicek has done his own work. Of course, Rafa is at a disadvantage here because he probably hasn't seen Smicek play, if at all. Certainly doesn't know his tendencies, whereas you can really go and write a big thesis on what Rafa Nadal likes to do. All the statistics are there. You can really get it from Hawkeye, as well as just by watching. No secret on how Nadal plays the game. So Smicek has definitely has a good game plan here.
Smicek racket at the moment turns to gold.
He can't believe it either. He's kind of smiling. Where is this coming from? Playing on adrenaline. Shot he had no right making. Dips in right in the corner. That's what we call treeing. He's playing out of his tree right now.
crossed the line? Yes, it did. Wasn't cleanly hit either by Nadal.
That was a miss hit. It would have been a winner if it had been a clean hit. Miss hit almost pushed it wide, but the ball dipped in just on the line. Well, it was a changeup from Nadal, but what a push! Nadal just slicing the forehand, almost baiting Smiček to miss, and he did. Smiček is playing the match of his life right now. And Nadal saying, what is this pesky qualifier doing here? No right to play this well.
Late for Swiss.
Shot that Smiček has really hit. Perhaps would have been easier to let it bounce. The ball was pretty high. It's falling off to his left. Missed it badly. Rafa says, thank you, finally. You blinked.
Breakback point, Nadal.
Will the pressure start adding now for Smiček as he's seeing an opportunity? As we talk about pressure, for the top players, but for this guy, this may be the only chance he ever has against the top player to win. So it's a different kind of pressure.
Nadal breaks.
Smiček leads 2 games to 4.
Yes, from Smiček's point of view, the further the match goes, the more the pressure on him increases. It'll be interesting to see how he handles that. Because when you start to think about the possibility of winning, you increase the pressure on yourself exponentially.
Well, like I said, top players are used to this kind of pressure. For Tim, this is a new ball game altogether.
Smiček is playing at the top of his game, and I don't think it's any disservice to him to make the observation that Nadal is obviously not playing quite at the top of his. He's still trying to recapture match fitness after playing so little in the last 6 months, but the last four or 5 months certainly.
That was a big game for Nadal to break back. Smiček did have a game point for 3-love. Somehow Nadal hung in there, and Smiček finally gave some 3 points after hitting some shots that he had no right hitting. Most likely playing the best tennis of his life right now, this last set and a half. And never on a bigger stage. Been in this position against the top player. Center court, Laver Arena. Grand Slam. As for the trainer, probably fixing some blisters. He's got issues holding on to the racket. Blisters. I think it's something else going on. talks to the doctor rather than the trainer. Something else. Usually that happens. A headache, nausea, or something in the stomach. Yes. Find out later.
Whether that's just nerves or whether it's very negative expression, shaking the head from Nadal. Some sort of fever. She's had possibly a headache.
Well, I heard one word. The doctor said stomach.
Stomach.
I did hear that.
Time.
There was no outward physical injury. Of that we're certain. The exact nature of whatever ails Nadal is not clear, but perhaps some stomach ailment. He was quick to take the bathroom break at the end of the second set.
Well, back on serve. 1-0, 2-1 Smyczek. Nadal to serve. Let's see if we can even it up here.
Left the racket round that completely. Tony's not game to look.
It was a delayed serve and volley from Nadal, and we saw what a good serve he hit and how far back Smyczek was. Snuck in. Yep, that was a delayed approach. Good sneak. Really great deep forehands from Smyczek. Backhand. Like I said, for a player like this is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So pressures on the top players is constant. But for Nadal, this is a second-round match. For Smyczek, this is maybe
a grand final.
This is it.
Deserved better.
14-15.
It's a Nadal volley. He spiked it too much, allowing Smyczek to run under that ball. It's kind of a volley overhead. Smyczek guessed right. Almost made it.
Nadal.
set all 2-all Smicek to serve, and an eye on the well-being of Nadal.
You can't practice that shot because it's such a mishit from Nadal. That ball was really spinning so much after the bounce that it looks like a simple shot, but it actually isn't. Not surprised to see an error from Smicek on that one. Up on his shots. He's hitting the ball either really low and hard or deep. A clean winner there.
Qualifier Smicek was taking it right up to Nadal. Got to put out of his mind, Smicek, whether Nadal's 100% or 98% or 95%, doesn't matter.
It's still Nadal, and you still have to go for it. You still have to hit great shots. Decelerated there. Smicek limping. It's a dainty looking walk there. It's more positive there. Quickly up to that short ball. Inside out forehand, his favorite shot. Break point from Nadal.
Yes.
Yes. Tension building on both sides of the net here now. Smicek thinks he's in this with a winning shot. Nadal frustrated.
Yeah, he had that down the line. Didn't have to be that good. Could have been 3 feet inside the sidelines. Still would have been a forceful shot. Smicek is onto the spin of the Nadal ball, and he's taking the ball early, doesn't let it spin out, takes it on the rise, so he's not as far back behind the baseline, so the ball gets there quicker for Nadal, again taking away time from Nadal.
Pace for the game.
Smicek is 4 games into
said at the outset there was no percentage for Smicek in trying to match it with Nadal from the baseline, and against Nadal at the top of his game or anywhere near the top of his game, that would be true. But Nadal has struggled pretty much throughout, although he played better in the first set. And has never been able to get the timing right. And, the benefit of some good serve, Smicek has been able to match it with the Spaniard, more than match it with the Spaniard at times, and is still in this match.
Time.
He can only play the man at the other end of the court as he stands. Yes, it's Nadal. Is it 100% Nadal? As I said, 98% Nadal. Smicek's got to put that out of his mind and play what's on the plate in front of him.
Well, he's, like I said, playing the match of his life. Sometimes players go to another level during a match, or maybe it's just that one match. Sometimes they go to another level and stay there for the rest of their career and keep building up on it. Sometimes they just play out of their mind that one match and never played that well again. Don't know what the case is here. But in any case, Tim Smicek taking it to Rafa Nadal and holding his own, learning about Nadal as the match goes on, getting used to the spins and the tendencies, etc. Putting Nadal on the defensive quite a bit. This last set and a half.
Thank you.
Smicek's quickness is really paying off here. So quick off the mark. His offensive shots are not giving him the easy ball to put away.
Moving in quickly for the kill, Nadal.
He's not been hitting the backhand down the line well today. He's been pushing it or missing it. That one was hit with authority. And as soon as he hit it, he starts moving in for an easy put away at the net.
That's it.
It's not a cheap error from Nadal there, getting himself into trouble on his serve. Simple forehand falling away, not getting set for the shot.
Old team, that's it.
First serve.
He had break points on Smicek's previous game. Smicek's serve not quite finding the mark that it was now in this third set. 50% of first serves in.
Against Yuzhny, Rafael was taking the ball early on the second serve, really forcing the return. He's done it only a couple times today. Doesn't seem to have the confidence to take the ball early.
He's getting a look at quite a few second serves now in this third set. Here's one of them.
50.
Well, his body was in the right place, but the racket just quit. Ran right into that shot. Jammed himself. So neither player playing particularly well, right? It's been kind of a flat area here, yet it's the most crucial time of the match.
Well, they both know that, and maybe that's tightened up the game on both sides of the net. Racket when he was beaten.
9 out of 10 times that forehand goes cross-court, so Smicek was cheating. He's still in that corner. He's waiting for the ball to come to him, and it doesn't. It goes down the line. The down the line has not been there for Nadal today. He's trying to find the mark now. That was a bomb down the line. No.
That's
It's just so uncharacteristic.
Serve in different reply from Nadal, set up the winner for Smicek.
Smicek jumps into the backhand quite a bit. He's done it about 6 or 7 times. This is the first one he missed. You wonder if his play will fall off or if he can maintain this new level that he found during the match.
Post.
Point now for Nadal.
Advantage. Nadal.
More pop on that forehand. 2 in a row. Good sneak again. Sometimes you just have to create that adrenaline within yourself.
Check.
Nadal was about 8 feet behind the Melbourne sign on that return of serve. So even though he didn't hit that bad a return, he's so far back, it takes too long for that ball to get there. I might challenge that one. It's hard for the umpire to see that because the ball is right between them and the line. But he was pretty convinced that the ball was out.
Advantage,
Make or break time for one or the other now in this set. Reply from Nadal, gets what it deserves.
Yeah, that wasn't that good a serve to elicit that kind of response, but he had a lot of spin on it. Nadal, because he's so far back, he really had to reach for it. If he was a little closer to the baseline, he could cut the angle. Good 1-2 punch from Smith-Check. Decelerated on that one. I know I'm supposed to hit it down the line, but I don't really want to. Oh, please go in. Oops. It's another break point for Nadal. Third one in this game, right?
Third, Ball was as big as a balloon there, and he still couldn't get it over the net. And Nadal breaks to lead by 4 games to 3 in the third.
Well, that was a bit of an escape game for Nadal. He played a couple good points, but it was more Smith-Check on 4 stairs there on deuce points, and definitely an easy volley. It's an easy volley at any time, except on break point down.
Ball room so large and you're so anxious to put it away. A fervour at the moment interferes with your judgment. Glorious evening in Melbourne, that's a picture.
It was just a spectacular day. A little hotter today than I think the players would want, but nothing like what we've had the last few years.
This time, it's been a little more humid though this year than it has been in past years. Normally we get the really dry heat this time of year. Those hot northerly winds. The remnants of Rafa's banana.
Even his headband, spare headband, is laid neatly. I'd like to see his closet. I bet it's all very, very organized. Oh, he got little tags on all his bottles, the lotions in the bathroom. Well, got what he needed. He needed to get a break in that, not just a service break, but he needed for his opponent to help him a little bit, and that was a big help from Smith-Check. Can he take advantage of it? Hold serve twice here and 2 sets to 1 up. Tony sure would like to see that. I don't know how they do it day in and day out, year in and year out as a coach.
He's looking a little twitchy.
I've only done a couple of matches and I'm exhausted.
Talking to your former sparring partner, Pam Shriver, her boy played his first tournament recently, and she was in the stands and she couldn't stand it. It almost drove her crazy.
She told me about it, and when they split sets, they play a match tiebreak, and that's when she could come on the court and actually coach. And her boy called her, "Come on, Mom." George is 10 years old. His first tournament. Had a good time. Got to the finals.
Oh, off forehand. Beautiful.
That was a superb quality point all the way from Tim Smichek. Getting the ball deep and hard. And got the opening and took it. Looked effortless on that. So Rafa has to work so much harder on every stroke. Throwing himself into it. Smichek just casually hits a winner.
Love 30.
Well, that was hit with more authority than we've seen throughout most of the match from Rafa. Going backwards and still creates so much pace, so much strength. It's amazing. The racket head speed that he generates.
Nadal finding the tape, the ball sat up though, and gave Smichek an opportunity to put it down the line, and it's break points, break back points for him.
Well, that was a great return. That was just too good. Smichek deserved that point. Nadal had to really move to his left to get out of, or to his right rather, to get out of the way of that ball. If the ball touches any part of his body, he loses the point.
Twice now, giving credit Nadal. Seen the opportunity to unload on the forehand. He's done it to win the point. Had to do it there to get back to deuce. Save 2 break points.
Yep, I was just going to say, it's at 30 seconds right now. I was just going to say the umpires let him get away with it. Well, it's been put on warning.
Mr. Nadal, the ball was
call, and actually the umpire was going to overrule. It goes out. No? Yep.
It's out. It's been a saviour for him in this game, forehand, on 3 occasions.
Now, if he gets a time violation, it's a loss first serve, right?
Correct.
Which is a change from before. It would be a point. It's just a serve. Now, if you do it on your opponent's serve, you get a point penalty.
That's right.
He's at 30 seconds again.
And in reality, this is the first time in the match that he's been in front on the scoreboard at 5-4.
Oh, he won the first
set. Oh, he won the first set, yes. But at a set all, it was an even Stevens situation. But at last, he's got his nose in front on the scoreboard.
Just imposing himself on the match.
Well, that's his style. That's what he normally does, but he normally does it a lot quicker than this.
It's been a long 3 sets. 2 hours, 10 minutes. Roger Federer earlier played a 4-set match, and it took 2 hours and 10 minutes. And we're not even done with the 3rd set yet. They've been short sets in games, but long in time because Nadal is taking on the average about 28 seconds between points. I don't know why they bother with the 20-second rule. Should be 25, but a more hard 25.
Stretching the limit between points, but also we didn't expect Smicek to live with Nadal in some of these baseline exchanges, and they've been soaking up time as well.
Fault low.
7th ace of the match for Smicek. Love game for Smicek. Nadal will be serving for the set.
Nadal
slow to the chair. Whatever the doctor gave him to call out earlier. Just to upset him a little bit. Sitting quite calmly on the changeover, whilst the doctor was there. Consultation earlier. Nerves, the legs are going 16 to the dozen.
Don't know that expression, but yes, I agree. He's very twitchy on that changeover. Very worried. Seems to have settled his stomach and his mind. So now he's in the driver's seat. If he can hold his serve and get up to just to 1, that should settle him down. Smicek can keep up this level, but right now it's do or die for Smicek as he has to break.
It's been
this 3rd set.
Outstanding effort by Smicek to maintain the level of play that he has. I mean, he knows the caliber of the opponent at the other end of the court. Undoubtedly knew in his own mind when he came out, or thought he knew, what sort of match he was going to get from Nadal. Add in the mix that Nadal's had to call the trainer and the doctor to the court at some point. Also plays to some degree, large or lesser, with your opponent's mind, but Smicek has coped with all of those things. And pretty much maintained his game. First serve has dropped off just a little bit. But he's played a splendid match in the circumstances here against Nadal. It's a long way from over.
Normally when Rafa misses this badly, it's a miss hit. That was not a miss hit. He just flew that ball. Top spin on it. It's a nervous looking shot. He knows how big this moment is. 45 seconds right now.
There wasn't much room to manoeuvre there, but full marks to Smicek for finding the gap.
Nadal going to his left as Smicek is hitting. There's no way Smicek can hit this ball down the line. He did all he could. Oh, it's a great shot, but you've got to cover the line on that. The player was trying to hit one, and Smicek couldn't have picked a better time. So Rafael so far behind the baseline. That was a line drive drop shot. Well done. Ball got there quickly.
2 points for Smicek.
Yep. 2 break points again.
Times in the match, double fault has cost Nadal the game, and Smicek is back to 5-all, put himself right back in this third set.
Well, that was a bad error on Nadal on the first point. Then Smicek hits a great backhand pass, and a super drop shot, and then a double fault by Nadal. So 2 great points by Smicek, but 2 giveaway points by Nadal to lose his serve. He's serving for the set.
Thank you.
So the set is not over yet. You know, Nadal forced that error, right? Because Smicek knew he had to cut it so fine. He had such a short drop volley. Against another player, he may not try to go for so much, but he knew he really needed to cut it on the outside of the ball and completely mishit it. Nadal much prefers to move to his right as he's hitting the forehand. He's moving wide to his left. He's been missing those most of the time today.
Some injudicious hitting there from Nadal, and you can tell by the expression on his face he's out of sorts physically and mentally, you'd have to say. Smicek's on the verge of a 6-5 lead here. Nadal's had his serve broken twice. He's been a major contributor to it. And a little bet against him perhaps losing his serve again. Smicek yet to hold that for the 6-5 lead.
Well, good idea from Smicek, but super return from Nadal. Serve was out.
Yes, I thought so. No challenge. No, Nadal doesn't challenge. So it is 6 games to 5. Smicek ahead in the third.
6 games to 5.
Well, this could be a crisis point approaching, really, for Nadal. Serve is not on this game.
Nadal just really doesn't look comfortable right now. And it's part of it, of course, is Tim Smicek's doing, but I think whatever's going on with his stomach, looked like he was doubling over a couple times. And he's not a drama queen at all, so you know when something's not right. When he shows that something's not right, it really isn't right.
But he won't quit, Nadal.
Nadal won't quit, that's a total oxymoron.
We've seen that before in matches where he's been carrying an injury that other players would have been happy to fold with, but not Nadal.
Time. He's still setting the bottle exactly the same way, so holding on to his routine. Now this is a must game for Nadal. Oh, huge marks to Tim Smicek. Had to break, played a great game, and a good game to hold serve and really put Nadal under pressure here.
Well, the crowd, Rod Laver Arena packed house, a buzz here. Of course, they know the circumstance, as well as Nadal and Smicek. And they can sense some dramatic moments coming in this match.
Thank you.
Nadal serving to stay in the third set. And that's true because he's continuing to play nerveless tennis, regardless of what's happening at the other end of the court.
Absolutely, but Nadal just doesn't look quick off the mark to me. He's a little sluggish. He'll probably have to.
He was half a metre short of where he should have been for that shot, wasn't he?
Yeah. He's snatching at the ball, reaching for it, not moving there with his legs. It's a good serve there.
Perfect shot. Oh, still couldn't put it out of the fire. Smicek. Gave it a shot.
This is not the in-between, this is on the side. The forehand side. Makes the shot. Only do that in practice once in a while. Made Nadal hit another shot, but he made it. Entertaining point there for both players.
Both players receive one additional set.
Well, it's pretty hard to predict which way this will go. First serve percentage is on the rise again for Smicek, back up to 57%. Still not where he'd like it to be, but at least equal with, percentage-wise, equal with Nadal's first serve efforts. Winning about the same percentage off those first serves, so it's a toss of the coin here.
Yeah, getting the first serves in. He's been able to attack Nadal's second serve pretty well.
1-0.
So Nadal really needs to get the first serve in here. And the tie-break, every point is a break point. So it's really essential to get those first serves in and play percentage tennis. You don't want to go for too much, get too cute. Go with your best shot and go with your first instinct.
Nadal.
2-0. Listen to this statistic. Career tiebreak record. Smicek 6-20. Nadal 177 to 107. So huge advantage should be for Nadal. But Smicek is just so thrilled to be here, whereas Nadal saying, can't believe I'm in a tiebreak. I'll serve for the set. So a big emotional lift for Smicek here, and he won the first 2 points.
Two, one. Smicek.
Forced Smicek into a half volley pick up off the baseline to keep himself at the point.
3-1.
This is an acrobat shot, hitting off that front right foot, and landing on it, but he's done it a lot and only missed one of them. Gets up pretty high. Great shot.
Smicek.
It's not looking good for Nadal here. He's just has no confidence right now. Returning second serve, 20 feet behind the baseline. Barely making it over the net. Badly missing with that forehand down the line. He's clearly out of sorts. the door.
Hole 2.
And it's interspersed with Nadal that we don't recognize, with loose errors, badly missed balls. And then he comes up with brilliant stuff like that. A big point, biggest point of the match so far.
There was speculation over Nadal's match fitness coming into the Australian Open this year.
Come on, there you go.
Because of the issues that we had last year with back, wrist, and appendix, but there's another issue at play here. And we're not quite certain. Something debilitating to a degree affecting Nadal. Smichek hasn't let him put that factor off his game. Full credit to him. 2-4, Nadal serving. It's a tie-break third set.
Well, Tim Smichek is playing the match of his life, and he's taking those opportunities when he gets them.
Well, he's looking strong for a 2-1 lead here.
This set is on his racket.
Full set points here. Smichek.
Sometimes the tiebreak takes the pressure off because you can get so many set points in a row that you would never get serving for the set or getting a break point. Wow.
For a set in a lead of 2-1. Remember, Nadal served for it at 5-4. Smichek closes it out in the tiebreak. Well, Nadal won the first set 6-2, but Smichek has fought him tooth and nail. 6-3, took the second set. As I said, Nadal served for the third set at 5-4. Had breaks each way early in the third set. But at 5-4 serving, Smichek broke Nadal, forced it to the tiebreak, and got a jump start on Nadal. Took the first point against Nadal's serve in the tiebreak and didn't look back.
Well, you see the biggest number there, winners and unforced errors. Smichek playing positive tennis. He's +5, Nadal -1. Very cautious, very up and down. Serving well enough, but just too many unforced errors.
Nadal taking another bathroom break, so that's indicative of the fact that obviously Martina was quick to pick up on. The doctor was at the chair earlier. There is a stomach issue, virus issue.
Intermittent play from Nadal. Smichek, a consistent player in this set. And Rapop coming on with some brilliant shots. And some very poor Smichek deservedly has that set. Decisive tiebreak. Playing within himself, yet at a new level for himself.
And full marks that he's been able to maintain that level regardless of what's been happening on Nadal's side of the net. Of course, the pressure is going to be on to maintain that through the rest of the match, whoever or however it goes.
Yeah, but he only needs to win one of the next 2 sets, whereas Nadal has to win basically straight sets now. And pressure is on Nadal to come up with some better tennis. Smichek is comfortable, he's confident. Looks a lot fresher. For Nadal, but the changeover in the tiebreak at 4-2 when he runs to the baseline. He kind of ran, but it was a shuffle. It was a very slow run. He looked tired, and I don't think he's tired physically, but he might be tired physically and mentally from whatever's ailing him. Something's debilitating him, of course, takes a lot of energy out of you. And he just, it's not with himself. It's not the sprightly, bouncing around guy. This is for him. This is just the third set, so it's a piece of cake. He's used to playing much longer. And full marks to Tim Smichek. He's done his, he's got his game plan, and he knows where he needs to hit the shots, mixing it up nicely on the serve, return, coming in when he has the opportunity. Came up with a big drop shot there on a big point.
And full marks too, because it's not just sitting there staring into space waiting for the ball to return. He's toweling down, freshening up, keeping himself in the right frame of mind. Nadal back on court now after that second bathroom break. Took one look at the second set. Consulted with the doctor after that. Took some medication, some allowable medication. Was enough to dampen whatever ails him and get him over the line. Different matter. Trailing by 2 sets to 1. A scenario that very few would have predicted as the players walked out onto the court for the start of the match.
Myself included, did not see this coming. Didn't think Smichek could play this well. And I have not seen Rafa play this poorly at times as he has today. Nadal must be thinking, if you make this, I'm just walking off this court. No, actually, he's not thinking that, but thankful that that ball didn't dip in. Well, no first serves in this game, but 40 love up, so that's good news, bad news situation. not even twitching for that ball. And his second serve, 180 kilometers an hour. I don't know if I've ever seen him do that. Smichek was ready.
Nadal has lost 2 of his last 4 matches against qualifiers. Not something that happens to him too often.
Actually, I know this number, his last 5 losses were against players. The average rank is 93.
Because he lost to Nick Kyrgios at Wimbledon, ranked 144 in the world.
At the time, right. So that's a bit skewed, but still, obviously, much lower ranked players than himself in that stretch. And here he is in danger of doing the same thing again against Tim Smichek, who's ranked 114.
112, yeah.
112. Oh, sorry, I missed 2 spots. So, of course, these guys, when they're playing Nadal, are feeling no pressure. Let me show you how well I can play. Crowd gets on their side as well. It's easy to play well when there's no pressure on you.
Out. 15. No.
First one for a while, but that's number 9. Two in a row. Nadal's dubious, but no challenge.
One.
Well, Smichek has 10 aces and 1 double fault for the match. Nadal 1 ace, 5 double faults. And 3 of those double faults came on break points down. So lack of match play, some nerves. Combination of Smichek playing very well, much better than I think any of us thought he could play. Looks very stiff with his hand on the serve. He's not releasing the racket head. Tosses low as well. Just looks stilted. You know, maybe because of the stomach, you can't really stretch full on. He's ducking under the ball.
Almost as though he's cramping up, not in the legs, but in the midriff.
Yeah, collapsing. Nadal would love to get some free points off his serve, shorten up the points, but it doesn't look like he can serve as hard as he wants to.
was out.
Slightly late call. If it had been called, Rafa was going to challenge. It was called out. Smyczek challenges. I do believe it was out. Smyczek knows he had a chance on that one. The opening was there. Didn't have to be quite that deep. Running your opponent on the diagonal. Nadal is a master at that because he can really push people back. He can bring him in short the other way. How many drop shots has Rafa hit? Like 1 or 2 in the whole match?
Two games to 1, but it's taking a toll on Nadal. It's a real effort. For Smyczek being able to maintain his focus and his level of play. Would have been no surprise, seen it happen before. Players in his position, qualifiers come out and play out of their tree. That was the expression that Martini used before, for a set and a half, and then all of a sudden they wilt inexplicably. Predictable result. Smyczek has done a terrific job here to block out of his mind Nadal's predicament. I think predicament's the right word. He's obviously not on his game 100%. He's obviously not feeling physically 100%. And that can make it even more difficult for the player at the other end of the court if they allow that to intrude.
Take a seat quickly, please. Thank you.
Smyczek has been able to block all of that out and continue to maintain his level of play. He finds himself in this position not deep into, but into another fourth set. Games on serve, 2-1 Nadal. Smyczek.
Nothing. 15.
Tim Smyczek continues to hit that shot off that front foot, continues to make him, pushing Rafa Nadal around the court. The rally, the better off Rafa Nadal is, but given the state of his body, I think he wants to keep the points as short as possible. So he can see him conserving energy between points. He's just not wasting
Third
energy.
kill.
Switch at the second out of his mind.
11 aces. Oh, Jen. Nadal let it go.
He slipped. It's not doing well. He slipped. Lost his footing. I think he wanted to hit it. You'll see his stumble going. We can see it there.
Yes. Yeah.
Game submission. New balls, please. Shoot Jensen.
Smithchuk is going for a new racket. Nadal bent double. That's not a great picture, is it?
You never see that. You just don't see it. So this is not emotional bent over. This is a physical, uncomfortable bent over. That's why he's not serving as well.
Let success.
Let's go. Come up with a winner there, but this is almost slow motion, Nadal.
It's a very slow second serve. He did well to get away from that ball. His trademark inside-out forehand. Haven't seen too many of those with that much pace. He can do this. He can flatten it out, go for broke. He likes to wear his opponents down, but I think now he's feeling he has to keep the points shorter, go for broke more. Well, that's out of his comfort zone, isn't it? There's a Rafa fan. The hat, the name on top of the hat, and the logos on her cheeks. Hopefully not a permanent tattoo.
Constrained effort by Nadal, unloading when he had the opportunity to shorten up the point, which he did with good effect, and he's ahead by 3-2 in the fourth set, but serving in a very constrained manner. This would be a huge result if it were to go to the wire and Tim Smyczek were able to win through. He, the highest ranked player he's ever beaten in his life. Before this was number 19 in the world at the time, was Jürgen Melzer. Let's go back 2 or 3 seasons ago.
Another lefty, though.
Yeah, true.
Think about it.
Time.
Nadal's best shot is forehand crosscourt. It's going to Smyczek's backhand, which is his better shot. Rafael's been hitting more to the forehand side lately. He's basically having to learn about his opponent as he plays him. He might have gotten some scouting from somebody about Smyczek, but certainly Smyczek knows a lot more about Nadal's game than the other way around, of course. Some more rackets restrung. They lost them. Well, for one change of balls, 9 games.
That's right.
Change rackets.
The stringers will be busy. They're busy 20 hours a day.
And you can't string them too far ahead of time either. Like yesterday, they would have been strung just before the match.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Lose the tension quickly these days.
They'll use 50 kilometres of gut restringing rackets over the course of this tournament.
How do you come up with that number? Do your research.
Research.
50 kilometers.
Thank you.
33 miles.
Yeah.
You can go all the way to Penrith on that. No, wait, we're not in Sydney. Would love to get some 3 points from Smyczek. He's played such a clean, last 2 sets, he's played such clean tennis.
I think last year here at the Open, the stringers restrung 4,200 rackets in the course of the tournament.
Wow. Normally between points, you can't tell whether Rafael Nadal is winning or losing the match. He's got a great attitude, great positive energy, bubbling. Quick moving, really intense. He's not showing that at all today. He's just conserving all his energy. Not a happy camper. I'm getting some cheap points here from Smyczek. Should have made that volley, should have made that forehand. Now 2 points for Nadal. Rafa saying, please, can you give me a few more of those? You haven't given me anything.
They could serve in a lead of 4 games to 2. If anybody can tough it out in this circumstance, Nadal would have to be your man.
attitude, his intensity, his good sportsmanship. So
Thank you.
the crowd's definitely wanting to see him get at least into the 5th set and hopefully win the match. They want to see him later in the tournament, not just today.
Love it.
123 Ks as well.
Because he's just not getting up to the ball, is he?
No, he can't really stretch out. He's kind of side-arming it. Not a full stretch. No extension. Just twisting and arming the ball. Annoyed by a bug there.
I said before, Nadal won't quit. He'll keep at it here like a dog with a bone, do whatever he can to try and win through this. The expectation that he'll recover. Win through here and then be a different man tomorrow.
Exactly. It might be the case of bad news is you are sick now, but good news is you will get better. This is not an injury. It's just something temporary, but can you get through it? Well, we know how tough Nadal is. If anybody can do it, it's him.
That's it.
Error from the racket of Smicek, welcomed by Nadal. Conserve his energy, conserve the effort.
Well, good body serve, which is, in my opinion, the most underused weapon in the game, particularly on the men's side. They don't really use that body serve at all. They want to go for the big one. It's very effective.
Well, we talked about Smicek feeling no pressure. There'll be a little pressure on him serving here to stay in this 4th set. If he does manage to extend Nadal into a 5th, there'll be a certain amount of pressure build up there as well. If he were to get closer and closer to what would be a huge upset. Body language says a lot, and the usual pugnacity that we associate with Nadal on the court is just missing. A little bit of it showing there with the hold of serve to put him ahead.
It's more like yay me, more relief than anything else.
Time.
Just conserving every bit of energy that he has for the game, not giving away anything between points, no celebration, no hanging the head. No vamos right now. Just trying to hang in there. It's in good position now. Would love to break here again, so he can start serving in the 5th set at the same time. Doesn't want to use too much energy trying to break in case he doesn't.
Pretty finely balanced equation, that is.
Yeah, usually they just see how the first couple points go, and if it's 30 love for the guy serving, and then they let it go.
Right on the tee. He's Sensitive call, but was spot on.
Yeah, me too. He looked at the mark, but he's already in the ad court. He's just trying to buy time. Inside. Inside.
15.
Throwaway challenge.
13.
Was Sketchers 13, 12.
Going for broke, not wasting any energy. Normally Rafa Nadal fights for every point, but I don't expect him to be running anything down on this one. That's when you know something's wrong, when Nadal does not try to go for the shots.
But he'll make, he's conserved that energy to make more effort here on his own serve.
That's exactly right. Nadal failed when he served for the third set at 5-4. Played a very loose game to give away points. Let's see if we can do better here serving for the fourth set.
Thank you.
That return was so bad, it was good. It's short enough. Forcing Nadal into that white inside the court. The ball was too low, couldn't roll it. So again, Nadal in a hole when he's serving for the set.
Too much.
Good change up there from Nadal, a little slice and a little inside out, so the ball was spinning to Smichek's left. And he overhit it. He swung too early. It was a slow ball through the air. Smart play from Nadal.
Nadal takes that on the chin.
It's quick off the mark, Smichek. Very quick to move to the ball.
No movement of the feet there, Smichek.
He got stuck in cement on that one. Thank you very much, set point. Cheering him on.
Nadal levels up at 2 sets all.
By 6 games to 3. 2 sets.
Nadal in this third set doing just as much as he had to do within the constraints that are on him to get the job done. Full credit to him. And now we see some animation. Because as we said before, Nadal doesn't know how to quit. Regardless of the circumstance he finds himself in, he will not quit. And he'll adjust to the circumstances and dig in and win. He has to win ugly. He'll win ugly. Because tomorrow, the next day, another day. And if he's got something that ails him, which is patently obvious, he'll give himself time, if he can win through this match, to recover and come out and fight another day.
That's exactly right. Winning ugly, winning pretty, doesn't matter. It's a W or an L. They don't put an asterisk by the result. Oh, he didn't feel well, he had an upset stomach or a pulled muscle, whatever. It's a loss or a win. If he can get through this one somehow, to see another day, then his stomach, whatever's going on with his body, will be gone, and he'll be at full force. So Tim Spicek, 5-set record career, 2-1. So him and 3 5-setters. Nadal 21 5-setters, 16-5. So again, the numbers are very much in favor of Rafael Nadal, but that was the case at the tiebreaks as well. Spicek pulled it out, so Spicek will get to serve first in this 5th set. Nadal's not feeling well. Spicek hasn't been in this situation very often. Who will give, whose body will hold up better?
Stalking back to the baseline, Nadal, any other circumstance, the team motoring back to the baseline. Uses his physicality to impose himself on other players psychologically. Not able to do that here. Of course, he's conserving every ounce of energy, and he's going to need it because Spicek hasn't faltered.
Thank you.
He's been pretty constant throughout.
If Nadal wins this match, it's all because of his guts, his heart, passion for the sport, and never say die attitude. Spicek, however, you see he's fit, he's fresh. See if he can keep it up physically and mentally. Only been here 3 times ever in the 5th set.
Admiration for Nadal. That took a supreme effort. He still couldn't quite get there, but he never gave up on it.
Well, it was a long sprint, perhaps the longest one of the match for him. Close, but great hustle. Wow. Great right hand with that backhand to be able to pull it cross court off a very good serve. After somebody runs that much and they're out of breath, the good serve is going right at them. Body serve. It's hard to get out of the way when you're out of breath, but he kind of can lunge into the shot.
40-50.
It's that time. great that slow motion. You can see exactly what happens to the racket. Impact.
On the line.
Yes.
Wow. We have not seen this whole match long. Ball early, going hard down the line. Put it on the backhand, and now off the return of serve, makes himself a break point. Nadal would love nothing more than to get ahead here in the early going. Will he step into this one again? It's close to the baseline.
Full marks to Smicek. Nadal picked up the pace and the power on the ball at least 2 or 3 times in that exchange to try and find an opening, but Smicek didn't falter.
Cross court every time.
Advantage.
Forced error here. So Nadal gets another break point. Smicek needs to be looking for that return to go there. He's serving out wide. Gasping, maybe it could have been out. Now the second break point. His serve was right on the service line. Very close to being double fault. You see how much Smicek has been dominating. It's 51 winners to Nadal's 31 for the match.
Advantage. Smicek.
Smicek denies Nadal opportunities in the opening game of the 5th. 1 game to love.
First game, final set.
The crowd really getting involved here as this gets down to decision time. Most would have expected Nadal to have this in the bag. Been back to the locker room, finished with the massage, done the press conference, and on his way to dinner and bed.
And the match after this is Jarmila Gajdashova and Simona Halep, and I'm sure they were thinking, oh, you know, start 7, we'll probably go on about 9. Here it is at 10:30. Just getting started in the 5th set. It's going to be a late start for the women. That's pretty rough. Can't ever practice that, starting to go for a match at 11 o'clock or later. Laver on the court still at that point. They'll just be getting started. So
no, it's tough, isn't it, on the night schedule to have to follow a 5-set men's match.
it's not right. But it's the same for both players, so you got to deal with it. It is what it is. Meantime, the guys don't care about that. Of course, it's all about this final set.
Does it cover you?
Oh, it's the screen?
Fine like this, or we can play, or you want me to call?
Turn off the screen.
Yeah,
These lights are flickering. It's a bit of a strobe-like effect, even though it's high up over the court. A big screen, you can see that the TV up
there's
top,
a break up in the
left
picture
corner
in the,
is
bottom left corner of the picture.
freezing out. Yeah. Just blacked it out. No, blacked it out. Right.
No, not quite. There's still one part of the screen is alive. Now it's been killed.
Nadal has 32 winners, 46 unforced errors. Smicek is 51-41.
It's a good stat.
Amazing stat for Smicek. The way he plays, retriever, but he takes the short balls when looks for the opportunities to put the ball away. He's taking his chances. Nadal is used to being in the plus column on the winners to unforced errors ratio. He's on the receiving end of it.
Here, almost the distressed effort from Nadal as he failed to reach this ball.
Well, after he serves, he moves to his right to look for the forehand, so he actually was running away from the ball. Still a super return from Smicek. Smicek's hit this backhand of that front foot about 12, 13 times. You know, usually you see it maybe once a match from somebody, but for him, it's nothing special. This time he missed it. That's the second one he missed. Made about 10 of them. The idea is to get on top of the ball so you can still take a full swing. Agnieszka Radwanska hits it a little bit too, but I really don't like it. It's necessary.
A little bit of showmanship. very delicate part of the match as far as Nadal is concerned here. Struggling on serve. Smicek survived break points in his opening service game of the set. He's feeling good about himself.
Beforehand and makes it. Huge majority of the points. He's not done that often.
So that hard, that flat, and that depth, it's almost impossible to deal with.
Game.
As long as Nadal continues to level peg, there's always a chance that Smicek will go off the boil a little, which he hasn't done right through 4 sets of tennis so far.
Thank you.
First the energy we've been talking about Nadal conserving, you can bet he'll expend it here in the 5th set when necessary.
Nadal is thrilled with that because he wants the match to go for as long as possible. However, today, the way he's feeling, I think he would prefer to have a tiebreak, so at least he knows there'll be an end to it at 6-all, and he will be able to conserve or let go of his energy, not have to save it because it's so indefinite. Smicek very sound technically. He really plays within himself. Gets this ball, keeps the racket in front of him. Nadal should have gone down the line with that volley. Kept the ball in front of him. Instead, he goes across Smicek's body. Good reflex from Tim.
On the line, good.
Inside the line. 30-15. But Nadal's slice can only be effective when it's low. These balls are floating up. Batting practice for Smicek. He's going to make that 19 out of 20 times. It's just too easy sitting there.
And again, this time on the backhand.
40-15.
Chase number 14 and a lead of 2 games to 1 in the 5th.
Smicek leads 2 games to 1.
Still working up his stats.
Nadal very slow to the chair on the changeover here.
That was 173 kilometers an hour serve, 108 miles an hour. That's a tough ball.
It is, isn't it?
And Nadal didn't even move for that.
Slumped in the chair.
So you don't know in what, every which way he's affected with whatever's going on in his body, not reacting. Or maybe just doesn't have the energy to try and score 40-15. He kind of let go of that game. And Smyczek at the moment, he's not forced to play great to hold serve. You know, he's not redlining. This is just an average
Playing
game
within himself,
yeah.
relatively.
Yeah, what Nadal's giving him is easy for him.
Time.
Worked for Nadal in the first game with him, break points for the return of serve. Stepped to the baseline and went for the return. Now staying back. It's giving too big a target for Smyczek. Too much space and too much time. So now again, a must-hold game for Nadal. So I just don't know if he can muster the energy to come back if he does get down the break. You know, it'll be a long way back for him. 3 hours, 33 minutes.
3 hours, 33 minutes of torture for Nadal.
Thank you. There's everything.
Break of serve, one way or the other, is going to decide the issue. Not that you'd expect Nadal to wilt if he goes down a break, but it would be a body blow, no doubt about that.
Smyczek sure is hustling for everything. He looks as fresh as he did in the first set. Nadal needs to keep the points short. So that means hitting flatter and harder.
Smyczek changed the ball. Right center, so good. The ball was positive.
It's an immediate challenge. I think it just caught the line. You need a millimeter of the line. That's about all he's got.
Even if it's a millimeter. That's as close as I've seen.
13-15. Smyczek has two changes.
Actually, you don't need a millimeter. You just need to touch it.
Touch it, yeah.
Just on the outside, as long as there's no space. So he had 2 millimeters to spare on that one.
Hold G15. Game Nadal. New ball speed.
That first very iffy backhand. Getting down much. Solid game from Nadal. Belgian flags. Justine Henin retired.
So 2 games all, 2 sets all.
Smicek to serve. He was down break points in the opening game of this set. Would have been a huge bonus for Nadal to get the break there, but full credit to Smicek.
Wiping off some more of Nadal's sweat from the game before. Didn't notice it on the when he was receiving the serve, because he was always on the corner of the court.
Now
New
he wants
balls.
to push off on serve.
Right. Just to make sure he doesn't slip. New balls. That's a super serve. He's been using that wide serve a lot.
15
Nadal needs
minutes.
to move over, take it away from him, make him go down the tee. And also by Nadal standing so far back behind the baseline, that slice out wide is very effective.
That's it.
Intelligent serving by Smicek.
14.
No, not much of a pattern. Said the wide one has been effective. Rafa moves over and then he goes down the middle.
15th ace of the match and the game with a lead of 3-2 in the fifth set.
Smicek leads 3 games to 2.
It might be advantage fifth set here in this Grand Slam level, but you get the feeling that it'll take just one break to decide the issue. Nadal's had the only chances in the opening game so far. If Smicek can create something against Nadal's serve, could bust this set wide open and set Smicek up for the biggest upset of the men's draw. At this point, Maria Sharapova, of course, beaten the women's draw yesterday.
Time.
Oh, Sharapova won.
Oh, Sharapova won.
Was down
Yes,
match
my
points.
apologies. Yeah, she was down match points.
Should have lost the match.
Yes.
But pulled
My
it out.
apologies. Nadal trying to raise a jog on the way back to the baseline.
There are the numbers. Smicek 58 winners to Nadal's 35. 43 on four serves, Nadal's 49. He's winning the match in every category. But we're on serve in the fifth set, so it's anybody's ball game.
Thank you.
Nadal's definitely under pressure here. And always behind when serving.
$50.
The serve was long. Smicek's not challenging.
13. He's
Smicek is trying to make a noise that we
14.